The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Good day, Pilipinas! Hello, everybody, and hello to everyone who's tuned in to witness the strongest Mobile Legends player in the world in action. Ako po si Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Our dominance has spread all over the world, and all the regions know that when it comes to MLBB, ang ating lakas ay pataas lang ng pataas. Let's just take a look at the upcoming international event, for example. Sumali na sa MSC ang North America, ang Turkey, at ang MENA. Let's just say to spice things up. Pero kung hindi sila umubra sa world stage, parang naririnig ko na ang ating Kings of Sea saying, sa MSC pa kaya? Sakto, dahil ang ating reigning Kings of Southeast Asia will come out for the first time after the momentous victory kontra sa ating reigning world champs. Si H2 pinakita na kung paano niya itaas ang kanyang lakas. And honestly, he might not even be done setting up the bar that high. Pero ito yung tanong, paano kaya mapapanindigan ni Sensui ang kanyang instinct para mahinto ang pag-atake ng Kings of Sea? Eto na, Sonics Raiders! This is RSG Philippines versus ONIC Philippines. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
H2 is key in the campaign to reconquer the seas. Now we'll see what else he can bring to the table for the Raiders. Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo. Here on the desk with Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz. Tonight we're bringing you the opener. It's ONIC Philippines versus RSG Slate.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Hedgehogs for sure. They're battling the Kings of Sea, and there's just no one else that you want to face after their victory against Echo.
Beneath the bright lights of MPL Sundays, teams always have to be ready to give it their all. On one side, you have the Kings of Sea looking to keep adding more points so that they can defend their title. On the other side, you have a team hungry for points so that they can make it to the playoffs.
Before the match begins, we are calling all the Smart and TNT users who are currently watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM by visiting smart.com.ph/SIM SIM REG now and get free 3 gigs of data. How perfect is it that we're looking at a bright matchup? It's no secret that ONIC Philippines is currently struggling. By looking at the points and by watching their matches meticulously, you'll see that some pieces of the puzzle just don't fit.
Yeah, ONIC, I feel like they just flew too close to the sun. Their last victory was all the way back to week 2. It has been a downhill battle for them since then. Is this the recovery for the Yellow Hedgehogs?
Oh, it has to be. ONIC versus RSG. That is the upcoming match later on. We're going to be seeing Bren Esports versus Omega, another bright matchup in itself.
Yep. And again, folks, it's the 3rd day of week 5, so might as well call it week 6, because this best of 3s, these two are going to be a tight race for points. Save for maybe Bren Esports, all right? They are still sitting on a 7-game win streak. 7-series win streak, rather. Lost their first game yesterday in a while against our M4 World Champions. But the talk of the town, specifically this town, Shooting Gallery here in lovely Makati City, is H2O, the newly minted jungler of RSG Slate Philippines. Also known as John Paul Salonga, Core H2, say what you will. He's fit in well in the sleeves of one Kingslayer.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's hit his ceiling yet. And there's just so much more for H2O to grow into. And it's public knowledge that he's really happy where he is right now compared to where he was. And who knows what his limit is.
Yeah, versus the win against Echo last week, wherein they were able to sweep the M4 World Champions. H2 really got to prove himself against the 2-time World Champion Carl Tizzy. And of course, the running narrative about H2 and his growth about going from assassin to being the jungle utility type. But in this season, some of the best victories RSG has shown has come from the fact that H2 has shown that he can still play those assassin types, bringing out the Hayabusa and even using the tanks a lot against Echo.
And I think that is the sweet spot. That's where Goldilocks is happy to have that semi-cold, semi-warm porridge of the tanks a lot, which has been the talk of the town, which has been the in thing. And you'll see in some of these highlights, that's exactly what H2O is rocking, and he beat Carl Tizzy with it. This was last Sunday.
And that's no mean feat. Imagine he did it against the Lancelot god himself. He showed up and basically forced Carl Tizzy to show to us yesterday, or the previous days, that, you know what? You're not the only guys who can do this. I can also use this quote-unquote boring version of Lancelot and still rock with it.
I don't know, man. It just looks amazing, really, when you get to watch the tanks a lot in action. On your screen right now, you actually have Yawi with a message for Renegade and H2 after winning M4, wherein he said that he is excited to see his former teammates in that big 3 triangle of NXPE to become champions as well. Just keep on grinding, get out of the comfort zones. And it's interesting because for Renegade and, of course, for H2, the times where they've showed this season, yes, they're out of their comfort zone in the sense that they're playing with different teams. But when you put them in the comfort zone of playing roles and heroes where they're really used to, that's where they really shine.
Yeah, not just in the heroes they're using, in the teams that they're in right now, it's showing. It's like they have a glow about them that you just can't put your finger on.
And I think it's just a matter of time, right? Of all of them, it was Yawi who first left. Yawi then joined Echo in Season 9 to form what some people were calling the Super Team, which took a while to hit its stride, and eventually they won the M4 World Championships. And now it's just a matter of time to see if H2 will finally get that. And it's also just clear on the horizon, right? It's RSG Slate. They're making a run for defending their title from last year, Malaysia. This time maybe for Cambodia. We'll see. For now, let's go ahead and throw over the courtside to give a little bit more details and context on the next matchup.
Thank you, casters. This is your very own Odin reporting courtside. Entering this season, or this series rather, ang RSG Slate Philippines with a 2-0 sweep from Echo last week. Kaya naman, kamustahin natin ang nag-viral nilang manager na si Madam Lexi. Hi, Madam.
Hello. Wait lang. Parang lugi ako Teka.
Ay, umakyat
Yan,
na.
para fair.
Umakyat na si Madam.
Total, mahilig naman ako tumungtong. Sige.
Kumusta po yung nararamdaman nyo nung last week's match nila against Echo? Umakyat kayo sa table, nakita namin lahat yun. Ano tumatakbo sa isip nyo?
Masaya lang kasi sa first half ng regular season, parang yung reigning world champions is na 2-0 namin. So yun, sobrang excited lang. Tapos, hindi ko kasi akalain na makakatungtong ako sa table. Nung una, nasa gaming chair lang ako. So, nung gusto ko nang appearance sila coach, wala na, hindi ko na alam. Nandun na ako.
Pugso ng damdamin ni
totoo.
Madam. At proud na proud talaga kayo sa inyong mga players. Kitang-kita naman po yun. So, kumusta naman po si H2O, yung naging transition niya? Mabilis ba sa inyong team?
Actually, si H2, hindi naman siya nahihirapan kasi una-una mabait siyang bata. Tapos, madali siyang makisama sa mga tao, sa mga teammates niya. Tapos, siguro in terms of sa in-game, noong una, medyo nanibago siya siguro sa mga fundamentals ni Coach Panda. Pero, in the long run, parang mas marami pa siyang kayang i-improve yun.
Mabait pala si H2 at talaga namang nakikinig kay Coach Panda. Pero kumusta naman po siya sa bootcamp outside of the game?
Outside of the game, nakikipagkulitan din siya sa mga players. So, may times na siya yung nangunguna sa mga asaran, ganun. Pero yun, ang maganda sa kanya, hindi siya pikon. Yun.
Ano po yung pandalas yung pang-asar si H2? Nakikita ko may ginagawa siyang ganun eh.
Ano yun? Hindi. Ewan ko. Wala, nangungulit lang talaga sila sa bootcamp. Yun.
May message po ba kayo sa Raiders or may gusto kayong i-shoutout?
Gusto ko pong i-shoutout yung mga Raiders natin na laging sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga family and friends ng mga players namin, sa aming mga subs na si Kirk and si Kozen na laging nanonood dito sa amin, tsaka sa MDL team namin, yan. Thank you rin po sa management namin na gumagabay sa amin lahat, yan.
Lastly, Madam, sobrang extreme yung emotions nyo last match. Paano pag nanalo kayo this match? May makikita pa ba kami sa yung mas extreme pa?
Depende yan sa magiging gameplays nila. So, malalaman natin.
Ay, abangan natin yan, guys. Thank you, Madam Lexi and RSG. Marami pa tayong dapat abangan sa laban ng RSG Slate Philippines. Malalaman natin yan with our casters.
It's good to hear that H2 fit in well with both the fundamentals of Coach Panda and just the culture and the life of their bootcamp.
Yeah, that's true. I actually see on social media they really like H2O's car.
Yeah.
That's the big selling point.
That's Eman.
Wait, that was Emma's answer, right? When they asked him, what's your favorite thing about H2? His car. No, but yeah, being able to banter like that between the players themselves, that really just shows how close they are. That in an official interview, you knowing that that's going to be used in articles as a soundbite everywhere, and it was evident in their streams before the season started just how well RSG welcomed their newest jungler with open arms.
Yeah, he's a rich kid. And, there's no denying that he's popular for a reason, right? He's just such a lovable character.
Yeah,
He worked hard for the car, and now he's going to work hard for a trophy. Season 9 was RSG Philippines time, and now under that new banner, RSG Slate Philippines, with their new jungler, they're going to go for that title defense. Again, MSC 2023 is on the horizon. Marakino alluded to it, right? Opening up the show. So now all eyes are going to be on John Paul Salonga and RSG Slate. Again, we can only really imagine what's going on in ONIC Philippines camp. Because again, it's been a while since they've tasted victory. They've gotten games here and there. But series-wise, I'm wondering what else is going on in their minds as well. Because look, we have highlights for almost everyone in RSG Slate Philippines.
Yeah.
How can we say the same for ONIC Philippines? They have a chance to do it right here, right now. They'll be walking up on stage in just a wee bit. Gentlemen, excuse me, I have to take off these shades. I want to see them come in.
I can't
Yeah,
see anything.
I gotta see this.
I need glasses.
They'll be here. And again, something
There
to
we
watch
go.
out
My
for.
goodness.
ONIC PH, season after season after season, throwing back to all the way season 4 playoffs. They've had these poses. I wonder if they're going to do it again.
Oh man,
yeah.
I saw that pose. That was a little bit of a heart. pulled my heartstrings.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully they do pose and they do dance around. I mean, like TNC is a team that's struggling, but every time they come out, they put on a show. They dance. They don't hesitate, and hopefully these two teams coming up right now also do that. Not just for us, but maybe for them, because maybe it's something to make them, loosen up.
Oh, well, that being said, we're about to welcome our teams. It's ONIC Philippines and RSG Slate walking in. After a marathon of a match last night, the Hedgehogs are looking to bounce back. Sonics, make some noise for ONIC Philippines! The Kingslayers have come to play. Getting into full-on MSC title defense form, Raiders and all, welcome RSG Slate Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Bluffsy. What new tech can these world-class teams bring into the metagame? We're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the starting five for ONIC PH. It's Nets and Sui, Ryota, Super Prince, and Kekedot playing in game one.
I really, really would have liked to see a lot more of that confident, that bravado here from ONIC, but it seems like they're just here for the game. They mean business.
Yeah, game face is on for this squad, and they are fielding their same five as yesterday. A lot of positive notes to take from their performances in the war that they had against Omega, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So they have to carry on over their positive notes from yesterday's games and learn from their mistakes. In terms of their macro decision-making against RSG, they have to bring their A game.
It's the Kingslayers fielding Eman, H2O, Nats, Exhort, and Light. We haven't really seen them sub anyone in or out just yet. Kirk and Kozen haven't seen any play in Season 11, and it's my opinion that it should stay that way. I think this five here is a solid five to go ahead and make that campaign for maybe a second title for RSG.
Yeah, they kind of showed off a lot, and it's against the defending world champions. I would say don't fix what ain't broke, and just try to improve on further. Again, we haven't really seen H2O's limit yet, I think.
Yeah, and of course, for the ONIC squad that is looking to rack up more points to make another run in the playoffs, once again facing against a team that, if I'm not mistaken, it's been quite a while since they've defeated, because in the MPL Philippines Season 10 playoffs, they lost to them. Earlier this season, they lost to them. So ONIC What new lessons have you learned and what new kits have you brought to this matchup to get that victory finally? I'm looking at their hero selections here. Yes, we've talked so much about the hero selection of Kekadut and his unique roaming play style, how we've linked him into the Baloyski type in terms of what kind of heroes he can use, the way that he can field the Natalia. Here's the thing we've talked about ONIC PH behind the scenes. When you look at their players individually, in terms of their hero pools, individual play, really great. But it seems like there's something up with once they start going together as 4, as 5, objective team fights, even in closing out games where ONIC PH, strangely enough, they struggle.
Yeah, speaking of Baloyski, hopefully they pull off a little something similar to Baloyski. Shout out to Baloyski, man.
Yeah, if you watched,
We saw that.
if you watched MPL Indonesia last night, things got heated. But here today, I think it's a matter of hitting their stride first. ONIC PH seems to be lacking that glue that makes all of their excellent highlights solo-wise, micro-wise, fail to come into a bigger picture. I think that's what's missing here. And we're talking about their synergy, not the hero.
Yeah, exactly.
So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and throw over the keys to victory, see exactly what these teams need to do to get that W.
Importante para sa ONIC Philippines ang series na to para basagin yung kanilang losing streak. But for RSG, they want to get the points as well. Gusto nila maabot nila sa upper bracket at abot na abot nila yan. Tingnan natin kung ano kailangan nilang gawin dito sa laban na to. First, for RSG, kailangan magkaroon ng versatility, mag-prepare ng Plan B para sa ONIC Philippines. Nakita natin na masyado silang all-in. In fact, yung kanilang mga hero picks na nakita natin, mataas yung priority sa isang Ruby na nakita natin sa ONIC Philippines na committed sila sa kung ano gusto nilang gawin and sometimes dun sila nangyayari. Kaya kailangan nila ng Plan B. Para naman dito sa RSG, allow nuts to go nuts. Nakita natin nung previous week, in fact, si Nuts yung naging focal point kung bakit successful ang RSG. Kapag nakakuha siya ng mga outplays sa laning stage pa lang, nagsusnowball talaga yung RSG dahil nakikita natin na confident si Nuts na kaya niya maging sobrang aggressive at gumawa ng plays across the map kapag mid-game at late game na. Tignan naman natin yung para sa dalawang teams, polish your macros. Nakita natin sa ONIC Philippines na nung natatalo sila nung previous weeks, nagugulo kasi yung kanilang macro game. Nabibigyan nila ng sobrang daming libreng bagay yung kanilang mga nakakatapat. And for RSG Philippines, minsan nakakalimutan nila yun. Sobrang focus nilang gumawa ng mga plays na kumuha ng mga ganks. Nakakalimutan nila na kailangan nilang tignan yung macroeconomics ng ating laban. So that is the thing na kailangan i-fix ng dalawang teams natin at yan ang ating keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
I have to be fair and honest here. I'm worried for ONIC Philippines. The fact that key to victory number 1 speaks about RSG Slate's versatility, and key to victory number 3 speaks about the macros that we mentioned. It's not even the micros. It's not even mechanically what each player is doing individually. It's how that all comes together. And against a team that has the fundamentals, it's going to be difficult to get one over them.
I get what you mean because key to victory number 2 is just basically go nuts. Like,
Yeah.
do what you want. Like, that's what it felt like doing. All right? If you read it like that, just do what you want. As long as it's like really high level, I don't think these hedgehogs can keep up. That seems to be the statement here by RSG, if that's the case.
Yeah, and it seems like all across the board, everyone's eye to eye with what ONIC PH needs to bring to the table here. Because again, individually, positions 1 to 5, you cannot take anything away from the players. They've all shown individual displays of brilliance all throughout the season. But then once they're all together, once they're trying to end the game, because ONIC, they can still bring out that old spirit of them controlling most of the game. But in the last matchup between these two teams, that's what happened. They controlled the game, but they couldn't end it. RSG always found something near the end when ONIC wanted to win the game to completely turn it around.
So, let's say tempo switches up, because I think when you're talking about macro, timings and just overall, I'd say, ebb and flow of a team's performance comes into play here. What if ONIC switches it up? Because I think it was earlier in Season 11, this season, that we were saying RSG is a little slower. What if, here in this game, ONIC speeds it up? What if they use that team fight participation stat advantage? What if they go ahead and go like 4 or 5 men at 2-3 minutes and then just give it to H2?
I would say they have free reign to do that because in the long games yesterday, against Omega. I know you were there, Renmar.
Yep.
Man, that did not work out in their favor at all. Even in the later stage of the game, I feel like they were just sluggish. So, yeah, you're right, Leo. I think speeding it up, upping the tempo a little bit could help these Hedgehogs.
I'm on the other side of the boat, though. If they want to set that tempo, hopefully their lineup isn't too leaned into one idea. Because in games 2 and 3 against Omega yesterday, ONIC in game 2 had a lineup that wanted to end it fast. They could barely take control of the early game. Even though they had the lineup to do it, Omega just played better than them. In game number 3, they leaned in too much on the idea of, let's wait for the late game, make sure we farm up for nets. That doesn't work. Up against a team like RSG, you're going to need to have a balance of it all. It sounds cliche to say, but you really cannot just lean in on one idea because RSG are an incredibly punishing team. If they know they found an advantage, it will be hard for you to climb back.
So that sounds like a two-fold problem, solution, initiative on two fronts. Number one, the draft. You have to be able to answer for that early game and then have a plan B, which I think was part of our keys to victory. And then second, player-wise, you're looking out for one H2, all right? When we're comparing Sensui and H2, obviously you can't snowball without having your jungler be a part of that. And then number two is the elephant in the room, light. You can't give light heroes like Cho or Lolita. You just don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we also, I get more flashbacks of Franco Godlight. Oh my goodness, like, these are possibilities that Light just, it takes a lot of teams by surprise, you know?
And that's why if I'm ONIC here, if there is an opportunity for them to pick up the Diggy, they might have to look at picking up the Diggy. The Diggy was one of the reasons why in their series earlier this season, in game number 1, ONIC got to control the game because Light couldn't get those setups that he wanted, all the bombs that he was running into, the reverse times wrecking his flow. You're going to have to look, if you're ONIC, into stopping the flow of RSG, being able to disrupt them in getting into the key positions to get information and in the team fights. They respect the Kadita pickup here for Exort, but Exort actually has a bunch of other picks that ONIC has to watch out for. The Joy is an available pickup for Exort in the mid lane.
And it begs to be mentioned here, the Rising Star and Arlott. Is he going to be a key here? Is that XP lane matchup going to matter? Because this snowball is not going to be possible if, again, without that jungle or without you owning at least part of that map, that upper quarter. Now, going into the draft, it's ONIC on the play. Again, they take out the aforementioned Kadira, take out the Melissa. Yep. Very handy in the hands of Eman. RSG answers back, taking out the 1-1 and the Joy.
Ooh.
What's up with this early Lancelot?
All right. Well, to be fair, teams are starting to pick up Lancelot's first pick. I saw that, right? We all saw that. And going back to the Arlott, which Arlott, right?
What kind?
We haven't even seen it yet. The final four. Have we ever seen the final four of Arlott yet? What about you, Renmar? What's the best for you, at least?
Okay, honestly, for me, the best Arlott I've seen so far are the Arlotts that rock Unbending Wills. I get why some would want to get Festival of Blood for the regen, Concussive Blast for the wave clear. There's just something about Unbending Will Arlott that's just way too good. Even Tenacity, actually, in the hands of, if I'm not mistaken, Renjo, the way he plays it, a lot more utility-based. The Unbending Will is a lot more aggressive and more my flavor. Now, this Lancelot ban, I want to mention it. And good thing they also banned the Fredrin because we've already seen Fredrin will actually struggle up against Lancelot in securing those objectives. That's how good the Tankcelot is against it. So RSG says, okay, we'll take away the Fred, we'll take with the Lance gone, it's just going to be down to the Grox, the Akais, the Karinas, Hayabusa still open also. So, ONIC, get a safe pick in the Valentina. You take away the potential of RSG of wanting to pick up something like, let's say, a Franco even, because the Valentina can take away the Bloody Hunt. So you're going to be looking at the ultimates contention between the two teams.
Yeah, and we have seen historically, do not give away a good ultimate to your opponent.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, literally last pick on the Faramis, they give a Valentina that ult, and that resulted to a victory for Blacklist. So these are things that you cannot really take for granted here.
Yeah.
And now the question gets is RSG, Nats, are we going Arlott? Are we showing it? That's a no.
Not just
not yet.
So they go for the Kaja and Farsa. So the Kaja pickup can actually disrupt what Kekadut would want to do. However, it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes the Kaja actually has difficulty getting into key positions in the map and being able to set up a potential counterplay for their team or initiation for the team. However, that's why it's frequently paired up with a Farsa, someone with a lot of poke. And this Farsa, I feel like Exort might play it like how Escalera played the Farsa yesterday, wherein he just focused a lot on using the ultimate, not even just for the team fights, just for poke and wave clear so that the mid lane is always shoved in favor for TNC. That's what RSG would want to replicate. Now, Rockhard, we mentioned earlier about the disruption, the stopping of the flow for RSG. The Ruby pickup is perfect for that. Kekadu
There it is.
made the Ruby one of his favorite picks, and there's the Arlot for ONIC.
I have to say that the Ruby pick, great at disruption, but it is not netting them games. It's not netting them the Ws. I don't know if it makes sense to keep picking up the Ruby here at this point, but
Really?
you know what? You're right. I mean, I would love it. I would like it. I would love this Ruby pick if they were getting wins. I'm just saying, right? It's just not working out. Although it is prolonging the games, maybe giving them some chance in the late game, but absolutely, historically, their win rate is bad. However, for the Ruby, for the Arlot rather, how's the Terizla looking? How's the Terizla looking here for RSG?
Terizla, they don't have a record with that yet. They pick up the Martis, so they've already shown their jungle pickup. Yeah, is it going to be a jungle Martis, a roaming Kaja, a mid lane Farsa? So for the XP lane, you still have the Yuzhong available here for RSG. Nats can actually even go up and show up with a Paquito again. He also has a Benedetta available, so I bet those are two heroes that ONIC is looking into contesting, taking away, or just being ready for up against RSG.
In before, the aforementioned Arlot might even be flexing to the jungle.
Oh man, that's something I really like to see because honestly it's difficult because you don't have that Petrify, but you can make it work. I've seen it work somewhere else, so obviously that's still an option.
Man, take it from a guy who's played literally just one ranked game with the jungle Arlot. It will struggle. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to turn off the idea. I mean, we've seen Arlot played in the XP lane a lot. Maybe it might work.
Right, I mean, besides what a lot of people have said in the early weeks of Arlot being available for play in the public, he's seen play safer mid, right?
Yeah.
And gold. Who's to say? We're talking about Coach Bluffsy and Coach Lyric here.
Oh, you never know. Arlot kind of zigzags around the map like a Lancelot. It's just,
and maybe ONIC are actually considering that because RSG are just hammering in on the bans towards Sensui. So in terms of what Sensui has shown so far this season, in terms of his main priorities in the jungle, RG took them away. Took away the Kai and the all-important Grok jungle pick for ONIC. So the Karina is left on the table for
actually
ONIC.
Sensui.
Cho
for Sensui.
jungle, Diros jungle, and well, Hayabusa is actually still open for the side of ONIC. So they still have a lot of options, but the options have been depleted that RSG already know exactly like what the potential picks there will be. ONIC take away the Yuzhong, so now ONIC are focusing on the picks and Nats. So now for Nats, what's it going to be? The Benedetta or the Paquito?
That's very heavy emphasis on the Nats here. Obviously, Benedetta, he's put on a show on that. Paquito as well. Oh my goodness. There's just no end to Nats' hero pool, is there?
Wow, they're keeping Nats
Nats on last pick.
safe here. Because again, I think Coach Panda is also not closing the door on possibly the Arlot switching up.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Although, again, no track record of Terizla
Nope.
yet for them,
Nope.
right? So
Neither.
Yeah.
So this is actually a tendency of RSGPH to hold the Nats pick in the second phase, but as the last pickup, this is them saying, we heard the key to victory for us. Allow Nats to go nuts, so we're doing everything we can to make sure that Nats can go nuts.
You gotta enable that. You saw key to victory there. Panda said, let's put it to the maximum level. Let's see if ONIC can take it.
All right, now we're going to see wherein the Arlot's going to go. This closes that door.
Yeah.
There's the Karina going into the hands of Sensui, and Net's going to be rocking that Brody. So far, save for that early Ruby pickup, I'm liking Onyx draft here. It covers a lot of bases and still leaves some room for some snowball.
It's very mobile. It's very tanky. It can go places. and it also still has some of that damage. Actually, a lot of that damage. So I like this, and I hope the important thing here is if ONIC is comfortable playing all of these heroes, which they are, right? Except maybe for the R-Lot, but other than that, everyone seems to be in their element here.
Yeah.
They're all perfectly safe on their heroes.
Yep. Great balance for ONIC. We talked about balance. They showed it. RSG, you know what? Don't have to be super flashy about it.
All right.
We'll pick up the Lapu-Lapu as the last pick. So with all the unique banning patterns that we've seen this game, we still ended up with picks that are still a great snapshot of what the Philippine meta and even the global meta currently is right now. With the talent predictions on the board, can ONIC prove the world wrong and say, yeah, we may be the underdogs here, but maybe we'll be able to get those points and show that it is our time to start climbing up the standings.
Watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction. Use the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S11. One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll. One more look at this lineup. Again, you wouldn't have guessed that these are the heroes that came up in the same order. So I guess that's some evolution in the metagame. At least some changes in the way that these lineups are made, and now it comes down to execution.
Yeah, it's funny because they're basically all comfort heroes at this point. They just came out at at different times.
Yep.
We're going to be looking at the performances of course, the two roamers. How can they stop the potential scaling or delay the potential scaling of the other? But on your screens, you have two experienced EXP laners, two veterans of the game for their team. It's going to be not only a physical battle in terms of just two big, sweaty, sword-wielding, lance-wielding men slapping each other, but it's going to be a battle of the minds between the two veterans.
Yep, to be an XP laner in the current metagame, a lot goes into it. Mind you, that is the tenacity on the Arlet that Ryota is rocking.
All right.
Yep. A little bit of action in mid. Oh, quick take for the Little Wanderer already.
All right. They're upping the pace, RSG, and they seem to be quite good with their tempo in the early game. Things are going according to plan so far. And for ONIC, I don't know. What's the plan here for ONIC? When do they actually want to fight? Because they seem to have a lot of damage in the late game in terms of the Brody. In the mid game, they do have Super Fins as well.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, when are you brave enough to fight? It seems to be the answer there. Although Ryota seems to be fighting a bit of a 2v1 on the top side before we could call that mid.
To answer your question, I want to see ONIC just trying to get skirmishes before or just around the turtle timers. Either before it or go for the counter punish, contest, play around the objectives. You have a Corino with you. You have a Valentino with you. Two heroes that, if members of RSG are caught low, you might end up seeing Sensui just maximizing the ultimate over and over again to secure those kills a la execution style. And at the same time, the Valentina, with how punishing it can be, ONIC need to play around the objectives here and don't be shy about it.
Turtles up, H2 and Sui on the scene. Ryota and Friends have hit their level 4. Light though, he's missing. Off camera!
All right, first blood on the bot side, and we have a scruffle here. It's 4v3, but RSG still gonna get one for me. That's flickering in, and H2O securing that turtle.
Oh, I said don't be shy about it, but you gotta be a little bit more careful than that. That's all across the map. A massive loss for ONIC. Light getting his Divine Judgment just in time to help secure kills. A win in a Retribution battle for H2. And again, this is against a Retribution Dueler Specialist and Sensui. RSG need to continue playing more like that all throughout the game.
Were we not just talking about how the macros are what matter? And it was macro that came through in that one moment. ONIC PH walked away with nothing.
ONIC got took by surprise because Exort was on the bottom side of the map. When there's a turtle up on the top side, you rarely see a mage on the bottom. And that really, I think Nets did not expect that at all.
Yeah, E is for excellence, ranked first and second in KDA this season for Eman and H2.
Exort. That looks like
Exort.
They do look alike.
Oh my goodness, they do look alike. So I'm not. Oh my goodness, I finally get it now. They are twins.
Making a beeline for the bot side.
They've been teammates for so long. Right? Years under Next Play Evos, and then
they're always
now
together.
Home in RSG. Yeah.
That's a Filipino saying. If you're together for a long time, you start to look like each other. But Sensui seems to be receiving a short end of the stick there. He's below half. And it's not a problem, though. Turtle is still 45 seconds in, so he's got time to recover.
Yep, the DOB keeping him safe there. Now, down bottom, this seems to be a pain point for ONIC, because how do you snowball, or how do you even get to a point where you can contest this second turtle coming up 20 seconds when nets can't even cross as much? That's a one thing that you do with a Kaja that you can't do with a Lolita. Like, you just threaten a kill just that quickly, much quickly.
Yeah, and the ONIC need to force a play somewhere. Just really be careful with it. But with the presence of a Divine Judgment against them, it's hard. But they do have a Divine Judgment themselves. So if they find an opening to get someone, burst them down quickly, do it. Net's actually already rushing the Malefic Roar to get his quick scaling up as a Brody, knowing that he is behind against a carry.
Yeah, just rely on good hits, good poke, base damage galore. Nats using the bravest fighter. That actually, I'm not sure why, but there's a final slash Rio. They're trying to make something happen here. Exort very safe on the backside, and H2O will still secure that turtle.
I'd say inevitable ult, and they're going again!
Oh, there you go. Like you said earlier, that is a great ultimate, but not just in the hands of Light. It's also in the hands of Super Friends.
Oh, now they're going straight for the Tier 1 out-of-this-world conversion from RSG Slate. Can they take H2?
Yeah, H2 seems to be quite hefty with all the gold that he's accumulated by being in the lead.
Conversion, you mentioned it, Leo, and that's exactly what RSG is doing with every play. It isn't just for the kills. Every kill they get, every push that they get has to convert to an additional thing. And it seems like everything that they get always leads to a turret or more kills or a major objective. And I feel like in that turtle fight, ONIC PH were quite hesitant. They had an angle for a flicker and then a Divine Judgment coming in from Super Friends. They decided to wait for the ultimate of the Farce and of course the entry of Eman. But that moment of hesitation ended up being ONIC getting caught with their pants down, and RSG didn't hesitate to push forward and attack.
Yeah, nothing too fancy. Yeah, it's just fundamentals. That's the reason why they got that. That's why they call it pandamentals.
And it's the inevitability of that Divine Judgment. It's a two-step plan for ONIC. They have to get it via Super Friends, and then Kakarot has to be in a position wherein his ult matters. But wait, Sensui.
Sensui playing with fire here, literally, because he's got multi-essence.
Right.
But yeah, H2O also has that.
RSG knows. RSG knows. Like, he was baiting them.
They
right?
know the plan.
Yeah. He was like, oh, look at me, nobody here. Don't look in that bush.
And the presence of Exort as well has been fantastic for RSG Slate. His timing and usage of the Feathered Airstrike, either to get a slight advantage by clearing a nearby minion wave in the lane that they're contesting an objective around, or just using it in perfect sync with the other members of RSG. He's making the most out of it, making sure it's not wasted. So ONIC are going to go for the Turtle Tower Gambit. If they give up the Turtle, they're going to push the tower topside. In this scenario, best possible option here, but they're going to have to defend elsewhere or get more resources because this is actually a double Gambit. You lose a Turtle and a turret.
Not even, bro. It's a triple Gambit.
Triple Gambit.
They took the orange.
Oh, and they also took the orange buff.
Grand Theft Orange, and even Ryota's not safe.
Oh, like you said right there, the power of the Divine Judgment and obviously just pure mechanics. What? ONIC there, I'm not sure why they didn't go.
Yeah. He was smooth flowing, man.
That
Smooth
was
flowing.
too slow.
They were not going to spend the flickers to kill H2.
Amazing, amazing.
It's discipline.
right.
It's discipline.
It's discipline, yeah.
A lesser team would have just went, let's just take him.
Take this guy.
Yeah, but
he's in front of us.
Oh, yeah. Sensui got his own purple buff, and that made sense that they didn't go for H2 right away because they actually had the info that, oh wait, RSG!
Oh, they're really messing up so much. Kekedot, man. Great Fine Slasher coming in from Ryota. They're going for the chase, and they take out Light. That's great. That is actually the best case scenario in that setup.
Yeah, despite taking the most dangerous route out of that little corner, they went through that tier 2, and still just Light was the one who went down. Could have been disastrous if Eman was the one.
Yeah, looking at the items right now, that's actually a fleeting time on the hands of the Kaja. So this is a Kaja that only has the boots, the tough boots, and then a steel leg plates.
Yeah.
It's pretty much it. So
Glass Cannon Kaja.
Yeah, Glass Cannon Kaja, they're really just playing it for Flicker Divine Judgment. And because it is a brave decision to itemize like that and play it like that, it is working well for RSG because ONIC keep getting surprised with getting just picked off under tower or in key objective areas.
Conceal play, they spot out Nats.
ONIC, again, just using that conceal every time it's off cooldown.
Yep. Check this out. Eman taking the long lane, pushing that tier 2, so that this next Lord dance for the first Lord is going to be beneficial. ONIC has to take care of that lane before they can think of contesting.
Yeah, and for ONIC PH, any team would have thought that RSG would already be situated around the Lord with the lead they had. That's why they committed the concealed play, but they just didn't know that it was a split. RSG were splitting topside, and now with the map pressure like this, RSG can do this.
Yeah, it's time for RSG's conceal, and they will get Kekidot in the end. Great pull there by Super Friends. Will net them Nats at the very least, but it's going to be ONIC still on the back foot as RSG are pushing their advantage.
Gentlemen, the macros, again, the decision to make it look like you were going to get situated around the Lord, and then you split push topside. That's why ONIC were positioned that way, with Kekidut in that shrub closest to the Lord, with the other members of ONIC a little bit more back. Other than it being safe, they were also watching for a potential split push topside.
And even with a man down, RSG said, you know what? Numbers-wise, we're still ahead. We outgunned them. We don't outman them, but they just can't afford to contest. And even with that trade, they walk away with the first Lord. Looking at Light, he's still just rocking those weird little items that eventually will be built into something.
Yep.
Yeah, and that shows confidence, right, for RSG that, you know what, we're not going to die. I don't need to die. I can play a bit more offensive, and I'm not going to get punished for it.
And with the itemization here of Ness after going for the Blade of the Heptases, wants to maximize that first basic attack coming out of the Brody. But at this point, with the massive lead that RSG has, it's going to be tough for them to find a turnaround because their lineup, great for counter punish. They are lacking that little bit of wave clear. And a lot of their counter punish is up in your face dive. And up against a Farsa, Exort's timing still have been on point in this game. ONIC, it's going to be a tough uphill climb. It's an understatement at this point.
At best, they defend an inhibitor, but it looks like they're going to lose this one.
Yeah, definitely taking a lot of damage, not just on top side, but also in mid. That puts the inhibitors on the half here for ONIC and the RSG. They're still looking for their intro, and that is going to be Light. Kick it out, always victim number 1 for Light.
It's the best that ONIC can do. Again, they could have lost the inhibitor. Likely going to happen since mid was also in jeopardy. But now, they just lost their purple. So where does this put Sensui? Sensui is having such a tough time. Look, he's at least in the upper half, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, barely.
Yeah, at the very least, they've got the advantage of the question mark. What's Ryota going to do? There's a pull by since Super Friends here. H2O still taking a long time to go down. Will get eventually taken out by Sensui and RSG. They're happy with all the inhibitors down for ONIC.
ONIC takes H2, but RSG takes 3
Oh.
towers. And now there's a
Counterplay.
pull onto Kekidut.
Oh, that's going to be worth it.
Oh.
I think it's going to be worth it. Nats will take out that Kaja, but Nats,
Nats!
he flickers in with the bravest fighter. He is so confident. He is so brave. Oh, that Lapu Lapu, Eman, and Exort following suit. Double kill for Eman.
Not just brave, he's the bravest. And now Eman takes the orange. There's nothing left for ONIC.
RSG, Navs, is making the bravest fighter sound like a question, and the answer is Navs. Who is the bravest fighter? It is Navs. But this is, again, the fundamentals, the macro decision-making, how RSG moves together as a team, how they punish, how they play aggressive. It looks like they are still in top form right now as ONIC are just scrambling to find something, a little whiff of opportunity to turn this game around.
Oh, looks like they're playing for a conceal here, looking for Kekidot to go ahead and maybe pull 2 or 3 with an I'm offended flicker back, but they're a minute away. And Lord here already started by RSG, but half health. Oh no.
All right, I think Light has some information about where ONIC is, but they're not going to go and guess. They are going to make sure of that with the flicker in by the Kaja. Oh my goodness. All right, that's a pretty big ultimate being expended by Light there.
Yep.
So, yeah, RSG might have to play a little bit more safe here.
Oh, there's a divine judgment!
Oh, that's so basic. No flicker needed.
Yeah. He just bring out the lasso, the thunder lasso. I was like, oh, get over here, and
Yeah.
there's no way for you to go. RSG made that Lord take look easy, but of course, ONIC, they couldn't have contested that. They would have lost too much if they
Nope.
went, okay, let's just fight this. They couldn't.
There was no punish. Again, a clear mistake by Light. He thought there were two members in that bush wall,
Yeah.
which was once a wall, and then nobody home. But I guess just the gold advantage that RSG has and positional advantage just made it seem like it was nothing. Keketa could have gone for a punish, but he died first.
Yeah.
Fundamentals rising, bro. I'm telling you.
Here we go.
All right, there seems to be no lack of confidence here for RSG. They're walking straight up, but Light will get taken out. Nasi's trying to make something happen. Some good damage coming out from the Lapu-Lapu, but Kekidot not going to be long for the world. They can't stop the flow of RSG for game one.
My goodness. Way too strong, way too dominant, and most important thing, assertive and decisive were RSG in that game. ONIC couldn't find anything, really.
Even after that fumble, again, you could say that the fact that he flickered in and walked around that zone to, again, make sure that no one was even in contesting range for that Lord was still key. And there was I'd say that just shows how big of a margin of error there was left for RSG Slate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could probably have used all their battle spells. He would have come out on top there.
Yeah. Well, at that point, it was what? 7,000 to 9,000 in gold.
Inhibs all down.
Yeah, you can give up so many potential errors that can be counter-punished because ONIC had nothing anymore. They couldn't. It would have taken an incredible amount of mistakes, an incredibly miraculous moment in time to find that turnaround. And ONIC were trying. You saw them getting to the key spots. You saw them positioning, trying to find the right targets. But the lead was just way too massive for RSG at that point.
It would have been a laundry list of mistakes for any signs of life of ONIC.
Just to get
present.
the even.
Yes,
Yeah.
to even consider contesting. So now that begs the question, what's ONIC to do here? Because RSG Slate, this is the kind of position that they want to be in. This is where they can, again, allow Nat to go nuts, which he did so in the later parts of the match. But here in game one, we'll see in the analysis, Reptar's going to bring it to you and talk about exactly what went wrong for ONIC PH and what went right for RSG Slate. All right?
There's a lot of things went wrong there for ONIC
Yeah.
for sure. Like
We'll-
a laundry list for
We'll
sure.
go back to the draft. We'll go back to item builds, and then we'll see in the highlights wherein maybe there could have been a better punish. All right? It's Reptar bringing that.
Okay, going back into it, looking at the notes, actually one of the best things RSG did here is what I would like to call the objective split play, all right? Here's a new term. So in the key moments where, of course, if you're ONIC, you're going to be thinking, oh, there'll be 4 members of RSG here. It'll be a 4v4 fight. They love the objectives. They like contesting that. So we're going to match that. But the key thing is Exort in the first few objectives that we saw, major team fights, where did he go? The opposite side lane, either to, and actually not either, always to help Eman. In the times where we thought RSG would fight as 4, as 5, there are always 2 members in an opposite side lane converting into another objective, or a nearby lane to convert into a tower. That was the secret here for RSG. And Exort, he's been doing something that has flown somewhat under the radar. He actually has an encourage on him as a roam boot blessing. Picked up, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around the 5th minute or 4th minute, Exort picks that up. And then, of course, with the lead that they have, eventually, when he finally unlocks the blessing full on, that's even more attack speed here for Eman. And this was just, again, macro decision making of RSG, leading to big wins for them, and ONIC couldn't convert into anything. And also, down to the micro level, it boils down to the decision making in terms of the items and the rotations for Light. Of course, we pointed out his use of, well, getting the steel leg plates, getting the tough boots. That is a good amount of magic damage he'll have to watch out for. And of course, control abilities coming in from the Valentina and Ruby. Tough boots makes a lot of sense. You have the steel leg plates to negate a bit of the physical damage that can be dished out. And of course, the fleeting time to make sure he gets a divine judgment. All of the decisions they made opened up the field for an MVP performance from Eman. Again, this is just a classic RSG game. They met their early to mid conditions so that their mid to late condition in the carry, their gold laner, their Eman, would be met with ease, and it was a clean game for the young man who was at one point also the MVP of MSC 2022. As you see here, his map presence was just nuts. From the 5th to 10th minute, he was everywhere. This is what we are talking about, the objective split play. His partnership with Exort in terms of splitting the map for RSG. And that is a testament to the confidence of RSG, that they're willing to fight objectives 3v5, 3v4, because knowing that they have full trust in their team fight capabilities in those objectives, showing here as they win the first turtle, they were also able to win the second turtle as well, and at the same time, just split pushing the map. Here in the third turtle of the game, however, that was the third turtle, RSG decided to fight it out, and because of them having a Farsa with them, who was such a key member of their lineup, it was difficult for ONIC PH to fight because, again, we pointed it out, ONIC's lineup is very close range, divey style comp. They don't really have that poke. Even Brody's pokes require him to get to the target somewhat. And Exort's timings with the feathered airstrike, if he used them a bit too early, used them a bit too late, RSG would have felt this game far differently. But because Exort used them at the right time, it helped the other members shine. And, of course, as a support, what we call the support in the mid lane, you just want to do your best to help the rest of your team shine. And hence why Eman ended up getting the MVP bag because he was untouched. Ended the game with a godlike 7-0-1. Macro decision-making, that was the keys to victory, lads, and RSG met it to perfection.
It seemed like in the highlights, and again, just playing it back in my head, this is literally just moments ago, the win condition for RSG Slate was to make team fights non-fights.
Yeah.
Like, because again, you start with a Flicker Divine Judgment, they're already, what, a man down? You can't scuffle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that because that was the low kill game. Like,
Yeah.
they didn't need kills to win the game. It's amazing when a team can do that.
Yeah.
It's 6-10 the score.
6-10.
The 6 for ONIC were just punishes, right? For
Yeah.
Divine Judgment.
Yes, exactly. Or again, the bravest fighter being who?
Nats.
Right? Just being a little too deep, and then it was worth it all the way because again, they were trading 2 or 3 objectives on the way out. Now, what does ONIC do to bounce back from this? We'll answer that question in just a bit. But for now, let's go on over to the main stage. We have Mara Aquino with some fans.
Kasama natin ngayon ang miyembro ng MPL Battle Trip!
Yeah!
Yeah!
MPL Battle Trips! Let's go!
Let's go!
Cheer up, guys! Yeah!
Oh,
Yeah!
may cheerleader tayo dito. Okay, kasama natin dito si Lloyd. Lloyd, ano nga ba ang MPL Battle Trips?
Ang MPL Battle Trips, it is composed ng dalawang communities, community heroes and student leaders.
And Lloyd, ano ang role mo sa MPL Battle Trips?
Ang role namin dito is to, basically kami yung mga estudyante na who loves to play Mobile Legends, and also we play Mobile Legends bilang inspirasyon na rin para makamit namin yung mga pangarap namin sa buhay.
Ayan. Okay, so nandito kayo ngayon. Kamusta naman yung araw nyo? Kwento nyo kung anong nangyari sa MPL Battle Trips.
Okay, unang-una, pagkain agad ang pinigay sa amin, yeah!
Oh, anong kinain?
Chicken fillet, yeah!
Chicken fillet, yeah. Okay, paano kayo nakarating dito?
Sumakay kami ng bus.
Maganda yung bus.
Siyempre, at may pag-games pa nga eh.
May pag-games.
Namimigay ng dayas, guys! Namimigay ng dayas.
Namimigay ng daya sa
Yeah.
MPL Battle Trips. Okay, pagpasok nyo ng venue, ano ang ginawa nyo?
So, nagkaroon lang kami ng konting orientation kung paano nagwo-work itong buong ligang to. Basically, pumunta kami sa production crew, sa mga casters, sa mga players na rin.
Oh, sino yung caster na na-meet mo?
Marami sila, Boss Manjin.
Sino favorite?
Boss Manjin,
Oh,
syempre na rin.
kunyari ko si Manjin. Paano ba si Manjin?
Yeah! Yun na lang.
Oh, yeah! Okay, nakita mo yung mga players.
Yes po, nakita ko po ONIC and RSG Philippines.
Kanino ka
Dalawa.
na starstruck?
Pinaka-na-starstruck ako kay Light eh.
Oh, nakamusta mo siya? Nakausap mo?
Yeah, sabi ko good luck eh, tapos sinapiran ako.
Okay, kung part ka ng MPL, ano ang gusto mong maging? Anong gusto mong gawin para sa MPL?
I want to play.
You want to play?
Yeah.
For what team, kunyari?
Sabihin na natin RSG.
RSG, okay. Kanino yung parang similar play style sa'yo?
Roamer ako, so idol ko si Light.
Light! Okay, nasaan na si Light? Anong mensahe mo kay Light?
Light, I love Light! Yeah!
Etong community natin, ano pa yung mga ginagawa nyo?
Basically, community namin, nagpapalaro kami and namimigay ng Diaz. Pero, nag-start na rin magkaroon ng mga events na kung saan dinadala tayo sa gantong klaseng liga.
Oh, guys, did you guys have fun today?
Yeah!
Dami nilang ginawa. Okay, parang sobrang interesting nito. Can anybody join?
Yes, can anybody join sa student leaders? Meron kaming MLBB studentleaders.ph.
Ano yung FB page?
Yun nga, MLBB Student Leaders
di pala ako
PH.
nakinig.
Sorry.
MLBB Student Leader Page. Alright, ngayon, babalik na tayo sa ating mga casters. You know how I do it, right? Now you're part of MPL for today. Pasok natin sa casters.
Casters, pasok!
Great to hear from our community always. Again, the student leaders, they're currently on their battle trip, wherein they're immersed in the league that they all love. Once again, back on desk, we're bringing you Game 2 here to see if ONIC PH can, I'd say, clutch a Game 2 victory so that we can go the distance. On desk, we're about to talk about how exactly they can do that. Rockhart, your thoughts?
Yeah, so I have a very, very big question. So, Reptar, what is the biggest thing that ONIC can do to get back in this game?
I feel like they should just play their game, and as I would like to say, go on a battle trip. Yeah.
All right, so we can go into the details more as we go into the draft, all right? We're going to see exactly what RSG Slate's pick is to stay red or go blue. And ladies and gentlemen, they have made a decision as the away team to go blue here. Game 2, which I believe after week 4, I haven't really done the calculations past week 4, is sitting at 54% win rate. There's a sudden shift in the wins here that if you go first pick, you're winning more. And that's exactly what they're doing here. They're banning out the Diggy, banning out the Akai, and then ONIC PH answers back, taking out the 1-1 and the Joy. Yeah.
It's one pick, but it forces your opponent to really react. Because if they don't react, if they just like stand there and not answer what you're doing, they're going to be left in the dust. And we've seen that time and time again.
All right. So we have to talk about here. The Valentina is open for RSG, so sort of like how ONIC also prioritized the Valentina earlier. However, with the pattern of the bans here, this opens up the Lancelots and the Hayabusas of the world to show up for both teams, actually. Although ONIC still do have the Grok pickup in the jungle, all the others that we mentioned earlier as options. So RSG, they can go ahead and do with their usual thoughts of prioritizing picks for X-Sword. Maybe they can even show Glue at some point. However, the Glue, Lapu-Lapu, with Lapu-Lapu still open, that is still a matchup to consider. Arlot is available as one of their picks later for their second set. Valentina looks like the most likely, so there it is.
Yep.
So ONIC PH, honestly, I'd want to see them prioritize a Farsa right now. I'd want to see them have someone who can poke, who can control, so that they can do something similar to what RSG PH did earlier, which was to make it a non-fight. End the fight before it even begins. Have that poke damage, that control around mid. The Kaja is also available, but them mimicking exactly shouldn't be the case. So we mentioned that earlier. The Lancelot gets picked up by Sensui right away, but that means the Franco is available for RSG. The Atlas, the Cho is available for Light.
Yeah, Nets is being added, Sensui rather is being added to one of the teams of players. They're very willing to first pick a Lancelot, which is starting to become a trend.
That's why they banned it earlier. That was one of their first 3 bans. Now, the question, do you even prioritize Light's pick this early? Because again, there's so many options. You mentioned the Franco, you mentioned the Cho. Hell, we haven't even talked about the Kaja or the Lolita.
Yeah. You haven't even needed to, because Light just can play all of it.
Yeah, hence why it might be XP and Gold right now, so Arlott plus a Bea, or maybe Arlott plus a Brody if they want to be safe, but I want to see them pick up something like a Beatrix even, or wait, no, you actually see it
that's
getting
pretty
hovered there.
good.
It's a Claude instead, so that's Arlott plus Claude. I'd want to see RSG/PH balance their lineup with something that can also scale a little bit quicker, hence why, since now they're going to second phase, ONIC might actually take away the Hayabusa at this point,
But you know what
so that H2 doesn't get it.
But you know what I noticed? Valentina and Arlott could be brothers.
You mean siblings? Why?
They look like they look like each other.
They
Because
have
they're colored
their
hair.
They have their fringe
Their
on the
hair.
opposite
Yeah,
side.
they look like they could be your siblings, Rockhard.
Well,
You-
no,
at-
before.
at
Maybe
some-
before.
Yeah, but at some point you've rocked those hair colors.
Yes,
Just
you're
not
correct.
that red streak. Maybe that's something new for you to do. And here's something that isn't new, but
Nah.
Super Friends revisiting
Here we
older
go.
ideas. They rock the Kaja. Excuse me, Faramis.
Yeah, classic. Very
Yep.
classic Valentina Faramis matchup.
But the Kaja's still out there.
Yep.
All right, now, if I were to be sitting there or standing there as the coach, I'd slowly take away the Light picks, right?
That's true.
First off would be the Lolita. Since the Faramis is now part of the equation, take out the Lolita. Like, that's going to be super key. And if it's Light, again, my expert opinion is just don't give him. Just don't give him the Lolita.
yeah,
Do
come
not.
on, bro.
Must not take it away. Lolita Hayabusa might be the bans here for ONIC. It's still the Marta, so they're taking away the safer junglers. It's like they want H2 to get the Hayabusa, but them getting the Hayabusa is perfect because that means they'll have a potential early to mid condition so that they can cross it on over for their Claude in the mid to late.
So it seems like the play here of ONIC is just, what? Light heroes? Never mind. I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to touch that. Let's go ahead and pick on H2. Maybe that's worth a shot.
Something tells me that's the only other direction to go. It's like, don't even bother wasting one roam ban because we left all of them open. So let's just play around them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Now, something to ask. Do you guys know, does Shadow Kill go away?
Yeah.
I think it is.
All right, so it doesn't
It
count like he is part of it. He's basically
No.
off map.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
he's
got
off
the
that.
body, son.
All right.
But the moment, like, because the interaction is, let's say, the Shadow Kill's done. If he's at the end of the Shadow Kill right beside Melissa undergo away,
pops.
he immediately gets, like, pushed out.
Okay. All right.
The biggest question is, what's the cast range, right? Is it enough if you have go away active?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
but it looks like they're afraid of just one.
Yeah,
One.
just one.
Just the one.
And I guess they can pick one of the others left on the swing back, right? Like they could go Kaja here, Lolita here, Kufra here, and then go from there.
Yeah.
Let's go for the Lolita, man. The Lolita seems to be the go-to here. I got a little sidetracked there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lolita seems to be a great. There's a reason why Leo keeps bringing it up. It's just so good.
It's real.
really good.
Yeah, so many AoE available. If it's not the Lolita,
Pick it
it
here.
might be the Atlas, but the Lolita is just perfect at
Pick it
this
here.
point.
Which means they should pick it here,
Yeah,
right?
they can pick it here. They have to, but then the problem
it.
is then ONIC's going to be lacking a magic damage. It's just going to be a lineup where it's just the Faramis doing most of the magic. So if RSG end up picking up a jungler later on that also has a good amount of magic damage themselves. Actually, no, their mid laner pick. Oh, well, no, it will be the Valentina. Let's see.
Yeah,
Okay.
Terizla.
Terizla.
So they're just leaving it open.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight attack into the Arlott. So it's going to be ONIC trying it once more. And it seems to be, I don't know, their lineup seems to be very, very dependent on physical.
Yeah, I somewhat understand it because if ever H2 does play an assassin like a Hayabusa, ONIC can just pick up the Hilda for Kekadut as their roamer pick.
That's why the Lolita's not so hot.
Yeah. But if this ends up becoming a non-assassin pickup for RSG, there it
And
is.
it goes up. It appears
The
anyway.
multiverse of light.
Yeah,
All right.
it's the I will come up with a punchline later.
There's like 2 or 3 lights in the building.
Oh, yeah, there are free lights.
Hey, that guy looks a lot like. Oh, wait, that is light.
Oh, yeah.
That's the actual light.
The actual light. And there it is. Karina pickup. We talked about it earlier. Magic. You need another source of magic damage for RSG to pair up with the Valentina. So if earlier ONIC had a lineup that has their bases covered, RSG also has a lineup that has their bases covered here. ONIC, though, there's going to be an up-close battle. It's going to be a Kaja pickup. So interesting.
Well, to be fair, Super
Interesting
Friends
decisions.
plays the Faramis in a very aggressive, magic-heavy style.
Yeah.
So we've seen that since his beginning here in MPL, and there's no doubt about it. It does kind of do the work, but it only does it to a certain extent.
Yeah, and this lineup puts a lot of pressure. And okay, we'll address it already. Kekadu, his job really just needs to be Divine Judgment someone. But this puts so much pressure onto Sensui to literally be the guy who's, hey, secure the objectives. That's your one job. Because, and then the pressure onto the second member is, hey, Nets, do your 2 jobs, which is stay alive and get your farm. That's one job. And then eventually do the late game damage.
So here, folks, you see why the whole micro is set, but the way it goes in the macro might be where things fall apart. Hoping that ONIC PH are able to figure that out. Again, a laundry list of things to do right in a game wherein you're facing off against the Kingslayers in MSC title defense mode.
There's a reason for that. It's going to be an uphill battle for sure, but the Hedgehogs, if they want a chance to make playoffs, this is one of the hurdles they have to go over here.
ONIC are really going to have to watch their spacing here, or they're going to end up becoming another team on the receiving end of a high light reel of light just landing Numenon Blast after Numenon Blast. And again, you mentioned this, Rockhart, the fact that RSG also has the Cult Altar for them, it is going to be an incredibly tough scenario for ONIC PH here.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
Thank you.
Yep, the high light reel.
High
Love
light.
it.
Low-hanging fruit, though, but thank you for the support.
It's there.
Yeah.
Now, talking about how this mid might go, we're looking at a punish because, again, you can't allow Light to get that groove. You can't have his mojo going into the mid game because that's how he ends up getting 4 or 5 dudes with the Numenon Blast.
That's right.
You have to keep him honest.
Gotta keep your eyes on the prize. If you're ONIC, it's very easy. It just feels second nature for Light to flicker on, even to do a backstep Numenon Blast, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
360.
360 backstep Numenon Blast. I mean, you
With theatrics.
with theatrics.
with a TP.
I mean, with a TV too. I mean, you
Whoa.
quite literally cannot do that angle, but you'll never know.
Yeah,
Might be
you-
able to be pulled off. but-
Someday, maybe, someday.
yeah. Oh, Light though gonna get punished here.
Oh, he's fine.
Okay, all
Force
right.
the flicker out though. That is a great call by ONIC to decide to chase after Light.
Yep. Oh,
So at the very least, there's good magic damage still coming in from ONIC in the early game from the Kaja's Ring of Order, as well as Faramis from Super Friends.
not just Light. I mean, Eman is also getting bullied now down bottom.
Ah, it's a 2v1 Nats. We've seen him play this one time and time again. And yeah, ONIC's very aware. They're not even going to try.
Oh, look at this. The pull by ONIC, and of course, the secure by Sensui. So signs of life here. Game 2. First turtle goes over to ONIC PH.
And this again boils down to the fact that ONIC tried to take down Light there on the top lane without the flicker available for Light. It was way too risky for him to even get close, get information. He didn't hit level 4 yet, so he didn't have a Numenon Blast. So RSG had to give that up. And now ONIC are checking the list of their conditions incredibly well because Eman is, yes, struggling against this Melissa, understandably so. And so RSG look to get a little bit more momentum in that lane, but Kekadut has the info.
Huge collapse here, and everyone can get pulled in. Beautiful stampede here coming in from Super Friends, and that's going to net 2 members of RSG for ONIC in that trade.
All right, y'all were saying that maybe ONIC is short on damage, but this is Super Friends' Faramis we're talking about. Back in Season 10, maybe only second to the M4 World Champion Sanji. Super Friends was, I'd say, second in line for the damage type Faramis.
Yeah.
And ONIC are, diving Eman!
Oh my goodness, look at that.
This is what we're talking about when it comes to ONIC PH. Their identity from the first half of Season 10 that took the Philippines by storm. the quick scaling tempo, the early group ups and team fights. That is their bread and butter. We have rarely seen it this season convert to wins, but right now ONIC should be happy that they're getting great control even after losing game number 1.
Oh, that's a lot of resources being committed, but that's going to be RSG coming away scot-free. I was about to say ONIC seems to be a lot in their element after that, but yeah, starting to show a little bit of a sign of just being more careful again.
And it's come to the point where RSG are playing defensive. Like, they're not as, I'd say, confident as in game 1. So they're respecting this early lead.
And now, let's see how many bodies are going to be committed to this turtle. Really low here. Who's going to get it?
Yeah, that's Exort doing pretty good damage at the poke.
Oh,
Very
Ryota!
beautiful entrance by Ryota. And it's not going to be enough to take out any bodies, but enough to zone him out. Light with the Numenon Blast. Even with that, and we are seeing the power of the final slash from that Arlot just doing havoc to the ONIC line.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's it. That's just beauty of fundamental pandamental.
A moment of silence for all the bodies that were left here near the purple buff red side of the map. ONIC PH, they put a lot of stock in that Melissa, but no. Just as soon as this Numenon Blast landed, it was all RSG.
It was a disaster.
And ONIC, you saw them desperately trying to play around their Melissa and nets, but RSG's just full-on committed 5, the counterplay of a lifetime. And we were talking about light. When we were growing up, we were told, hey, don't look directly into lights, it's bad for your eyes. But RSG in this, ONIC in this scenario needs to look directly into the light because they cannot get caught off guard from a off-angle Numenon Blast.
Man, y'all gotta make like Sandra Bullock from that movie Bird Box.
Yeah.
Like what?
Just cover your eyes.
Okay, okay, I get it. No, but they shouldn't cover their eyes. They have to look at the light.
So that's an oxymoron, right? Like, how?
Yeah.
It's a paradox.
Yeah, and the problem is when you get older, they tell you don't walk towards the light as well. So
That's kind of grim, man.
Took a turn there.
That was kind of grim.
From one of 2021's best-selling Netflix films to just...
No, but I understand because ONIC actually walked into the light in that scenario, and they were just treated into just a chain of ultimates that they all ate up. And that's what ONIC has to watch out for here. They can actually still set the tempo for the team fights. That shouldn't let ONIC be dissuaded by being a little bit more aggressive. They have to continue this aggression. Yeah. I like what they're showing so far. They shouldn't think twice about being a little bit more eager to get those turtles. They just have to watch out for the counter punches that will most likely come from RSG.
That seems to be a very effortless turtle being taken by H2O. It's a 2v1 once more.
What?
I'm going to have to reiterate, Nat's just so used to these 2v1 scenarios.
He had no business surviving that. I swear he saw the light, and here, this actually is light. He didn't even need the help.
Nats looked like a Lancelot in that scenario. Dash, 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 flicker, get away safely. And ONIC, again, that was the right play to do. They are doing what RSG did with that turtle objectives, the objective split, wherein, yes, they contested the turtle, although RSG, H2, terrific retribution dual win there. But ONIC wanted to convert that into the bottom lane instead, but no, they just couldn't take that Arlot down. And again, that's the power of tenacity on this Arlot. The lower he is, you realize he's going to go down. Nope, it's going to be a lot more to take an Arlot down.
RSG looking to reconquer this part of the map. And just like that, 8 minutes in, ONIC just lost that, 2K lead?
Yep. Yeah, we're back on even Stevens on the gold, and that's not somewhere you want to be, considering your team, ONIC, has a Lancelot, which does fall off eventually.
Yeah, the whole make it a non-fight gambit still stands, though. The fact that the Rakaja is on ONIC's side, they can just as quickly here in the mid-game try and get for it.
Yeah, and so far Exort has been picking up the... he's been holding on to the Cult Altar, so he doesn't really have that Divine Judgment option compared to last game. So it's a little bit of a different scenario.
Yeah.
Gold laners pretty even Stevens when it comes into the gold, the items built up. So we aren't going to be seeing a disparity here. Although, of course, in terms of raw... Oh, Gekajute!
There we go. Finally utilizing that Divine Judgment in one of the cleanest ways possible. That's a kill going over to ONIC. And Lord will be spawning soon, so maybe they can make something out of this.
Yo, Eman didn't see that coming at all. No one saw that coming at all. I mean, that kind of rotation, that kind of movement, usually is not done, but oh, mid.
Yep, right there. Exort wasn't close for the Cult Altar as well, so 4v5 is how RSG is going to have to fight this.
Yep, RSG, they're not hitting the Lord, they're delaying it, they're waiting for Emma to come back, but ONIC PH are starting to rush this Lord quickly.
Good zone by Nets as well. Lord is in half. Sensui, what's it going to be, ONIC? The rest of ONIC are just waiting for H2's move here.
Oh, from a sprint down to a crawl, it looks like ONIC have lost the chance to make this a free Lord.
Yeah, we're back on 5v5 now.
Oh, because of this, that gives RSG positional advantage. ONIC knows that
Light.
Light is there.
Oh boy.
Hello. They found it.
Hello there.
Okay, good thing Ryota walked into that bush, because if they didn't find Light, that would have been a big win for RSG. But
Yep.
ONIC still playing this real smart, even though they lost their advantage. They are still contesting. Good call. Conceal.
Oh, that's a big conceal. They're going to be put on H2. And Light once more just hitting everyone with a hammer. And Kikadot's going to be falling victim to that right after RSG takes that Lord.
All right, with a takedown on Kekadot on the way out, I'd still give that a win. ONIC!
Oh my goodness, go away! What are you saying? I'm not going away, I'm going straight to your face!
Yeah, and that's a good call. RSG needed to do that because they needed a little bit more conversion, because
All right.
ONIC actually secured the Lord, Sensui still being able to win the Retribution duel against H2. So that is the sliver of hope for ONIC. RSG Slate, them forcing that play was just them trying to minimize the ONIC win in that scenario.
Okay,
All right.
never mind. You know what? On the way out, H2 took the purple away from Sensui. So now it's RSG's winning. They're just going to take this Lord down like that.
Yeah, the Lord's going to be walking up on top side. And obviously cleaned up very easily by RSG.
Yep. RSG now have a 500 gold lead. And it's not so
Interesting.
simple. It's not so simple for ONIC now. We have
Not
a ball game.
quite.
We have a ball game.
So right now, it's going to be RSG once more just clearing it out. And it's going to be a long wait for the next opening unless they can pull off some miracle play from Ryota. It's going to be difficult, honestly, because now RSG seems to be more aware. Although ONIC, obviously, they're in a better state than they have been all series long.
Of course. And now they're trying to make a play for bottom lane. This is a good step. Again, it's a minute and a half until this Lord spawns. Sensui taking down this tier 1 down bottom. What's bothering me is the fact that mid tier 1 is still standing. The rotations from ONIC aren't going to be as clean. It's not as simple to say, you know what? Nets shouldn't die. Superfree shouldn't die so quickly because they need to take care of that main artery.
Yeah, what I want to see ONIC try here is that, of course, play around the idea that you still need to push mid. So threaten position in the Lord, show that you're going to contest it, but at the same time threaten the mid of RSG. That forces RSG to defend the middle, maybe expand resources there trying to defend. Let's compare the gold laners, check up again. So far, it's a slight lead here for Eman, 800 around that and counting, but it is already a Wind of Nature built for both marksmen.
It's just a matter of peel then.
Yeah.
Right? If you both can pop the wind chant, then it's just better positioning. I somehow favor Nets a little more. The fact that it's not such an all-in, like Blazing the Wet, I'm dead, or go away, I'm dead. He has better, what the kids say, auto-attack advantage.
And he has better teammates for the setup as well. Penalty Zone, Divine Judgment, even a Stampede coming in from Super Friends on multiple targets will make sure that Nets is the last line. He's the last guy to get hit.
Yeah, and ONIC needs to, especially Nets with his targeting, they have to understand that they will be receiving a good amount of damage as Nats actually build a blade armor. So that's a blade armor and tenacity on this R-Lot, meaning that this will be a difficult R-Lot to take down. At the same time receiving punishment. Here comes ONIC with a conceal play.
All right, Conceal, I think H2 spotted that out. Flicker is being traded here for Exort and Kekadot. That means we're kind of big even Stevens. That's one threat going down for ONIC, at least that Divine Judgment Flicker combo.
Yeah, but good news for ONIC. They still have their ults. For RSG, though, they know that there's no flicker on Kekidot, so everything is honest. Oh.
Yep, it's going to have to be a straight-up fight. Light charges the Numenon Blast. That's going to be the Cult Altar popped in under the fight. ONIC seems to be still quite ready to go for the offense. That's almost going down there.
A lot of green spent from ONIC. Now RSG are primed to take this. H2 with the pull.
Sensui's not going to take this sitting out.
Yeah, Dude still has his divine judgment. RSG Slate, do they know? Did they acknowledge that Kekadude has not yet used his ultimate?
Just call him Dude.
Dude.
Sorry, Kekadude's a bit too long.
Kekadude.
So I just called him Dude.
Yeah, we can.
It's in the name.
We can.
Just
That's
Dude.
fine.
Just Dude.
Mr. Dude right there.
All right, Mr. Dude is still threatening the DJ. And just like that, both teams show massive respect.
Yeah, this Lord Dance has been going on for at least a minute and a half.
Oh,
and this
oh my
time around,
goodness.
Nats have had enough. There's a final slash, but it only slows down Kekadude and Super Friends. Light's going to be the one to fall victim here. Cold Alter will keep him alive. Exhort going for the chase. He's got good damage. There's a penalty zone. The Numinal Blast is charged by Light. And it hits 2 under the turret. And Sensui will fall soon here. Able to get out with the 4 rows, but Eman's on the back with the Blazing Duet.
Oh, masters of the Lord Dance, of the fight. The Raiders have their eyes set on ending this here and now.
There's a pull by Super Friends.
Whoa.
Taking down Light. But there's a wave. There's a wave.
They still have it.
Can he do this?
They don't
Is
have
the
much,
defense
but
going to be enough?
They have the basic attack. I don't think they do. Ness is back. Kekadude is back.
Oh, he's back.
They can't end it.
They're still here.
They're still here.
It's the Dude.
It's the Dude.
The Dude and the Friends. They're able to defend.
Friends, Dude, and Nets. Kekadude has his eyes out on chasing down Exort, but look at Exort just dashing and weaving. He needs to get out of there.
You got some item advantages, but you cannot take that fight.
In that crazy scenario, I ended up creating a new word, the mix of dodge and dash, doshing.
Doshing.
He doshed left and right, and now ONIC with a turnaround. Just like that, they get the Lord. What a crazy sequence. This is 2 nights in a row you've done this to us, ONIC. Putting on a show. They lost game number 1, but they are not giving up. Taking it to the Raiders.
It seems like ONIC just finds moments of brilliance like this right when they're on the cusp of losing. This is basically shades of the barangay. And I'm liking it. Again, for this moment, that 10 seconds that Remar lost it and created a new word in the dictionary, like, it's worth it. And they're still here.
Some of that Venom's just kind of brushing off on ONIC here from the Barangay Omega.
Yeah, we talked about Omega timers for a long time. What about ONIC timers?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. But they'll have to prove that here in the season. But so far, we are seeing, at least in this game, they're making it work.
That is the second Lord. This is so weird to see that throughout this whole debacle, it's ONIC who's been scoring Lords.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. With Sensui winning that first retry duel against H2 for the first Lord, and then the second one, which we just saw, RSG may have been a bit too eager with ending it there, although they still had Emma near the end there. Maybe the call would have been better to secure that Lord. Hindsight is 2020. At this point, we see it as clear as day. ONIC in the lead, in the siege, with RSG Slate with their backs on the wall. Ooh.
Yeah, that's good damage on the inhib. At the very least, they have to take it out so that this Lord is going to be worth it. Somehow, it still stands. They pull back, kick it out. That is a big problem. Will Kekadude do it again as well? And there it goes. Light with a Numinal Blast to everyone in the face. But look at this. Super Friends doing good damage to multiple targets. Those Ghost Bursters, they hurt, man. They hurt.
Oh, look at that sword. Oh.
And they let Nets get in those hammers from this Melissa. It's just too much. Now they're going to take more than just one inhibitor. They're going to take all of them.
Look at the dash for Sensui.
All right, Eman, he's got the wind of nature, I think, so maybe that's why he's able to stand there for quite a bit. But they're going to have to dash out. They're going to have to clear these waves. They want to stay alive in this game. Sensui so far just sacrificing immortality to get that turret.
So fast, the minion waves.
What's it going to be? Is the clear going to be enough? It is! We're going to a game 3.
Okay. All right. What time is it? It's game 3 time. ONIC-PH holding on, finding ways to turn it around. And we're treated to another game 3 for this 5th week of season 11.
Off the back of an almost seemingly inevitable sweep, ONIC PH gather their marbles. Again, folks, it was just a two-man defense. The Dude and the Prince.
And you can make a movie out of that. So, obviously, it's...
I can only imagine the sequels.
Yeah, it's only going to get better here from that game on. ONIC looking like they seem to have this kind of form, this timer about them.
They might be lacking in the macro sense, but when it's clutch time, when it matters, that's when they figured out, hey, we can't let this go. Here's the window. I wonder if they can replicate that window or that kind of timing come the start of the game, because that moment after that almost impossible defense, that's prime ONIC. In Season 11, that's when I can say that is the best that they looked.
Yeah, clutch time ONIC PH.
Maybe that's it. That's clutch time. Maybe that's their time.
I'm hoping to see more of them. Now, exactly how they did it, we're going to go over to Renmar Santa Cruz.
We saw the big moments of it all clear as day, so let's talk about the micro decision making this time around, the little details. We've made a great point of the macro decision makings of these two teams. Macro meaning the big overall rotations, but let's talk about first with the picks. So, for the side of RSG slate, they, again, very balanced. They have their conditions from early to mid so that they can also set up for the mid to late. And plus, having the Lolita around as a counter punish up against a lineup of ONIC that is very compact. When you have a Melissa, when you have a Kaja, and of course a Faramis together, you are playing a lineup that wants to play very tight to protect your marksman and make the most out of the ultimate of the Faramis. So the Lolita pickup, we saw there multiple times how Light would get 3-man, a 2 to 4-man Numenon Blast that would be followed up by RSG. Now, we have to revisit a classic interaction as to why Claude sort of fell out for a moment. When Claude's blazing duets are used and the opposing marksman gets to time the use of the Wind of Nature really well, the Claude will somewhat struggle, because then you're left up against all the members of your opposing team that you couldn't take down with your blazing duet. And now they have free reign to either crowd control you, chain you, try to burst you down, and punish you. And that's the thing with the lineup of ONIC being centered around the Melissa. If RSG cannot get nets down, nets will go down. Hence why, even though this was such a huge gambit for ONIC, fielding a lineup centered around the Melissa plus a Faramis, Super Prince's signature aggressive magic damage in your face Faramis came out on top and will come out as the MVP of the game. Now, those are the little details in terms of the hero interactions. Of course, we see both teams having tools for beginning to engage. However, the thing for ONIC is one of the reasons why they somewhat struggled after RSG would be able to get the earlier objectives of the game is because they're so ulti dependent to initiate that in the moments where if they can't get those initiations converted into kills, RSG has a strong counter punish. The main tool for counter punish that ONIC has is actually more counter survivability with the usage of the cult altar of the Faramis. Now on the side of RSG slate, we saw there, they have strong initiation plus counter punish. That's why the balance. It is ONIC leaning heavily into one idea of a draft versus RSG having all their bases covered. However, now let's talk about the big picture again. It boiled down to key members of ONIC surviving in key scenarios. So let's revisit there. The Numenon Blast from Light, the lead up to which we thought will be the end victory here for RSG. They were able to get the kills there. Even though this Numenon Blast landed, were they able to get nets here? No, they will not be able to. The Wind of Nature was up on him. And you see there, after using the Blazing Duet, Claude had to get out. In the key big moments of RSG, just needing to maybe secure a wipeout, maybe eventually secure all the objectives in there in the end with the turrets or maybe the base, they couldn't because ONIC made sure they also had members still alive to either defend or to make sure that what RSG got isn't everything. They'd give them something, 3, 4, but there'll be at least 1 or 2 left to defend and hold on for ONIC.
Fellas, y'all see that winning victory close-up cam on Super Friends, it looked like he sighed such a huge breath of relief. Like, because even in that defense, right? Even in that defense, it was possible. RSG Slate could have punished them the same way that ONIC did just mere moments before that winning moment. Before we move on and discuss where this brings us, again, it's a best of one. We'd like to invite all of you to experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live here at the Shooting Gallery Studios in Makati City. Tickets are now available via ticket2me.net. Get yours now. We would love to see your beautiful faces smiling, enjoying MLBB Philippines esports action right here. Now, best of one, where does this put RSG Slate PH, like mentally speaking?
I like RSG in best of ones just because they're able to really eke out like who actually wins in lane. Usually after like when they go to a game free, they're very, what's the word?
Eager?
Eager, yeah. I was gonna
Aggressive.
say, you know, really want to get that kill in the lanes, and that's when Nats really is unleashed. I think those are the times when you'll be confident that Nats is gonna take that win in the lane. Even though earlier he was surviving 2v1s, this time around he's probably gonna fight you 2v1 and win. He's gonna pick up those kinds of heroes.
Yeah, and I feel like with what happened there with RSG Slate, of course, the draft went well. It was just one of the things as well that we've noticed about RSG Slate, of course, in the earlier point of the season, they were trading wins-loss and wins-loss. One of the things that we've noticed about RSG is that when the fundamentals slip, when they are a little bit too eager to win or end the game, win a specific team fight, try to get one objective, they don't take into account one or two key things that the opponent still has or didn't lose to turn it around. And that's what happened there in the end. He's like, RSG Slate, we want to end it. We'll win it right here. But then they didn't take into account respawn timers maybe, the fact that they didn't have their marksman up already, the fact that Prince was able to get Eman, and then at that point you should have backed off. Those little things at RSG that Coach Panda before has mentioned in interviews that once they get to the boot camp, he'll give a talking to the players about.
It seems like the fundamentals, again, analogy here, metaphor, it seems like it's a list of things to do, right? Like A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
Maybe there's A1, maybe there's C2. But it seemed like after that moment, after that defense by KK Dot and Super Friends, it's like what comes after this was not in the list. So what do we do here,
Yeah.
right? Now that brings us to talking about what ONIC PH might be thinking and where they're at going into Game 3. It's their choice now. Home, away, home. They're home in this best of 3. Do they stay blue?
That's a good question. I think blue is pretty good. I still take
Yeah.
that advantage.
Meta-wise, right?
Yeah, I'd still
Blue-
take that advantage.
Yeah, blue side has a, if I'm not mistaken, around 60% of, it's like a 60-40 split, somewhat, not perfectly 60-40,
Close to
maybe
it.
around 57 math, yes, difference. So at around that rate for both teams, for the blue side. So blue side most likely gonna win in this season.
Yeah, the possibility of a first pick Valentina, a first pick Fredrin, it just throws off a lot of teams, and
Yeah.
it forces the other team to react in ways they're not always ready for.
Exactly.
And you're able to just compose your lineup much, much better. I mean, comfort-wise, it seems like on the swing back, there's a lot of expected picks for red side when you go into, say, slot 4, right? After the two bans, the 4th slot. Because, again, funnily enough, here in my own notes, I literally wrote, instead of Lolita, I wrote Light. So the hero
Light
picks go
Lolita.
Valentina,
Yeah.
Arlott, Claude, Light.
Light.
Because again, that's how expected that Lolita was, and it did amazing things. You play back the highlights, don't show the final moment, and you would have said, yo, RSG Slate won this game. Because of
Yeah.
how great that Lolita was. So, again, talking about how the draft order might go, yeah, ONIC might pick blue here. Because again, you're just able to really dominate whatever that 4th pick was, and then say the red side was safe picking that last slot. Rarely matters. Like
Yeah.
you're just usually, I know what that is.
Yeah, and to give it further context, before yesterday, blue side actually had a 12-game win streak. That is insane. That is rarely seen, heard of. I don't think in my history of casting for MPL Philippines that I've heard that blue side or red side or a specific side won 12 games in a row before yesterday.
Dang.
Tossing laro, bago matalo.
That's
Exactly.
that's not even numbers. That's just facts at this point, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a clear advantage, and we know why. We've been saying how over and over again, and the coaches, I'm sure, are very aware of that. It's just, I guess, you gotta tailor it to who feels who at that specific day. Like, is Light feeling it right now? Is he confident to go for it? Is H2O ready for that? Lancelot first pick again? You know, those are things that you gotta weigh in before the day starts and when you get to a game free before the match starts.
Speaking of H2, he did pretty well on that Karina. Love his Martis, though, from game 1. So, again, it's ONIC's call, though. You can't first pick Lancelot if it gets banned on the way out, which I believe ONIC banned, first in game 1. Despite losing that game, they had a pretty solid draft. Speaking of which, let's go into game 3. Folks, it's ONIC's choice as to which side they're going to be playing here. And, yep, they are blue!
Ah, there it is. And there's the first pick, Lance. Right on cue.
The money.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Good thing they did it because now, again, I feel like that's going to be the trade-off here. Will RSG be willing to give up the Fredrin? Are they going to ban it out now that the Lance is gone? Because that's like it seems like that's the trifecta, although we can actually make it a square of interactions. You have Fredrin, you have the Akai as the usual direct, Grok is also an option against the Fredrin, Lancelot's also an option against the Fredrin, so that's like the square of in terms of like jungle priorities, and then the other ones come in, of course, with both Fredrin and Akai off the table. That's when we start seeing more Hayabusas, Lancelots, things like that.
And then you have like the Martis and the Hanzo just right outside.
Yeah, Martis and Hanzo.
So it's starting to become a circle.
Yeah.
So it's just a pool then.
It's a pool.
A lot of shapes. I struggled with shapes as a child.
Polygons.
Cool.
With that even more. A lot more sides. And now with ONIC still taking away the Karita pickup, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually end up getting the Ruby yet again. Although...
I was going to say.
Not early.
Yeah, not early. Maybe later on. If like in the first phase earlier, they prioritized Valentina, Ruby, Arlot, maybe they can go Valentina, Arlot, and then another pickup on their side here. Oh, but the difference is Diggy's gonna be open here.
Yes.
It was opened up in game number 1, but no one took it. So with the Valentina pickup here by ONIC, I don't think RSG will look into picking up the Diggy.
Oh, man. I have to say, once they stopped picking up that Ruby, they looked a lot better as well. So I don't know for ONIC.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you might consider that Kaja even more. In the hands of Light seems to be quite a deadly force.
Again, it's a solid, fundamental hero. The inevitability of the divine judgment, the conviction of Light saying, you know what, I find one, here they are, let's just do this, we have the man advantage.
It's not AoE, but it's a sure, almost always a sure kill.
Pretty sustainable, provides good vision. If I know Light to be a certain type of roamer, that's exactly what he wants in a hero.
Kaja Farsa again. There it is. So similar priorities of picks as with game number 1, and actually even the bans. Yes. So now it's an adjustment by ONIC. They pick up the Grok and the carry. So
That's pretty quick.
what I like it's a flex. That Grok can go jungle.
True.
That Grok can go roam.
EXP.
And then at the same time, you already lock in a sure banger of a hero there for Nets, which will make RSG think about already picking up their gold laner now so that they don't have to worry about the gold bans. But what will happen is that's going to be a bait because then ONIC will prioritize banning out the heroes of Nats in the second banning phase.
I wonder if we've seen Sensui play a Val jungle.
Not in Season 11.
Not yet, right?
I don't think so.
And
Yeah.
honestly, my only condition for Val jungle is make sure it's on a Kai that you're up against in the jungle.
To make it worth it.
Make it
to make it worth it.
Yeah. So now, with the aforementioned priorities, yes, they'd rather not wait for the Beatrix to be like left out as a straggler after the bans.
Yeah.
RSG Slate confirms it.
Yeah, let's have some fun with that Beatrix. We've had it as a win condition for a long time now in the hands of Eman. Don't risk it. I like it. It's a straight up matchup on the gold lane here.
Yeah, and the good thing about if hypothetically this Grok will go roam instead of the jungle, we do know that there is a slow getting their shot by the Kaja when he uses the Lightning Blade as a means to check around the shrubs. But having the Grok charging up the Power Nature next to a wall means that you don't have to worry about getting slowed by the Kaja, so that might be a little interaction that ONIC is thinking about as to why they're not, why they can make it as an option for the roamer here. So RSG, though, are still looking into the potential that this might be a jungle Grok instead of roam. They're still taking away the favored Natalia pickup here of Kekadut. If they take away another roamer ban here, though, that means that that's their pinpoint, that's their pinch point, that they want this Grok to go jungle, and they want a roamer pick that they would have foreseen already because they took out Kekadut's picks.
And Grok Jungle is actually great for assassinating these Beatrixes. So I wouldn't put past ONIC right here. And so far, I would say that just with this trio, it's already a deadly mid-game combo, right? With a late-game insurance policy.
Well, wondering what happened to the Diggy and the Faramis. Both were just completely snubbed this game. And even the draft, the bans rather, will tell you that, yeah, no, neither of us care.
There's a good chance it could get picked up as well. You know, you never know.
The roamer is still open
for the roamer,
ONIC, though.
Yeah.
ONIC has an open roamer, so maybe. RSG, though, not so much.
That doesn't do much against if ONIC picks it up, I mean, it gets punished by Farsa. Yesterday, we saw that a lot.
Yep.
And you can't really times journey out of a Divine Judgment.
True.
So the
Okay.
Diggy's starting to become more unlikely by the second as I list those down.
So I guess it's just the Faramis and the Lolita then.
Seems better.
It's those
Yeah.
two. It's that dichotomy.
I wonder
Feels
if
better.
H2 is willing to play a Fanny here.
Oh, yeah.
What? Yeah, I would love that. I always love Fanny games.
Not until you know where that Grok's going.
Yeah, you have to watch out for that. And I think they might put the jungle pick last. That's going to be an option here. XP lane, maybe what might be the pick here. Benedetta or Paquito still available. Lapu Lapu, although yes. Again for Nas. Glue isn't on the board anymore. Interesting.
Arlott,
interesting
though.
choices. Oh, yeah, and Arlott, actually.
Still
no,
a
it's a Karina
Karina.
jungle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not going to take any unnecessary risks. I think that's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Fanny is kind of a little bit hit and miss on depending on who uses it as well. So.
Okay. So now, I wonder. I feel like that Grok is most likely going to jungle here.
I mean, it's ONIC.
Yeah, it's on it.
let's
That's
go.
one of their favorite pickups.
It's one of the whole Sensui things.
Yeah. If it's Grok jungle, maybe they can even pick up a Cho for them. So, yeah, Cho's still actually on
Cho
the
roam?
board. Cho roam. Oh, no.
Oh,
Wait a
never
second.
mind then.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. It's a Kai jungle
Kai
and
jungle.
then Grok roam.
Unless.
Unless. That might also be
They can
another
also
flex
swap
here.
that out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind.
This Grok can still go XP. At this point,
Here's
okay, nope,
the XP
there's
pick.
the actual XP.
All right.
Oh, wow.
So it's
No.
locked in.
Exort's life, Exort and Ammon's life aren't going to be so simple.
It's gonna be difficult.
That is a lot of eggs in the carry basket though. These are very tanky heroes.
Yeah.
Valentina for your magic damage potential, but other than that, it's all gonna be up to nets here in this
Yeah,
game.
it's a lineup built for the carry. RSG's lineup is a little bit more scattered in terms of priorities, who's going to be carrying who. But on the side of ONIC, you have mainly the carry to carry. The Valentina's your technically the third option because your Yuzhong is your second option.
Here's the Lapu.
Because the job of Ryota here is just going to be to dive, burst, Petri, clear, get out of there.
Just ruin somebody.
There needs to be a
Yeah.
tanky or super mobile XP laner for RSG. So they go for
Benedetta.
super mobile with the
All right.
Benedetta.
All right, it feels like at the later part of the draft, it feels like RSG kind of got forced into this though,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
It felt like they, in the second phase, it was more of them just falling into the hands of ONIC. But I think that's easier to point out because ONIC went in the second phase with a key flex pick in that Grok.
Blue side advantage, man. Blue
That's a
side
blue
advantage.
Again, you're able to flex and then clean up with those two picks, and then you leave your opponent to wonder, and then fix up their lineup after that. I like how this current metagame's draft and the patterns are so proactive. It rewards whoever makes decisions better, faster. One more look at the lineup before we go into this best of one. Again, winner takes all here, folks. Only one of these two teams walk out the victor. It's either ONIC Philippines or RSG Slate Philippines. Now, let's see how these junglers start out. Yep, it looks like it's a vertical mirror. Yeah, it's orange first for ONIC.
Just open it up. Very similar to what we saw from ONIC earlier. A lot of magic damage in the mid lane because of the Kaja, because of the Farsa. So their early game is going to be very, very potent, depending on how Kikidut kind of plays this out.
And it's tough for the dude. Earth and Force doesn't give you magic defense.
That's true.
Now RSG looming around the purple, trying to get information here for their side. Will they catch out either Sensui or Super Prince? But they are prioritizing the Lethal Wanderer. H2, of course, not yet there, but RSG good team play to secure the Lethal Wanderer for their side. So that's just a super slight advantage for them in that scenario.
So we can expect this to be a very slow game for ONIC, because that's how you want to play it. They just don't want to die until maybe Nets reaches maybe level 10, maybe level 9, and we can try to go for a fight. But it looks like Sensui gonna be forcing a lot coming out from the roamer of RSG here.
Oh, Light walks away. I'd say that's a great use of the flicker, by the way. Worth it.
Very worth it. There's a level 4. You can try to go for a kill onto Eman in the early stages of the game, but once more, we just have to wait for what the dude is up to.
And with the ONIC play there onto Light was very reminiscent of what they did to him in game number 1, where before the first turtle, they looked for Light, they pressured him, and then forced to use that flicker. Wouldn't be surprised if RSG wouldn't full commit on this turtle so much, but with how they're positioned, they might actually just do that because there's 4 members of RSG looming around the turtle. Seems like they're going to go for a heavy contest. But let's see if Light will go for the split and help out Eman in the bot. Nope, it's 4v4, the first turtle of the game.
It's interesting what Exort does. He doesn't come from the mid lane like usual mid lane mages go. He comes from a different angle. And that's so cool. But because of that, Sensui will have priority over that turtle. He's pushing it up on the Nats though. And the rest of RSG just happy to just not get taken out there.
And in true ONIC fashion, all 5 of them are suddenly in mid.
Yeah. And we have to point out here the little thing that Ryota did. So for a lot of people, you'll think as the Yuzhong, your job is simple here. Look for the Farsa, bump into her as the dragon. But in that scenario, knowing that Exort's damage isn't something to fear so much just yet, he actually committed those micro knockbacks, which of course now, because with the recent, well not recent at this point, the adjustments at the beginning of the season in our game, those micro adjustments act as mini stuns. So he made the most out of those knockbacks in the turtle pit to make sure that there is a clear advantage for the Retribution duel favoring Sensui. Nice little micro decision there by Ryota with big consequences for RSG.
Right, now slowly it seems that RSG are also back on the farm mode. So this time around, they're the ones who are going to play this one a little passive, which is exactly what ONIC likes to see.
Yep, ONIC gonna try to make a play for Eman down bottom. Look at this huge presence. That's 4 men.
They got a lot of tools to do it as well. Look at that.
Eman missed. I don't think he saw all of them.
I don't think so. But they're going to show up anyway, so ONIC is going to call it a day there for the bot side.
Yep.
A lot of people are starting to gather up on it there, don't want to risk their advantage.
Never mind, no business here.
No business here.
I think, nothing going on.
Oh, it's going to be big. H2O going to get pulled in. Wild Charge kind of slows down the backline attack here for RSG. But Light will take up first blood. Can't get the answers back really quickly, though. But ONIC, I don't think they're done.
Yeah, but that is a big win.
Oh, it's
Light with his own
RSG.
clapback.
Beautiful play there. And there you go. Eman making up for that miss earlier right on the docket.
All right, so even ONIC isn't in any shape to contest. If anything, RSG are in the lead here.
I think so, too.
They can go for turtle.
Yeah, good thing they committed that play onto mid, because if they played passive too defensively, ONIC would have had clear advantage over that turtle there. But RSG said, no, we'll try to get something back. And you saw what Nas did there alongside, if I'm not mistaken, Light. They immediately threatened the purple buff of Sensui, like an extra way to show ONIC that you're not getting their turtle. We've already won it. don't even bother contesting it. So earlier, if we saw a little great micro decision by Ryota, RSG showing up with their own here. It's with this game 3, it's fun watching these two teams trade it out like this in the small details of it all.
Right now, it's just RSG just feeling it out. And ONIC, I can sense them. They're trying to get that lead back. They feel like, oh wait, RSG finally had something.
Oh.
But look at that Sensui. That Akai evaporated.
Oh no, and now Kegedot
Oh!
this whole time.
Comes to the is Ryota gonna join in as a dragon?
no.
Pretty
No
basic
Prince.
there. Super Friends, what do you got? You have an ultimate? No, you don't.
Oh no,
Looking
Ryota.
forced to back off here, Ryota. Cancel on the back there by Light. That's pretty
no.
good. But on the bottom side, look at this. H2O seems to be very set to go for the attack on the nets.
Yep, Nets is fine.
This is fine, though.
So this whole time, Friends hit Nats with the Divine Judgment and no one followed up.
oh, man.
That's what's tough.
That was painful.
Absolutely painful. For ONIC there, they need to time those well together. If you have the Divine Judgment on your side, taken away by the Valentina, make sure you follow up. So now RSG Slate, because they're showing that they're always ready to follow up. Whoever sets up a play, whoever finds an opening, they've been following up well. And look at
And
them, they follow up.
Another one, and this time around, you can see the efficiency, you can see the deadliness of combos initiated together.
And that's the key word here for RSG Slate, not just in this game, but their entire identity as a team. Efficiency. Playing together.
And now that bottom about what? 3,000 gold ahead here. About 6 minutes, 45 seconds in. And because of that, H2 already in position here. Sensui struggling to keep even his own purple. Because Nats is going to threaten him here as well.
Here we go. This is what I'm talking about earlier. See, Nats, he's going to take these 2v1s in your face. And as usual, buying his teammates time all around the map.
Oh, even up top might be in trouble. Oh, Emma's just going to get his free go here.
Wow.
That's 4 members of ONIC. They can't punish unless... Oh. Nope.
Wow. Eman,
Never mind.
not even caring that there's a wild grok around the area, around these bushes. You gotta make out. You gotta be careful there, boy.
Oh.
Sensui, you gotta be wary. Not just because you're in the Kai, you can't get bursted. You saw what happened earlier.
Yep, there's a Kai that can be evaporated with the kiss that RSG has. Who's going to get the ultimate off first? It's a Divine Judgment for both teams. But we've seen it again, just like in game number 1. Light on this Kaja has been deadly for RSG Slate.
Oh,
he gets
there you
pulled.
go. This time around, it's ONIC with a skadoosh of their own. But it's going to be traded very quickly here by RSG, rather. And that seems to be a trade that they're going to be happy to take. Lord is going to be up in 1 minute, so they have time to get back in.
Kegedut.
But Kegedut, what an unfortunate check on that bush.
He could have sworn he was going to get away. I'm guessing he was hedging on the fact he had flicker.
Yeah.
But not with the amount of burst RSG was sitting with.
Yeah, and I think at that moment he just accepted the fact that, okay, if I burn my flicker, it would have been an even bigger loss. So I'm just going to take it. Sorry, y'all. See y'all in a few seconds.
Yeah, save it for the Lord fight, maybe.
Yeah, save it for the
Yeah.
Lord fight.
Yeah, Nets just wasn't ready yet. Like, if
Yeah.
Nets was sitting at maybe 2K, 3K ahead, and he'd hit that, what, in 2 or 3 minutes specifically, it would have been fine. They would have gotten someone on the way out, but not like this. Oh!
Once more, it's going to be the Dragon
Wow.
Warrior who goes down. That's Sensui taken out. And now Eman, look at this. This guy's confident with the Beatrix.
He has no dash.
Dashes rather forward, but he gets taken out because of that.
In a flash, too.
In a
Yeah.
flash.
Just that quickly.
Yeah, gone in a flash because of the damage that ONIC can dish out and the fact that he jumped under tower
And he used his dash.
and he used his dash. Eman, a little bit too greedy there. Those are things you can't
Oh,
do up
no.
against this ONIC squad. RSG now don't have their marksman for this Lord.
It's a 3v5. Friends with the flicker in and Divine
Whoa!
Judgment will result in H2O at least getting that Lord. Ryota not going to be able to make it out in time and not even able to escape with his life.
Eye for an eye, just dodging those pinwheels. Nets looking to punish. And with that, RSG is happy with everything that they've gotten on the way out.
What a turnaround. What a way to find small windows and turn it into big doors of opportunity to turn the game around here. RSG Slate And I like how they're playing around this Kaja. If it's not Light getting into key areas for the info, it's another member of RSG who has a good escape mechanism so that at least they can get the info. So that if Light has his flicker from a nearby shrub or a nearby area, he'll flicker in, pull, and then RSG will follow up. It's not just Light getting into the key areas. It's RSG playing well around their Kaja.
All tier 2s are about to fall here. RSG Slate knocking on ONIC's door.
Yeah, RSG basically bathing in gold because of that advantage that they got from those turrets. That's a lot of gold being influxed into the red side members.
Yep, and it's about 2 minutes until the next Lord comes up. But just the same, the fact that the map is red makes it all the more difficult for ONIC to even think of contesting.
They're quite happy to just take these as much as they can, just provide some pressure for ONIC, make sure they can't get out of the base and get any resources.
And one of the key things RSG has done here too is that they've kept their tempo going so that ONIC cannot get into prime team fighting position to minimize the chances that the Yuzhong will just tear through their lineup information. RSG's always like, all right, before the fight even starts, similar to how the game won, get a pick off, take one out, force ONIC to scramble, meaning that the Yuzhong can't fly in. A massive difference between the two. Oh, is that
All right.
stolen away? Or was that kept in by Sensui?
Gotta see in Sensui though.
Yeah, yes, it's on Sensui, so that's purple secured for him.
So
1,200 gold difference between the marksman of RSG and ONIC.
Right, so we're back on basically instinct mode here. Gonna have to play the map by ear. Where is everyone? It's just game of hide and seek around the land of dawn.
Whatever ONIC is thinking, it's not worth if it's Light.
Nats.
It might be worth it if it's Nats.
Maybe not.
Conceal, he's primed and ready.
But it seems like he has a feeling, right?
He has a feeling. He knows. He knows.
But just how much? But just how much?
Oh! Yeah, you didn't know that much.
Oh, it's their turn to clap back.
Here's a clap back. They will be able to get Ryota in the end.
Oh!
He's flying.
He's
He's
flying.
flying. He's flying all around the map.
Look at that dragon.
Even off map, he knew where the salvos would have come from.
Wow, great way to avoid him potentially getting taken out. He maximized the fact that he can, you know what, I'm not going to stay near the wall. No way in hell I'm staying near within your range of your feathered air track. I will fly on out of here. So what could have been an XP for XP trade is now an advantage for RSG, but look at this off angle by RSG. They're behind ONIC right now. They can sandwich ONIC.
The 4v5 ONIC is trying to guess where is RSG gonna come from.
Nets just picked up his Wind of Nature. Here's a crucial item pickup for the marksman.
Concealed by Kekedot.
Oh, they see Eman.
Oh!
Oh, he wasn't knocked out. He's able to flicker out. And Nats, he's playing it around there with the Electo final blow.
Oh!
Prince got taken out by Eman. What a shot!
And now Light getting pushed away. What we thought was ONIC's initiation or initiative was turned into RSG's, and now look, they're a man down.
They weren't ready to follow up to Kekedu's flicker wild charge. The range was maximized, but too maximized that ONIC couldn't even get close to whittle down Eman. They got some damage on him, but not enough to take him out. And at the same time, Nats was able to get there just in time. Look at Nats pressuring the mid lane. But is ONIC really just going to give this up? Super Prince is available.
giving
He's
it
up
up.
to defend.
No.
Super Prince is there.
It's the wild charge straight into the Lord. Eman takes out the jungler. Jungler down for ONIC.
And that's a second Lord for the Raiders.
Big win for RSG Slate. Again, everything just fell apart after they couldn't find the pickoff on to Eman. Nas showing up in time to save his marksman, to make sure Eman got away after that, and at the same time, his presence in the mid lane to pressure RSG, it scrambled them and said, do we have to worry about the Benedetta? No Super Prince is spawning, but it's Super Prince enough. What's gonna happen here? ONIC loses the Lord, and ONIC might lose this series here with RSG's massive lead on them and the Lord on their side.
Sensui has nothing right now, can't even leave the base. So the fact that the past few engages were non-fights is now exacerbated by the siege.
As usual, beautiful manipulation of the map by RSG. Easy takes on the inhibitors.
Watch
Seem
out.
to be ready to go for fights once more. H2O, you're all alone there over the wall. Lord is still alive. Who's going to make the initiation? It's the dude. Well, charges out. There's no way they can reach Emma now unless something happens with Ryota.
Exort's also waiting for his ult to come off. Cooldown, and there it is. This could be it. Watch out.
Could be it. No wild charge means that RSG should be ready to go for it. They pull back H2O, which is probably the worst target to pull back. And Ryota taken out mid-flight. The dude will fall as well.
No!
Oh no, he's alive.
The dude lives!
The dude.
He doots on! But how long can ONIC keep doing this? Because RSG Slate are still looming over the base of ONIC.
All right, good use of the Guardian's barrier. They're still here.
Oh, wild charge is up now, so Kekidot is ready. He's primed. He wants a target. Who's it gonna be?
Oh!
Extorts on the top side. Cancel on the feathered airstrike. Means it's a reset for ONIC.
They're still here.
They're still here. They're still doing it. What a defense by ONIC. They knew their targets. They knew who to watch out for. They always had eyes on Exort. They knew that they have to be careful with Eman. The more they pressure around the area where Eman is, the less RSG would be inclined to end it. It's still a massive gold lead here, though, for RSG Slate. Look at the difference in items for the Benedetta, for the Yuzhong.
Say what you will about what the map looks like, the numbers game, and what just transpired, but the fact that they're still here is a miracle. And now they're kind of trying to go for another pickoff. Not exactly going to get it on Nats. Now, Lord here up in about 15 seconds. ONIC can contest with a miracle play. Just one miracle play, maybe one solid heavy spin off of H2, but that's it.
Yeah, they're going to have to wait it out for the next Lord. RSG is no position to make a push.
They need a little bit more farm.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe if this Lord dance extends a minute, maybe two, then maybe we can start talking about it. Maybe we can start thinking about a contest.
Because right now, RSG, they have the advantage in items, but only for the next 2 to 3 minutes. After that, we're back on even, right? No matter what the economy looks like.
They're going for it.
It's a finish.
Can they finish
Is it a finish?
That's four!
Oh, okay.
Ryota.
There's no way. They can make it. They can make it. They're in. They're in.
They're in.
But
okay,
that's one man down. Kekidot, beautiful wild charge.
Just do
it's
it!
the pullback on the Exhort. He gets shut down.
He's doing it. That's massive. But in this scenario, ONIC are still going to lose a Lord as H2 pushed it. So now can ONIC hold on yet again? But H2, is he delaying it?
Yes,
He's
he's counting up to the 45-second timer. Lord will instantly spawn.
Oh,
Did he though?
He didn't.
He missed it.
He missed it by 1 second.
Oh.
1 second. Oh, that would have been a push.
A second off.
Lord is gonna spawn at 18:15 now.
And now that gives ONIC even more breathing room.
Or maybe that's what they want. I don't know.
Maybe they're delaying it even more because
They
they
want
knew
Exhort. Yeah.
That's true.
They
That's
need
true.
Exhort also
Alright.
around.
All
Makes
right.
sense, makes sense.
So two-step plan.
Okay,
It's gonna happen.
it's a big lead for RSG Slate, 8,000. But at this point, ONIC already have the tools to turn this game around. They're doing it from a defensive position. They have to be careful though. But we have to watch out for Kekidut. You have to watch out for Super Friends if we'll be able to get a Divine Judgment off. If not the Divine Judgment, then the Feathered Airstrike. Key ultimates to watch out for here.
You saw what that wild charge did earlier, right?
Yeah.
That was...
That was beautiful, and the walls as well. But the advantage that RSG has is they have more immortalities on the board.
All right.
All right.
So they're gonna
Checkpoint,
fit
checkpoint.
A wave at a time. A wave at a time.
One wave at a time, and they're making it work. So far, they are playing up around the Lord. We've seen this time and time again. ONIC knows how to play this.
Kekidut, 10 seconds before his flicker.
Snipe goes in. Exhort will be canceled by the Flying Dragon of Ryota. On the side, it's going to be Nats as well. It's a good clear here for ONIC. And once more, a Lord push being denied by RSG, from RSG rather.
Calm and composed. The ONIC took it again, one step at a time, one wave at a time. And now RSG are sitting thinking, all right, was that whole delay it till Exhort comes in worth it? Because ONIC is still on the board.
Yeah, it might have been better for them to fight that for, I don't know. The timings are, it was so easy to defend there.
Yeah, and at this point, though, it is a great defensive play by ONIC. I feel like if ever RSG might be looking at, well, they are still looking at Kekidut's combination, the flicker wild charge. But the thing is, Kekidut actually conserved it there. He didn't use it. It's sort of like being used right now as a press when panic button. It's like a panic button. Like, okay, if we need something to turn a team fight around, we'll use the flicker wild charge combo. So Kekadut needs to hold on to that. Super Prince has the Divine Judgment on him. Can they find someone? Will they find someone?
Yeah, ONIC are not as fragile as they were a few minutes ago, so they can kind of absorb more damage.
Oh!
But I think...
Uh-oh, that's massive.
Yeah, RSG, I think they found the weak spot here.
Oh,
ONIC, although of course there will be others that you have to think about. Nats popping immortality here. Still able to use the Petrify at the very least. Turns it into a 4v4.
Yeah, XP for XP here. But check this out. Ryota did not spend his Petrify. So as soon as he spawns, he has his ult, and then they can take a big fight.
He can fly in.
Yeah, it's a 20-second difference for Nats. 20 seconds after spawning, that's when his Petrify will be up. So I think we pointed that out here. RSG have to watch out for that. And we have to commend ONIC there. Well, and even RSG. Both teams knew that the XP laners would want to do something to the back line. So both of them just waited for the XP laners and punished them. Who's going to get here first?
It's more the Lord fight is initiated. RSG.
This is the first fair Lord fight we've seen in 20 minutes.
Yeah,
it's true. Although, of course, there are more minions or more powerful minions streaming onto the base of ONIC this time around. Maybe that's the only advantage that the RSG has right now.
Uh-oh. All right, Nats and Ryota are back on the board. Lord here under half health. Watch Kekidot. He doesn't have a flicker, but he does have wild charge.
And Ryota can fly in anytime he wants. You're just waiting for the trigger. RSG, what's it gonna be? Kekidot with a wild charge already expended on H2O. There's Sensui. He's going and he's spinning, and he gets the Lord.
Emma's bursting down.
Oh, they found Emman!
Emman's down as well. Ryota flying in. He still got that dragon. And look at that, an instant spawn on that Lord.
That's a big win for ONIC. It looked way too early, but Sensui, the Retri dual master of ONIC, coming in big. It's ONIC time, really clutch time, as they may have found one of the biggest turnaround opportunities we've seen this season. Hell, they did it in game number 1. Why not do it in game number 3? The Raiders have their backs against the wall as ONIC found the opening.
This is shades of game 2. Again, after defense after defense after defense, ONIC just flicks the switch, and then suddenly, you know what? No more. We've had it. What, 18, 19 minutes in? 20 minutes in? This is when we start playing. All chat, my turn.
Is it clutch time yet again?
They're in the driver's seat right now, and they're making their push. There goes the Guardian's Barrier and the Lord on the bottom side. RSG, will they be ready to face this fight?
Kekidot has a flicker. Nets 2. Watch out.
They really want to go in. Ryota flying once more to cancel that feather there. Drive, but H2O will get popped.
Look at
Emma is
Nets!
still alive. And Nets is untouched here in this fight. Nets is just going insane. And ONIC, after week 2, find their first victory in a while.
What time is it?
It's ONIC time.
And it seems like ONIC time is also clutch time. 2 games in a row. Finding the late game clutch turnaround. ONIC PH immediately stops what a lot of teams thought, that people thought would be the start of an RSG hot streak. Well, they snapped the RSG win streak, and they finally snapped their long losing streak.
Fellas, this makes the middle of our leaderboards all the more a contested war zone. Like, it's so hard to even say anybody is safe for the playoffs now.
Yeah.
Yep. It's getting spicier as well down there on the bracket. If you're thinking about top 6 and top 7, as our 7th place do get 2 points on the board.
ONIC PH past the 15-minute mark is not to be trifled with.
Yeah.
Like, this season, I'd say, even in this series alone, against the Kingslayers, against RSG PH, who were the first to snap our M4 World Champions win streak in Season 11, that's no easy feat. And the fact that they beat them here, Game 3, the last day of Week 5, there's so much to say about this. And I don't know, man. Like, the fact that they did this after what happened in the first 2 games means it's not so easy to judge a book by its cover.
That's true. On the other hand, though, obviously you can't always win games like this. So you can't always rely on those timers. A lot of teams are very potent, around 12 minutes in. So good job for ONIC for surviving that, but you still have a lot of room to improve for sure.
And I think we see here one of the best qualities of ONIC, this version of ONIC that we've seen since Season 10 is their ability to just make the most of what they have and be aggressive about it. The reason why those defenses for ONIC worked for like, how long was that? 7 to 8 minutes?
Yeah.
They were just defending in their base is because they know that we can respawn, go back, maximize the movement speed. If we'll have to expend Flicker, Super Prince will use the Divine Judgment, get a pull. It wouldn't always lead to a kill, but it always lead to RSG having to use something a bit too early. Hence, ONIC being able to hold on and clear defender. Them knowing that they can take those risks, calculated risks with potentially big payoffs and returns, worked out well for them in that 7 to 8 minute long defense.
Could have sworn the dude had like 7 skills. His Grok had like 3 buttons over here and then like 2 over here.
Yeah.
And then 2 more over here in the middle.
The dude definitely made it work.
Yeah, no, I believe that is the possibly de facto best use of a Grok in a defensive position all season long, I'd say.
Yeah, and they were rocking that in an 8K deficit almost for half of the game.
Yeah, so now that we have seen them use that losing situation, turn it into something good, that's one step towards working on your macro.
That's promising.
Hands down, like they've solved that part.
Yeah. And we also have to commend Nets here for minimizing his the chances that he'll get picked off.
Staying alive.
Staying alive. He did it so well.
With that being said, again, 2 big names. I wonder if our MVP is in one of them. But for now, let's throw it over to Mara Aquino on stage. She's with ONIC PH for their winning victory interview.
You know what time it is? It's time for ONIC to go back to their winning ways. Congratulations, ONIC Philippines! Super friends! Ang galing na hanap mo si Eman dun sa last Lord fight. Paano mo nagawa yun? Because yun talaga yung bumaligtad ng laban.
Kala ko po kasi si Segway, kaya inabangan ko na talaga. Pero nagpakita siya sa mid eh.
Now, parang swabe ng sagot niya. Kala ko ang segue. Okay, now, nung nakita, game number 2, how did you manage to defend 4 versus 1? Lahat kami nagsigawan doon. Munti ka na kayo, pero dahil sa'yo, ngayon, na-reverse sweep niyo yung kalaban.
Eh, wala na nagsasalitaan nun eh, dep na lang talaga eh. Tapos nagpasuhan sila, ayun, na-dep ko.
So sa mga moments na gano'n, na sobrang intense, you said walang nagsasalita, so mas quiet yung comms? Or kailan kayo ba nag-iingay? Sino yung pinaka-vocal doon?
Ano? Wala eh.
Okay. So,
Wala.
parang yung interview natin, parang ganun din sa comms. Okay. Alright. Ipasa natin ang mic kay Coach Bropsy. Coach. Okay, now, it's the second round. Finally, after a 4-match dip, you went through a 4-series losing streak. Now, you're the victor. What is going to change this time around? Kasi nakita nyo na, lahat ng mga technique ng teams. So, they've been exposed. What's gonna be different for ONIC? What did you see? What did you learn?
Actually, marami po kaming learnings na nakuha ng mga first leg. Lalo na, for example, dito sa RSG, lalo na yung playstyle ni Light na lagi siyang nagpa-flank talaga dun sa likod. So yung mga ganong learnings talaga, actually pinag-aaralan talaga namin siya over and over. But at the end of the day, nagkakaroon lang talaga ng problema na dumarating sa time na sarili na namin yung nagiging kalaban namin. So, hindi. Tapos, yun nga po, medyo nagkakaroon ng doubts and everything. Pero, syempre, nagpapasalamat din kami kay Sir Raf na sa kabila ng mga pinagdadaanan namin, nandyan pa rin siya para, yun nga, magsalita, magsuporta sa amin. Tapos, i-motivate pa rin kami lahat as a team. Yun lang po.
So what do you mean by that, na sarili yung nagiging kalaban? Other than doubts, what is it?
Since, yun nga, nakaranas kami ng lose streak, no, so yung mental health talaga ng mga bata is talagang bumababa. Pero sinabi ko naman sa kanila na hanggat may remaining matches pa rin tayo. Kumbaga, hindi tayo susuko. Tapos, kumbaga, hindi tayo... What do you mean? Kumbaga, lalaban kami hanggang sa huli. Parang ganun.
Coach, that's a difficult task. Na kapag you're in a streak of loss and the team is down and full of doubt, it's really hard to lift them up. How did you reset? Anong ginawa mo so the entire team has a refreshed mindset na saktong-sakto because it worked and you guys won today?
Lagi lang kami nag-uusap talaga. Tapos more of like, nagkaroon na rin kami ng mas maraming siguro team bonding, interaction sa isa't isa talaga. Kasi talagang mahalaga talaga siya eh. Kasi hindi lang siya yung parang kailangan nyo lang mag-scream and everything. Hindi siya ganun talaga gumagana. Mas kailangan talaga ng interaction between dun sa mga teammates. Kasi at the end of the day, parang kailangan mas makilala pa nila yung isa't isa. Mas maintindihan nila kung paano mag-isip yung isa't isa. Parang ganun.
And it seems like you're on the right path, Coach, because it's definitely working. We saw the fruit of your preparation. Congratulations once again, Sonic. Let's give it up for ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow and take the walk of victory. Congratulations. Thank you, Coach. Tamang-tama ang sinabi ni Coach Bluffsy. Communication and bonding, yan talaga ang key para sa success ng isang koponan. And what they did is quite difficult because according to our pattern, ang first team na nanalo, usually they win the entire series. But ONIC, they did the reverse sweep. And we're gonna take a look at that a little bit closer with our casters. Pasok.
For those of y'all who don't know, Coach Bluffsy is the coach responsible for the MPL Philippines Season 2 championship under Signal Ultra. That's how far back this man goes. That's how much he knows, and that's how much wisdom he's sharing with this young squad. Now, back on the desk here, we're about to break down exactly what happened and what that headline means, how ONIC PH's patience actually helped dismantle RSG's early start. Their victory in Game 1, which, as Mara mentioned, usually dictates that they will take the series, ONIC PH just flipped that on its head. For that, we're going to throw it over to Reptar.
Okay, when we talk about the major story beats of the game, just like how it happened, it's going to be RSG sided. Near the end, you're going to hear more points about how ONIC turned this game around. So we'll start things first off with the draft. Now, one of the key things that we'll hold on to here as the idea for ONIC is the fact that they go into the second phase with multiple flex picks available, considering that the Grok was a flex option. So now, let's revisit some of the key moments of the game, because in terms of the items, pretty much everyone built what was expected of them. Exort already had this. Again, it seems like it's a thing for him now to build Encourage at some point so that it's even more attack speed provided for his teammates. Light prioritizing fleeting time, dominance eyes as the Kaja. So, major story beats. 4v4 in the first turtle. Ryota maximized the usual knockbacks around the turtle so that it would be ONIC being able to get the first turtle. But then, RSG was efficient with their key ability targeting. Light on the Kajo with his Divine Judgment timing plus his rotations was amplified by the fact that RSG were playing around their Kajo well. RSG minimized the positioning chances for ONIC, meaning that they'll be the ones initiating the tempo. Hence why RSG took control of the game around that Kaja. Again, the idea, -1, burst down, ONIC will have to re-scramble and not get in position. And this is where one of the key drafting options comes in with the Yu Zhong and the Benedetta. Benedetta got to roam around the map much quicker, hence why we felt Nats more in that game, and it wasn't until the defenses that we felt Ryota. And in the key moment of the game, it was Sensui. Because of his Akai, his retribution, clutch time to secure that Lord there in the end, which is why he is the MVP of the game. But other than that, he also acted as one of the main initiators for ONIC. Let's revisit the Valentina pick here for ONIC PH. Usually, it was the Divine Judgment getting taken. Why? Of course, it's strong. That's a press. But they have not just 3, but 4 options for initiation. Valentina, Divine Judgment. Grok, usually it would be Kekadut following up with the Wild Charge if it wasn't after the initiation coming in from Super Friends on the Valentina. And then, of course, he can come in, Sensui as the Akai, and then Yuzhong comes in just flying in. So there's a lot of options there for ONIC. And because of revisiting, again, the idea of Ryota versus Nath, the Benedetta versus Yuzhong, because of the lead that RSG built for themselves on the roam/mid lane tempo rotations, the relationship of Benedetta versus Yuzhong was amplified. You felt Nath's way more. So it led to the point where it was just ONIC having to play from a defense. And it makes their lineup all the more impressive, or their victory all the more impressive. Because when you look at the lineup of ONIC PH, you don't think of that traditionally as a lineup that's great for holding. Usually you're looking for picks such as Eve, Varsa, even the Savior to hold on, you know? Because with the ONIC lineup being so dive heavy, wanted to get close to RSG, you'd think they'd be under the mercy of Exort's Farsa, which they were for a lot of the game. But a testament to the key micro decision making of ONIC, of them conserving their abilities for perfect moments such as this so that they can defend and so that they can punish. They knew that the Farsa was such an important part of the RSG lineup, so they played around it. They played around their abilities. The fact that, okay, we can get close and up in their face, we'll do that. We'll take RSG off guard, and I don't think RSG expected that they would be reverse swept today by ONIC PH. What a tremendous victory for the Sonics.
Carl, would you say that what happened in Game 2 towards the end is what happened again in Game 3? Is that the same, like, oh no, this isn't in the list of what to do after this point? Is that what happened?
I think so, and it didn't help that, you know, there were a lot of early game mishaps we saw earlier. Eman being a little bit too forward
those
there.
two.
I think it started there, right? And those are things that you have to maybe talk some sense into your players. Maybe they'll have a talk with Panda when they reach the boot camp. But so far for ONIC, at least good job. It's not as clean as you want from a team here in MPL, but they're getting there.
And that's what we live for here as fans of MLBB and, of course, the MPL-PH. We love to see the standings get shaken up, and we love to see the power rankings just shift. Coming up next, before the night closes, we have one more match. It's the Hive versus the Barangay. Bren Esports versus Smart Omega. On behalf of Reptar and Rockhard, my name is Leo at your service. Stay with us.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Umpisahan namin yung game na aggressive. Yung key factor para sa mga ganitong play ay kailangan ng timing at communication ng teammates. Ang gusto ko makaharap sa Echo ay si Benny QD. Hindi pa kami nakabawi at mas may patunayan namin na kaya namin sila. Hi, ako si Super Marco ng Bren Esports. At i-breakdown ko yung play na nagawa ko nung week 4 kalaban ng Blacklist International.
Minions
na dumadating. Pero ngayon, sisilip na naman sila. Yue, nabitawan na yung Dawning Light. May huli dalawa. Hahabol ata si Wise. Gusto ata talaga mag-hero. Hindi nila papansinin yung Lord. Pero mukhang si Owen dito medyo delikado. Luminon Blast, aabot nga ba? Pero hindi nagagamitin pa. May counter dito si Few! Huli! Lahat ng nakaharap! Pero tuloy pa rin talaga yung pagdidilan damage sa kabila. Pero medyo nalugi ata yung Blackness International. Oh, may Venus Pop yung Immortality. Medyo lalamang yung Bren Esports. At sa isang iglap, Bren pa ang
Sa simula ng play na to, nararamdaman namin na kaya namin silang baliktad.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
And we're back for more MLBB action! Maligayang pagbabalik sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo, ang MPL Philippines Season 11. Ang ating mga kabarangay have shown us time and time again that they're immune to power rankings. Ano man ang resulta, they always find a way to make it back to the top. Most of the time, dahil ito sa sheer potency ng kanilang lason. But this time, it's their unsung hero, Stome. Nakita natin siya mag-step up sa kanilang match yesterday. Pero versus his former team, makakabawi kaya siya? Mga ka-ML, this is Bren Esports versus Smart Omega. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
Might it take an old friend to end the streak? Or a former ally to sabotage the master plan? Enter the Stome. Ladies and gentlemen, at your service, my name is Leo. Here with Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz, we're bringing you Week 5's closer. It's Bren Esports versus Smart Omega.
Bren Esports, man. A hot streak. It's the hottest streak I've ever seen in a while right now. And they're up against Omega, who did just eke a win yesterday.
Yep, they have 2 series in a row, one now for Omega. Well, the biggest question is, well, the Bren Esports win streak started with Omega. Will it end with Omega today?
Is it going to come full circle? We're about to find out. But first, before the match begins, we would like to invite all of y'all to go ahead and switch your numbers. Switch to Smart without changing your numbers. Enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit https://smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more. All right? So again, switch to Smart. Now,
let's go.
All right. Talking about Stome, and again, how I'd say he wouldn't end up in Omega without having started with Bren.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now that he's here, facing off against his former team, besides the fact that the streak started with Bren, could it possibly end here? Could he just smash the Hive?
When you just read that or you hear that, that's kind of risky. You don't want to smash a Hive.
Yeah.
You expect a lot of angry bees coming out. So it can either go either way. Because for Stone, it can affect your mentality in different ways, right? Depending on what his mood is on that day. He can actually play a lot harder. He can play a little, less than usual. But that depends on how he feels.
Yeah, Stome eager to demonstrate that his talents are wasted in scrimmages. He mentioned that in interviews before, like what happened when he was in Bren. But he has yet to walk his talk, because if you looked at the stats among the mid laners, he is on the lower end. Damage per minute is high. A lot of the KDA participation, damage gold, not up there, along with average assists. And as a support, you don't want to see yourself this low in the rankings, because one of the biggest things pointed out about Omega, not just by, of course, us here on the desk, but of course the fans of the barangay themselves, it seems like the gelling between Miko and Stome has taken a while.
Yep.
We've seen flashes of it, but we haven't seen it consistently enough.
In the absence of our resident translator, I'll read this out for y'all. Stone says, I'm so happy. I used to play as a sixth man for the longest time. I'm so tired of just playing scrims. That's why I wanted to go pro, is because I wanted to be a pro. I wanted to show everyone how strong I am, and I can do just that here as part of the main 5 with Omega.
Yeah, it's been taking them a long time. They've experienced so many losses before Storm actually looked like he could be on form, and he had really big shoes to fill. The Capitan himself, right, who was guiding him. I mean, better late than never, right?
Now as a coach, he's literally hands-on, and he's able to say, you know what, this is how you should do it now with Miko, not as I would do it, because again, we also had that interview with Etomax, wherein he says, you know what, sometimes I do miss playing, but I trust my players. So now, in essence, he's saying, I trust Stone.
Yeah, he has free reign to go wild, play the game that he wants to play. They just have to start translating that into great chemistry with Miko, great chemistry with the rest of the team, so Omega can start racking Ws. If we talked about ONIC timers in the last series, now it's Omega timers. Mid to late season, can they eke out enough points to make it into the playoffs?
And just as we said when Omega faced off against Echo last week, I have the same feeling. Usually they say butterflies in your stomach. No, I got bees in my stomach. I feel like if anyone can end the streak, might as well be Smart Omega. And we're going to get into the action in just a bit. But for now, let's go ahead and throw over to courtside, put a little bit more context and some storyline into this matchup. Hey, Odin.
Thank you, casters. This is your very own Odin na nagbabalik na naman para sa isang backstage pass. At dumayo ulit ako sa kabilang barangay para makilala natin uli ang kanilang mid laner na si Storm. Hello, Storm. Come here. Chini-cheer ka ng mga kabarangay natin kasi MVP ka daw kahapon sa isang match nyo against ONIC. Ngayon, ano naman ang inihanda mo against Bren na dati mong mga ka-team?
Just like every other team po, inaaral po namin yung draft nila tsaka yung playstyle naman. Tsaka pinaka-importante siguro yung inisip namin na normal team lang sila at kailangan mataas yung confidence namin sa kahit sinong kalaban namin.
I love the answer. Umi-English is Tom, ha? Thank you, Tom. Ayan. Isa kaya yun sa reason kung ba't ka kinuha ni Coach Bakbet. Tawagin natin si Coach. Hi, Coach.
Hello,
Grabe. Ang lakas ng fanbase niya dito sa loob. Coach, nasa main 5 nyo ngayon si Storm. Gusto namin malaman kung ano yung nakita nyo sa kanya, kung bakit nyo siya nilagay ngayon sa Smart Omega.
Sa Smart naman, feeling ko kasi naka-scout sa kanya si Coach Etomax. Pero nung nakita namin siya na maglaro na sa amin, doon na namin nakita na siya. Parang special siya kasi magaling siya mag-shot call tsaka parang siya, magaling sobrang galing ng mechanics niya kasi parang upgraded siya ni Coach Etomax. Parang ganoon.
Galing. English po ba siya mag-shot call?
Di naman.
Ay, di naman. Nakikita namin po sa social media na nag-aasaran kayo ni Coach Ducky. Ngayon po na kaharap nyo ang Bren, ano po ang, baka may gusto kayo sabihin sa kanya?
Ayun, kay Coach Ducky naman, andaan niya yung mga bata niya kasi ito na yung pangalawang ikot ng bawi namin.
Iyan, babawi na daw ang Smart Omega. Any message po para sa mga kabarangay natin dyan?
Yun, sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega, yun, maraming salamat, tsaka mas gagalingan pa namin sa lahat ng laban namin.
Thank you, Coach Pakbet. Thank you, Storm. Marami pa tayong dapat abangan sa laban ng Smart Omega versus Bren Esports. Kaya naman, balik muna sa inyo, casters.
One key point, and I could not have expected to hear that before the match. Did Coach Pakbet just say, Etomax sees in Storm an upgraded Etomax?
That's interesting, right? So we were talking earlier, like maybe Storm needed some time for Etomax to kind of get form him. It's the other way around. Storm's already like a step ahead of Etomax according to Pakbet himself.
And honestly, that's an amazing thing to hear from your coach, especially from the coach who was once touted, still touted from coaches such as Coach Ducky, Coach Bonchan, close friends, the three of them. They call Coach Pakbet coach of the universe.
The intergalactic.
The master drafter.
The master drafter, intergalactic coach of the universe. That's no joke. Literally behind the scenes, and they've also showed it on interviews. So it's a great thing to hear if you're Stone, seeing that you have the spotlight on you here, especially since you're going up against Vino himself. Aging like fine wine, even though he's only 24. The longer his career goes, he gets better and better.
Yep, that's Mr. Archangel himself, a world champion, an MPL champion, and of course a SEA Games gold medalist.
The list goes on.
Now that we put it into context, I think as Storm, I needed that confidence boost.
Yeah. Good thing they brought that up in the interview. Like, if I'm Storm there, I'm just like, oh, thank you.
You really need it.
You really see
Loosened
me
up.
like that? Thank you, guys.
It's loosened up, right?
All right, then just before the player walk-ins, you can tell, yo, by the way, you're going up against Few again. It's like, all right, I got this.
Yeah, I'm still good.
I'm still good.
Can't do this.
Can't do this.
And again, it's that same support that the barangay needs, all right?
Yeah.
So Smart Omega, definitely a very rocky season. I couldn't say the same for Bren Esports. Bren Esports is sitting at a, what is that now, 7 series win
7-0.
streak.
Oh,
7
man.
series win streak. So expect them to come in with a lot of confidence. Speaking of which, let's welcome our teams on stage. Seven series straight, they stand undefeated. On a war path, who can stop the streak? Let's hear that buzz for Bren Esports! High pressure, high stakes. The barangay performs best with their backs against the wall, against all odds. Welcome on stage, Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Pakbet and Coach Ducky. Two of the longest-lived franchises in the league clash in tonight's closer. Rennie Sports, again, standing tall with a 7-series win streak, fields their main 5, of course. That's Super Marco, Kyle Teasy, Flap Teasy, Few, and Ogwin.
Really loving that vibe from Coach Ducky, basically almost wanting to hug every coach that he faces here.
Yeah,
And
he does.
At this point, he actually tweeted at some point that, wait, is this still luck? What's happening here?
The Chamba Serie continues.
The Chamba Serie just keeps going.
Yeah, man. There's no way in hell at this point he is Mac Chamba. It cannot be Chamba. It cannot just be luck. These 5 members of Bren have been tearing it up after learning from the loss to Echo to start off their campaign this season. They have just been on point. All of these players from positions 1 to 5 have had an MVP performance and have shown why they are at the top of the standings.
Facing off against them will be Smart Omega, And indeed, it is the showstopper back in the XP lane alongside Kelra, Ryzen, Stome, and Miko.
Yeah, and for Omega, you saw them when they exited the stage. Business. Just like ONIC earlier. Rockhard, you pointed it out. ONIC went out earlier. Business on their face. Now Omega, it's business on their face right now. They want to get this win. And I want to revisit very, very old history thing. Since the last time, these two teams were at the top of their game, back in MPL Philippines Season 6. They started that off in the first half of that season, Bren beat Omega. In the second half of that season, Omega beat Bren, and those two met in the finals. That was a long time ago, and the last time, they were both at the top of their game. Now they are on separate ends of the standings, but Omega has shown flashes that it's getting closer, that the fated, heated engine of Omega has finally heated up.
Yeah, and this is a part of the season where we always ask ourselves, all right, when is it going to start? When are we going to hear the venom just course through the veins of their opponents?
And I guess that's what's scary about the venom, right? You don't see it coming. It usually just gets you as long as they get into the playoffs.
Yeah, the poison, touted by many teams, feared by many teams for a long time. Does Bren feel it now that they have to fear and respect Omega? Well,
you feel it now, Mr. Bren?
Do you feel it now, Mr. Bren? Is the biggest question for them. As you look at the team head-to-head in terms of the stats, a far cry in terms of the major objectives. Lord, Tower, Turtle, all controlled here by Bren. I mean, no surprise with how dominant they have been this season. And we've talked about Stone. We've talked about a few. We also have to talk about here the hero pool shared between the two junglers. They've both shown that they can play the assassin types and the fighter tank utility type. So the drafts for Kyle TZ and Ryzen, two players who also show that they both have a Fanny in their repertoire. That's going to be a contested hero because the last time they faced off against each other, we got to see Kyle TZ play the Fanny, and that delivered a massive blow to Omega. That's why they were able to win. I believe that was game number 2 of their meetup.
And now with that, it seems like it's less about just the mid carrying against Stone, just single-handedly ruining Bren. It's more about how they enable their junglers or even their gold laners.
Yeah, right. Ryzen also on the flip side can really dish out some good stuff on that Fanny, right? So let's go ahead. Let's bring out the Fanny. Let's have an assassin showdown.
Yeah. If not, then they're just both going to say, let's agree to not give each other the Fanny because it might be equally deadly for both. So but I would love to see it.
Who's going to ban it, right? Who's going to ban it? The draft is almost here, so it's just a matter of time. But given that it is Bren Esports at home this time around, likely they'll be blue.
There it is. And expect the Diggy ban as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Mika has shown that he can play that Diggy. Master Ogun has shown it. Wow.
Both of them
getting banned out.
Let's hear
what a time.
Exactly what these two teams need to do to be able to win. Get a W with the keys to victory. Brought to you by Infinix.
Ito ating keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Una, para sa Bren Esports, kailangan nilang i-school si Miko gamit si Ogwen. At alam natin na si Ogwen ang nagiging focal point na ngayon ng side ng Bren Esports. Madami naman magandang performance sa Bren Esports. Pero lagi na-feature din si Ogwen na never din namamatay kapag siya yung MVP. Expect nyo na kapag siya yung napiling MVP, 0 deaths. Ganyan kalinis gumalaw si Ogwen, ganyan katalino ang kanyang diskarte. At pwede niya talagang, kumbaga, aurahan ngayon si Miko na i-prove na siya yung mas magaling at yung bagay na pwedeng gamitin ng Bren Esports to their advantage. Para naman sa Omega, the gold standard will shine and kailangan i-back up nga lang itong si Gold Standard. Hindi na pwedeng siya lang ang gumagawa dito ng score para sa side ng Smart Omega. Kailangan may kasama na siya. Kailangan na may ka-follow up dito ang Gold Standard. And for both teams, kailangan mag-control ng early game. Funny to think na ganito yung usapan kapag Bren Esports versus Omega, pero dahil nga pares na magaling mag-late game tong teams na to, particularly Omega, mukhang ang nagiging-focus ng dalawang teams ay yung early game na lang. Para sa Bren Esports, once na ma-hold na nila yung laban, simula sa early game, kayang-kaya nilang tapusin hanggang sa dulo. Para naman sa Omega, mas nakakatakot ang kanilang team. Lalong-lalo na pag nandyan si Kelra na na-activate mula early game hanggang sa dulo. So for both teams, it's very important to control the early game. Yan po ang ating keys to victory para sa dalawang teams, brought to us by Infinix.
All right, so given that Kelra is still plan A for Smart Omega, how likely is that given the already presented keys to victory? How likely are we going to see Smart Omega actually employ?
Wow, that's a big question, right? Because all over everyone's mouths are like, oh my god, Omega. Here's Kelra. He's going to do it again for this team over and over again.
Yeah.
Like, when are we going to stop that? And how are Omega going to prove like, there's no I in team?
Yeah, that's why in that key to victory, it says trust the gold standard. Because at this point, you already know he's going to show up. But the thing is, they need to back him up. And that's going to be the biggest thing for Omega because, again, we mentioned few. Not only has he played stellar this season, the heroes. He's shown a Gushin in the mid, a Julian in the mid. Great second main options for Bren if ever Super Marco struggles. So if Stone and the rest of Omega have that in the pool, other heroes that aren't just long range artillery poke who can play as a second option beside Kelra, they need to show it here. Because if not, Bren will.
Oh man, look at that. Smiles on their faces. Coach Ducky's just playing with his players at this point.
Yeah.
Just messing up their hair. Man, so confident.
And now, given the stats of the previous match, right, I'd like to think that this is a very different Bren Esports from then. More so, a different Smart Omega.
Yeah. Very different in terms of how they've grown and what they've both shown so far all throughout the season. This really has to be the time for Omega to start showing more cards, more of their hand. If they have they have Julians, Gushins in the mid lane, sure. If they're willing to even show a glue in the mid lane in the one off time we saw it, but it did work out for Echo when they played it, do it. Yes, there is and will be a lot of focus here in the mid lane picks, mid lane rotations. That's why it's the main matchup that we've seen. It's few versus Storm. These two will do so much to supplement the roamers and the rest of their team as the respective supports of the two squads.
And a solid B plot would be that roamer matchup, Ogwin versus Miko.
Yeah.
Again, key to victory is have Ogwin school Miko. An interesting key to victory given that they both made their debut in Season 10.
Yeah.
But it's very clear how far Ogwin has already evolved since then.
I want to attribute it to basically Ogwin being main 5 and Miko being behind the shoes of the Chalk Mamba himself, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
maybe
true.
that's why he looks like he's more reformed. But again, one of the things he has to prove to everyone.
Yep. And as foretold, it was written in the prophecies that as Bren, being the home team, decides to go blue, all right, they go ahead and ban out the Kadira and the far. Hold up. This is difficult. They're choking out Storm.
Exactly, because they know that this is what he's shown. They might actually end up opening the Eve here, or yeah, if they go straight up ban the Valentina, that is Bren saying, Storm, you gotta show something else.
Yeah.
Because if ever Omega are gonna be stuck with playing with an Eve, that means Bren has been ready to answer that, and that's when you're gonna see a Julian played for a few, or maybe even a Gushin. That's why they have the options there. And this is a flex by Bren Esports. Omega cannot ban the Valentina here. Bren will most likely pick it up. If not the Valentina, then they're going to be picking up the Frederick for
Easy
themselves.
Freddy.
Easy Freddy.
Yeah.
So
So-
even the... Oh, wait, no. I was about to say Fanny, but the Fanny was banned out.
Oh, close.
Yeah, that was close.
So here it is, right? We're seeing evidence of why it's a double-edged sword being under the tutelage of Coach Ducky, right? So number one, you learned quite a lot from this legend.
Yeah.
Number two, he knows the ins and out of you. So yeah, this is gonna work for sure. At the same time, they are opening up quite a bit for their own team.
I'm seeing the huge trade here.
Yeah.
They go ahead and ban out the Joy. So yeah, the Valentina, the Fredrin are still out there. Coach, why not? Obviously, saw this come in. So yeah, I think this is the response. Val something here, Val X.
Yeah, they can go Value Jong.
Valapu.
They can rush the Melissa. Lapu-Lapu fell down in priority.
Valmel.
Valkaja.
Arlot.
Oh,
What
they
if
can
that
even
wa-
go Arlot.
What if that was the
This
alternate?
early?
Actually.
I don't know, man. Third pick Arlot seems like the right fit,
Yeah.
right? It seems like
It's
the right
usually
slot.
third.
So, yeah.
Yeah. But nope, it's going to be the
Oh, they
Arlot.
want it.
It's
they
the
want it.
Valar lot. Or the Kaja.
Why are they Why are they Oh, no, it's not Val. They're daring Bren to pick up Val here.
Interesting. Okay. So they get a strong utility here, but yeah, you're up against Valentina. You're also giving the cult altar to Bren Esports. So
Val's gonna come out here.
yeah,
definitely.
it's a gambit for Omega here. Where, I mean, you get why they pick up the Arlot. 3 games in a row yesterday for Renjo as an Arlot, and he played really well. So it's the idea of, you know what, I'm really feeling it. It's the momentum. I'm the secondary frontline tank option. Sure. Lapu Lapu gets picked up early on, so we're going to be seeing the contention in the roamer and the gold lane pick. That might actually end up becoming the scenario for both teams if Omega don't pick their gold laner now or their roamer now.
The funny thing is, in terms of gold lane, that's Bren having the advantage overall. Super Marco's hero pool.
Yes.
Especially when his hand is on that carry. You just can't ignore it. And at the same time, it's one of the superpowers of Bren Esports. Their gold lane, we don't care. We'll pick it whenever we want.
Yeah.
I'd like to think the same is true for Smart Omega. I mean, that's Kelra, right? That's the gold standard you're talking about. So as predicted, they also don't mind.
Yeah.
So they'd rather get the tanks a lot, one of the first few in MPL Philippines. And then they throw no caution to the wind. I'm guessing they want to get at least the Lolita on the swing back.
Yeah.
Because they have the Fire Mist, so that's very dangerous.
Yeah. And there might actually be an option for later on Harith for Kelra, so I won't be surprised if Bren take that out. If I'm not mistaken, we haven't seen Kelra yet show up with a Nathan. Should still be on the board here. Actually, for both squads, if ever.
Yes.
So Omega will be looking for it. Oh, they don't pick it up.
They ban it out.
They ban it up. Well, being safe. You are up against few who did have a highlight MVP winning play as a Lolita.
Against Blacklist International.
Yeah, against Blacklist International. As a Valentina,
he's the
copying the
Valentina.
Lolita Ultimate, yeah. But I mean, IMU technically was a
IMU.
Lolita there. Let's not get into the semantics.
He smashed hammers onto heads.
Yes.
That is important.
I am few.
There it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It's a unique Valentina Few skin. I am few.
All right. That being said, what's Bren to take out again? Gold lane. They can choke that out. Yep.
Carry makes a lot of sense, and then later on the Harith. So then if ever Omega will just be stuck with Claude Brody as one of the... Oh, well, Beatrix is also available. And they do need the wave clear. So it might actually be a Beatrix ban, if not a Harith ban for Bren Esports. But they don't actually need to focus so much there. They can still just take out another roamer here, but because Omega are taking away so many... I've already taken out the Lolita. If Bren takes out another roamer, Omega will pick up a roamer, and then what will Bren Esports have left with them, right?
Yeah, I'd love to see an Akai here, maybe, or an Atlas for Ogwin. Kind of can work here.
Yeah.
At the same time, you know what? I love Akai against Arlot. I love Akai against Lancelot. Anything with an Ot, apparently. There's the Melissa.
So gold lane options are starting to get pinched here. That's why out there. That's why for
I would be surprised.
Yeah, that's why for Bren Esports, it will be a difficult decision. If they ban out a gold lane, it's going to be lacking. Omega will know what the last best 2 options are. So it has to be a roamer pick here if I'm Bren Esports. I'd rather take out a roamer instead.
The Kufra's still out there.
Yeah, the Kufra's still up.
The Cho's still out there too.
Yeah.
Haha. All right.
So Omega pick up. I'd want to see them pick up a Cho.
Let's go.
However, the thing is, there's not enough. Bren Esports hasn't showed enough to warrant the Cho pick just yet.
You don't have a tell yet.
Yeah.
There's no good target.
Nope.
Yeah. So okay, they pick up the Beatrix.
Good pickup right there.
Yeah. Safe. Very safe.
But yeah, I am 90% confident as well that the Choe is going to be the last slot for Miko. Just because of how good he is in that hero and how well it can kind of protect, or they can, kind of have a fight around early to mid. They need that in this lineup.
Yeah. Kaja still open here though for, yes, still open here for Bren Esports if they want to.
Good.
They already have a tanky jungler. If ever, the Kaja can help stop a little bit of what Omega wants to do.
Kaja might be trouble though. That's a little too much DOT. You kind of want at least one bit of burst.
One big boom boom.
One big burst, one big crowd control maybe. So it's Grok. There's the burst.
All right.
So it's Grok and Claude.
Well, you know, it can be both tanky and bursty at the same time, apparently. So that's what they went for. A very balanced lineup, I would say, for Bren Esports.
Yeah, actually, for both. Actually, both teams are going to end up relying on their marksman. It's a marksman game.
Oh,
It's a marksman game.
DJ,
look at this.
bro.
I'm a DJ.
Is that? Yeah, that is.
Oh.
MPL alumni. Coach for Smart Omega in the MDL. That's Imba DJ.
Yeah.
Pretty mean roamer.
This guy does not rest, right? He coaches MDL all throughout the week and then watches MPL.
Yep. Come support his team.
Yeah, he's
Support
here
team.
every week.
He
If I'm not
learns,
mistaken.
yeah.
I see Coach Imba DJ here every week.
He's here all the time, everywhere.
Sheesh.
Oh, no, they get the Kaja.
All right.
This I like, actually.
Yeah,
More than the
bounces up.
Cho.
Yeah, and again, this is one of the things about having the Lancelot, Tanksalot jungle. So that opens up your composition to pick up a roamer who isn't usually seen as like go in, set, hold the front line type of deal. So it opens up things like a Franco. It opens things up like a Kaja in the roam. So it's going to be the Tanksalot plus a lot of heavy work here for Renjo as the R-Lot to be the frontliners for the team, annoy them, deal the damage, and then you just change up your game. But Omega, this is where we're gonna see what we talked about in terms of the chemistry of Miko and Stome. Stome has to play very well around Miko, around the Divine Judgment timing. If not, it's just not gonna feel in sync. It's gonna have a weird flow to the game for Omega. Stome, again, needs to play perfectly here with Miko.
And it's going to be a mid-Faranus that Stome is employing against none other than Few here in Game 1.
It's gonna be, oh man, it's like I'm sure Few has taught a lot to Stone on his time in Bren Esports. So this is a good test for Stone right here.
Yeah.
Yep, over 200 games won here
Hey.
by Few. The first in the league. That's not 200 games played. 200 games won.
Oh my goodness. What a record for the Hall of Legend.
All the way
member.
back from season 1. Man, there's some things that you just have to be amazed by. If that doesn't amaze you, I don't know.
I don't know what will.
I know what will, right?
201 maybe.
Oh, yeah, you never know. That could be it. But again, you never say never. Especially here. Although, again, I'm still confident that Bren Esports has a pretty good read on the Stone. So maybe that might be the weak spot that they can try to attack here. If ever there was a chink in the armor of Omega before the game started, maybe that would be it in their eyes.
Yeah, and when you think about it, like the lineup of Omega can be incredibly annoying. It doesn't need to be a super direct approach to a team fight, although understandably, we all know Omega are going to be playing around their key ultimates in the Cult Altar and the Divine Judgment. But man, if they're not careful, they're just going to get pulled all over the map. Omega has multi-pulls.
Multiples.
Yeah.
Two to be specific.
Pulls.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah.
Well, the other one can actually pull more.
True. It's more, yeah.
A team pull.
Yeah, that's why multi-pulls, guys.
Multi-pull.
Oh, I get it now.
All right.
All right.
What's the score of that, man? That's
2 out of 5. Took me a while.
Okay, thank you.
Stone here hitting level 4. So definitely a sign that Smart Omega can actually overcommit here without actually getting punished. Oh, Turtle, very low.
All right, Turtle. Still contested by Ryzen, but will be secured by Kyle Teasy. In the end, just so much confidence in this young man from Bren.
Man, good thing Ogwen stepped into that shrub. If he didn't and they didn't get the vision that Ryzen was there, would have been
actually
dangerous.
been close.
Oh,
Yeah.
they forced a solo Cult Altar and Stone in mid.
It's a very rare sight to see a one-man Cult Altar.
Yeah,
Which,
that's 50 plus seconds.
yeah.
Something tells me there might be some nerves here for Stone.
Yeah. If I'm Bren Esports, I'm already looking at that and say, oh, maybe we found our focus.
That's
Yeah,
a gut check.
yeah, it's a gut check. Like we know we want to focus on Kelra. Maybe let's show up a lot more in the mid lane so that will rattle Stone.
Yeah, and they will have a lot of confidence as well in Super Marco to keep Kelra in check, at least just for now. So, yep, a lot of investigation being done by Bren Esports, even in the jungle of Omega right now.
Slow start for both teams, very cautious. I mean, it's understandable. The conditions for both teams are clear. Just buy up enough time for your gold laners. It's the Claude versus the Beatrix, the main point.
Yeah, Bren kind of has a lineup that needs the late game. However, they are outputting some pretty good damage. Flicker being committed by Captain Few there.
And this whole time, the Cold Altar is still on cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's how long that cooldown is. Omega, it's Bren Esports. It does look like they're trying to rattle the mid lane at this point. A lot of rotations, super quick rotations going into the mid lane. Like Super Marco is leaving lane as much as possible. But they know this. They have to do this because, again, it's a Claude versus Beatrix matchup. Naturally, the Beatrix will scale faster because of the item priorities. Of course, we all know BOD, Malefic Roar usually, or sometimes even the Hunter Strike if certain marksman is feeling it. So that's why you're seeing a lot of the farm in the mid lane actually going to Super Marco because Bren are trying to speed up the farming process of their Claude.
Yep, trying to pull off this turtle as well. So maybe later on we'll talk more about our marksman. But for now, obviously, Bren's still trying to see if, there are some nerves that are being racked here on the mid lane. It looks like they will have a lot of control over this turtle for now.
Yeah, call for Smart Omega was just never mind, don't bother. But it looks like in the gold lane situation, Smart Omega actually ahead of the curve here, taking 2 steps forward by sending Keller over to the XP lane, already a swap.
All right, that's a pretty early swap. What are the mechanics of that? Is that worth it, Redmar?
Yeah, it's actually one of the signature plays of Omega this season where if they know the second turtle isn't exactly going to go their way, they already send Kelra to the opposite side lane and just maximize turret shielding there. Because understandably, after winning that turtle, we saw it happen. Bren Esports immediately went into the gold lane. So at least Kelra gets something somewhere else.
Yeah, look at that. Super Marco with the turn on bot side and Bren Esports just flickering it out with that Appraiser's Wrath straight to the face of free members. Obviously, it doesn't hurt as much yet, but that is a good show of force.
Much like a Numenon Blast at home. That's what that looked like to me. Again, those HP bars had like, what, a third left in them?
Yeah.
Could have been disastrous.
Cult Altar as well. They know that it is on cooldown, so maybe they can work something around that, maybe on the top side.
Yeah.
If Miko shows up somewhere, I'm pretty sure Few will be ready to pull that trigger. His flicker is back up on.
Yeah, around 500 gold lead here for Super Marco over Kelra. Looking there at the items of the marksman. And for Renjo, he's still going for his, at this point, it's his signature, like Arlot build-up.
All right, so we do have, a pretty good timing for that conceal, but only buys a little bit of information. Here's a counter conceal, though, from Omega.
No one home. Smart Omega misses everybody. And look at Bren, they're camping up in that small bush up top.
Yeah, Omega are going to get the mid turret, though. That was the play. That's why they committed that conceal.
Yeah, and everyone else is pretty far off here for Bren to defend that turret. But looks like the continued wild charge will be missing a little bit here. Renzio's at the back, and Super Marco is low.
Go Flap!
Easy flickers in, but it's going to be Renzio for first blood.
It's drawn at 6:45, and it's on Renzio. That's how surgical these two teams have become here in this 7-minute game.
Oh, Omega are contesting objectives, but they're being surgical about it.
Yep, no ultimates, by the way, for every Omega member. They're just fighting this with pure grit. Ryzen as well, trying to play around. Flap Teasy, but it's proving to be very difficult.
Okay, so Omega know that they will struggle in the major objective fights. Ryzen needs to get out of there! Why did he return?
Why? No, the Guardian's helmet, he just bought it, so he was thinking, maybe there's no one here. Maybe my HP is going to go back.
That, and he miscounted the Appraiser's Wrath cooldown. Oh no, wait, what's going on?
A flicker being used by Renzio too.
Yeah, but up top, Silver Lining, Keller able to push, but down bottom, Super Marco.
They're facing it off. That's a tier 2 attack going down, and the knock up straight into Stone. Not even gonna be making a mark here. There's a blazing duet. It's gonna get canceled here. That's pretty big. Omega, they turned it around.
Huge punish. Super Marco able to BMI on out of there. Not before he's done taking out a turret. So yeah, as messy as that is, Bren still got conversion through the roof.
Yeah, Bren Esports in the lead. A lot of towers broken down. Omega, though, they are doing what they can to minimize the undeniable lead and advantage that Bren Esports will have. One of their biggest problems is who's going to catch Super Marco. Seems like the Divine Judgment will be the only main catch, but most of the time Miko has to commit that Divine Judgment onto initiation onto somewhere else, but this has been the Omega game plan so far. They are not overly focusing on the central fights, the fights around the jungles and major objectives. They know they will lose. They're always going somewhere else to get a tower.
Well, right now, what they're going for is going to be this bottom side. There are 4 members here. Cold Altar is up. They take out Kaltizi. The gold standard is doing wonders for Omega. And maybe that was a plan all along.
Oh no, up top though, Super Marco has his way. Just heralded in by Ogwin. But just the same, Smart Omega committing Grand Theft Orange.
At the very least, the GPM of Kelra is still through the roof for sure.
Yeah, he's always like around 500 behind Super Marco, but that is keeping it close considering everything that has happened. Kelra, too eager to get the last hit.
Ogwin.
Yo, that was an outplay on top of an outplay. I think Kelra tried to use a tactical reposition to try and dodge the wild charge, but Ogwin used the newly adjusted mechanics where you can flicker mid-ult.
Oh,
that's right.
Miscalculated.
A diagonal wild charge.
And I really thought Kelra would just leave that to allow the minion to break down the turret for himself. He didn't need to last hit that.
Yep, and there's going to be the suppress that we were talking about there.
Renzo!
Executed by Captain Few. Renzio's quite low. That was a long lasso. And there's Flapteezy. He's fighting off a lot of members under the Cold Altar, but it cannot save Renzio long enough. There's a pullback on the Flap. He's actually quite low. Kaltizi's here though. He's the front. Kelra's gold standard though. He's joining the fights. Stome is low. Fuse making sure of that.
Oh, Miko still has his Divine Judgment.
Yep, and just now the Lord is looking more closer to 50-50.
Look at Kelra.
Oh, Ryzen!
Laser target! Ryzen!
Oh!
It's Kaltizi in the end taking out Lord. And that's going to be him. Ryzen going down.
The timing of Kyle Teasy's taunts have been world class in this game. So many times he could have gotten picked off there, bursted down, dragged back by Miko. But the timing of the taunt, it always comes in big that once the taunt is up, Kaltizi will just sidestep a little bit and Omega cannot focus onto him and cannot continue their play onto him. Look at now the items of the 2 gold laners. Wind of Nature already up for Super Marco. Still a ways away there for Kelra.
It's come to the point where the magic damage from Smart Omega is near negligible, that Kaltizi hasn't built any magic defense. Like, he's just about to build his Cursed Helm, and he's doing fine.
And once more, that's Bren attacking the mid lane. And we're really feeling the effects of it.
Oh, conceal from Smart Omega. Spots one.
And spotted out. That's Flapteezy getting eliminated instantly here. Super Marco trying to get some damage into the backline of Omega, and he gets the Beatrix.
Where is the aforementioned wind chant? I believe he still had it.
I'm sure he still had it.
Oh, he must have just miscalculated. There's still
once more Ogwin with a beautiful wild charge straight in the back line will slow down Stome. He cannot save Ryzen because of that. And now the Lord is gonna get taken out at the very least.
Immortality.
Immortality's popped out. Ogwin though gets the pullback. Look at Stome, man.
He's so tanky though.
Stome is not gonna get bullied here. He's showing up. He's going TP straight to the face of Ogwin.
There's the punish, all right? We mentioned earlier that maybe the magic damage for Omega isn't there yet. There's Miko and Stone telling y'all not so fast, all right? Looking at Super Marco, though, I can't believe he hasn't died.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he does it. Well.
Super Marco is super fat at this point. 3, 0, and 5, 11,000 gold. He has
Full
everything
items?
he wants. Full items. That's how fast, that's how flawless his performance has been for the gold laner of Bren Esports, and how well Bren Esports played to supplement their Claude. Again, they needed to do everything to speed up his farm, but Bren took it to the next level. Look at the gold. 2,000, nearing on 2,000, here's the difference. Actually, exactly 2,000 plus.
At this point, Bren's going to welcome a Cold Altar like, go ahead. I'm going to feed you my bullets of a full item Claude right here.
By all means, everybody gets stunned for 2 seconds. Oh,
fine, Kyle.
Here we go. Big fight here. Flapteezy, as usual, on the front. Good stun from the bravest fighter and slowing down Renzio with a wall. But here comes Stome. He's flying in, just making sure that Renzio isn't instantly destroyed here.
I thought Kaltizi would, Stone would actually try to get closer and go for the pull.
I actually thought that was an offensive Cult Altar.
Yeah, because it looked like, because the wall of the Grok was up, right?
Yeah.
If ever, theoretically, he could have gone over the wall, pulled in Flap and Ogwin, across the other side.
That would have been a pick.
Yeah, that would have been a great pick off there for Omega, but I guess they decided to play it safe.
They were of two minds there. But I guess that was the more conservative play. And again, when you're outgunned at this point, specifically when 2,000 gold is on your gold laner ahead, then maybe not so much. Look at this.
And Ogwin really schooling how you play the Grok here. Again, threatening the wild charge, and the target, of course, is going to be the Lancelot of Ryzen.
Oh, what?
Super Marco going to be closing it up. Ryzen almost had it, but Kelleher will shut down. He came in from an unexpected angle and taking out so many members of Bren here. The gold standard really showing up when you least expect it.
That's 2 down, feeding over the purple to Kelra, and just like that, I'd like to think that maybe this Lord was worth it for that kind of a shutdown on Super Marco.
You guys see what angle Kelra came from? Like
even I barely saw it. That's how crazy it was. Oh, look at the Callan flapping
it's a 2v4 engage. I don't think Omega expected that. And they really, really panicked their way out of there.
And it's the same 2 chunky boys that's actually pushed out Smart Omega from that almost eminent inhibitor push. Bren Esports now shrunken gold lead by about 1,000, but just the same, they have what is that? A Luminous Lord here down bottom. It's been Ryzen who's been dealing with it almost solely alone.
Yeah, and he's actually chunked it down to almost just 1 hit. Able to clear it out. Although they will have to worry about that top lane, so that means that there's some way or there's some room for Brent to kind of invade here.
Oh, that's miserable. Ryzen can't even get his purple.
That was a great call by Bren. Usually a lot of teams would decide to play it slower, not go for that invade, but Bren Esports knew that the members of Omega were running back. They already had tabs on where Ryzen was. They knew the timers of the purple buff, so Bren decided to go and invade the purple. A great call there by Bren Esports, but of course Omega are still definitely in this. Bren has to watch out for that Beatrix, has to watch out for the team fight turnaround that could potentially get dished onto them if they get caught with their pants down. Now look at the item. See, at this point, Kelra got to catch up after the big play, so both marksmen are already built up. In terms of the junglers for both teams, let's see what will be the full build here for Kyle Teasy, still on the way to potentially immortality for himself, while Ryzen still on the way to building his immortality even, but already even has that Twilight armor on him, so he gets to dish out a little bit more of magic damage as well.
Lord in a minute. Lord in a minute. And this Lord might actually be 50-50. Earlier, it was so hard. Bren has been so good at actually isolating Ryzen.
Yeah.
The one strength that you have as a tank slot, almost mitigated, neutralized here by Bren Esports. So Smart Omega now, they have to make sure that they keep tabs on Ogwin and that they know what ult is on Few. That job is actually easier. Like, you get to see who has the Valentina status effect under them.
Yeah.
So it's anything, I'd say, anything but the Divine Judgment. If they have Cult Altar, that's fine.
Yeah, and at the same time, though, Omega needs to watch out for the final slash if ever the Valentina has it, because few timings with the final slash have been, not only in this game, in the previous times he's been up against an Arlot, have been really great. Bren Esports mainly use it as a counter punish tool if they can't use it for initiation. So Omega need to consider that and watch out for that.
Okay, good news, bad news. There's buffs on Smart Omega, but bad news is Bren has an amazing pull. Look at this. It's on their side. Less vision. Do they know that Flap is here?
Yeah, it's too deep to reach right now. Miko is actually scouting forward. Renzio as well has full vision.
Whoa!
They go in. That was a very, very fast move in there from Renzio, but doesn't really result to much. So those are some skills, some battle spell being expended.
Repositioned?
Here's a reposition, and that's going to be a 4-man fight on the top side for Bren Esports. I'm not sure if Omega expected that. They knock up Stone. No more Cold Altar available for Omega.
And this whole time I was looking for Ryzen, and now he's trapped. He goes ahead, uses the Phantom Execution. It's Renzi who falls next.
And just like that, the final slash. Actually, Few got caught there at the very end.
Oh, but it's a 4v3. Most of Smart Omega's members are at half health. Here comes Storm. Oh, yeah, he has a passive.
Back.
He's back.
Passive, he's back. Doesn't have his ultimate just yet, though. No Cold Altar for him. So Omega still have to be careful. Bren Esports. Will they lose this? Will they win it? Omega.
Oh, Lord at half health.
It's a reset.
Reset from the wall there.
Wow, all right.
I don't know if I should be thankful or worried that the Lord got reset.
I mean,
That's smart Omega, right? Thinking about it.
That's for smart Omega. You gotta keep it tight, I guess. And maybe Ryzen's more comfortable this way. As long as this Lord is on their side of the pit. Seem to be ready to go for the fight here.
Here comes the showstopper. He's making a beeline for it. He's rushing.
There's Kyle Teasy. He's put down the half health. Will he have enough to go for it? Appraiser's Wrath will hit like a tank here, but the snipes are ready to go for the steal. And it will be Ryzen with the Lord!
And Kyle Deasy falls! Here comes Storm with a pull! Immortality pop! Down goes Flap! Double kill for Ryzen! And Ogun just barely gets away.
Oh! And just like that, the rubber band snaps, and 2 members of Bren fall as the Barangay gets a massive win. They have the Lord. They get 2 kills. How many resources can they get out of this? Can they even end it? They are now managing all their minion waves. It will crash upon the base of Bren Esports at almost the same time. What can Omega do?
The flicker by Miko!
No pull!
Oh, the pull was not executed on time, but again, still a very powerful lineup here from Omega. It catches him, and that might be it. It's going to be very hard to stop the Omega onslaught here, with Ryzen taking out Few as well, and taking out the first win for their game.
Oh, wow. You see how Miko just calming everyone down. Yo, that's just game 1.
Game one.
But folks, that's game 1 against Bren Esports.
Wow. In a snap, just like that. And it was a snap in that moment. But the lead up to it was a lot of things. A lot of factors. Omega, this was a brilliant comeback by them. Cannot take anything from that performance. They trusted in their conditions. They trusted in what they needed to do in their textbook, and they pulled it off. Renjo with 2 massive final slashes at the end of the game.
What was that? 2.5-minute Lord Dance, Storm dying, Renzo as well, and it all just ended in a crescendo of just false engages and deaths. Because again, I remember Immortality's popping. I'm not sure if Storm had a fleeting time or his cooldown adjustment was just enough to be able to use 2 cult altars in a row.
It was just that long.
Because he did die, right?
Yeah. That was one of the most painful snapbacks of a rubber band I've ever seen. Like, it was like,
yeah, everything just exploded at that moment.
And I think it's that window, it's that clarity that Omega needed to be able to give it one over to Bren Esports. Now, how exactly that happened, we're going to have to ask Renmar Santa Cruz. Reptar, tell us.
All right, so this will be, once they go up, a dissection of the items as the members of the barangay like walk right behind me. You see them on my shoulder. They're going to be walking past there. It was clear. These 2 teams have very obvious ideas. Play around the objectives, play around their marksman, gold lane, win conditions. Now, let's look at Stone. No fleeting time on him. Did build the Enchanted Talisman. Built for, well, more damage. That's around 40% cooldown reduction on him, along with the magic shoes as well. So, maybe that's why they were able to get the cult altars up really quickly. And of course, Renjo, again, filling in the role as the secondary setter, one of the frontline tanky options for Omega. It's a very unorthodox lineup for Omega, but it is well thought of because, again, they have a Kaja on them with a fleeting time, dominance, ice combination, providing enough reduction to the stats of Bren Esports to make it feel like as if you have the tank, even though you don't exactly have a tank. But Bren Esports had that. So, Bren Esports played this to speed up the farming process of Super Marco. He's the rich guy of the game, and they needed to do that because, again, the nature of the Claude versus Beatrix scaling matchup. Now, on the side of Omega, they played this like guerrilla fighters. They knew that they needed to at least try and contest the major objectives in the Turtles. We saw Ryzen doing his absolute best to contest that alongside Miko and even Renjo and Stome at times. But especially in that second Turtle, when they knew they gave it up, they sent Kelra off into the opposite side of the map to farm up. Now, in this lineup of Omega, unorthodox in approach, but very obvious in what they want to do, they play around the ultimates. We mentioned about how Stone The MVP of the game needed to play around the ultimates of the Kaja as well, maximize their pulls. We didn't really see a lot of the big pull plays from Stome, but we did get to see the Cult Altars coming in big. Now, Stome actually had a fair amount of miscalculations and missteps in the game, sometimes a little bit too early on the Cult Altar, sometimes a little bit too late, but in the key moments where it mattered, especially near there in the end, it did happen. It did show up. Now, one of the crucial things you have to remember about, again, the Faramis, the passive, if he's been alive for long enough, gathering those souls, then after getting taken down, he can respawn really, really quickly. So it's also important as a Faramis to not die as much as you can to stretch out the intervals of your deaths. Now, on the side of Bren Esports, again, they controlled for a good amount of this game, thanks to Calteezy being able to really time the usages of his taunts well so that he wouldn't get pulled back. Of course, Ogwin as well getting the vision, the entries with the wild charge. Of course, Few having a fantastic game, and Super Marco just was unbothered in the farm. So in the key moments where Bren Esports can take control and fight, well, they fought and they had the damage. But Omega, kudos to them and their ability to find the turnaround, knowing that they have the utilities for longer engagements, saving their key abilities at specific moments as well, knowing that, okay, if we can't get the objective, if we can't get it now, we can get the counter punish. There's a big play right here. Stome gets taken out, but by the time, again, because of how fast it is, got the return. Massive as well that Keller was able to pick off Few so that it buys a little bit more time for Omega and Bren to position. Well, Omega for them to secure that Lord. And Stome, we didn't get to see a lot of big pulls, but he did get a big pull there near the end, stopping key members of Bren to get back. And of course, in the end, the Cult Altar to make sure that the members of Omega can end it there and they don't have to worry about getting taken down by Bren Esports. What a game, number one, by both of these two teams. Bren shining, Omega struggling, but shining there in the end.
Say what you will about the first, 10, 15 minutes of Bren bullying Stome. I guess that's what all the more makes his MVP nod more significant, is the fact that Stome rose above that.
Yeah, man, that's no joke. Especially against a team that basically just wants you to go back to base over and over again. You saw on the heat map, he never went past the river in the first 10 minutes. That's amazing.
Yep. So, with that being said, you could have sworn that the game was Bren's, right?
Yeah.
But this makes it all the more interesting because Smart Omega has these. But first, before we consider what Game 2 might look like, let's go ahead and look for the game face of the day. Team Shooting Gallery be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag #PowerSmart on your devices with a green background. Oh, that's a pretty solid. Hey!
I think that's
the one. He knows what to do. When the camera's on you, just put on that game face and put up the code, of course. Hashtag SmartPowers MPL-PH S11, and you win yourself an in-game code. Congratulations. Now, with that being said, where does this put Bren Esports, mentally speaking, right? The game was what? 3 quarters theirs. They were dictating the pace. Almost every single time they were saying, Ryzen, you can do this, you can go here, but not here. Was that a game changer? The fact that they gave Stome the Faramis here, or was that something from left field?
It actually showed a lot of confidence, I think, for Omega that Stome can handle this. We're not going to worry too much.
All right, well, for now, let's go ahead and see what's up with the crowd with Marakino.
Kasama ko muli ang mga manunubot na fans. Whoa! Aaron! Okay, isa na ka daw community hero. Ano ang community hero?
Community hero ay nagsiset up ng mga tournaments, games, para makakuha ang makapanalo ng diamonds and skins.
Ilang kayo dito?
30 plus!
30 plus? Ang dami nyo naman. Paano kayo nakasali?
Sumagot lang kami ng question through MLBB-PH Community Heroes Facebook page. Okay. So, for the question for week 5.
Anong tanong?
Sino ang madalas na hero na ginagamit dito sa MPL?
Sino ang pinakamadalas na hero ginagamit sa MPL?
Friendly!
Redrin!
So, kung ano yung tamang sagot, Nakapasok na kayo dito. Okay, kung ikaw ay nagtatrabaho para sa MPL, anong gusto mong maging?
Siyempre, Southcaster.
Okay. Let's challenge him. Kunyari, ikaw ay isang shoutcaster. Aaron, pasok!
Maraming salamat, Miss Mara. At andito tayo ngayon sa MPL Philippines. Ang laban ngayon ay ang labanan ng Smart Omega versus Bren Esports.
Oh, pwede na. Okay, sino ang paboritong caster?
Siyempre si OSX.
OSX. Bakit
OSX?
si OSX? Bakit?
Ano, talagang magaling siya. Magaling.
Magaling talaga.
Magaling talaga mag-cast.
OSX
Idol na idol ko yan eh.
Idol ko yan.
Idol na idol ko yan.
Okay, paano naman dito sa laban natin sa Smart Omega versus Bren? Sino kaya?
Omega, siyempre.
Bakit Omega?
Siyempre, matagal na akong fan.
Gano'ng katagal?
Since Execration pa.
Oh, okay. Sino paboritong player mo?
Si Kelra.
Oh, bakit si Calra?
Si Kelra ay naging inspirasyon ko sa paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Okay, kung ikaw talaga ay isang Kelra fan, kukunin ko yung mic. Ano yung post ni Kelra? Popo! Ayun. Oh, wow. Isa pa. Sino yun?
Moscow.
Okay. So, kamusta yung MPL battle trips?
Siyempre, masaya.
Gano'ng
Excite-
kasaya? Bakit siya masaya?
Siyempre, ilang beses na ako nanonood na may bayad. Ngayon, libre!
Gusto niyo yun? Libre, sumali kayo. Paano makasala sa MPL battle trips?
Follow MLBB-PH Community Heroes.
Okay, kayo ba? Masaya din ba kayo? Yung nasa likod ko. Masaya?
Representing Manila! Woo! Shoutout sa mga Manila!
Sa lahat ng mga MPL battle trips, mag-ingay kung kayo ay masaya! Ano yung message mo sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon?
Sali na kayo.
Sali na.
Sali na. Follow MLBB-PH Community Heroes Facebook page.
Ay, nakaupo na pala si Kelra. Anong message mo kay Kelra?
Kelra! Kelra, my idol!
Okay, ipasa na natin sa ating casters. Okay, kunyari ikaw ako.
Casters, pasok.
Man, I love our community heroes.
Oh,
They're
that
all
works.
such characters.
They're brilliant. I mean, I believe Lloyd was his name earlier. Now that man. Yeah. Tremendous. I love it. They're fantastic guests. If you aren't fully aware, of course, they're a mix of members of the community, a lot of students as well, the youth, people from different areas all across Metro Manila, the Philippines, and we get to talk to them. They get to know more about what it's like running the show. It's great to have them around.
Well, so far, I think that's one of the reasons why you don't ignore what we say, man. When you say get the ticket to me.net, yo, you gotta get here and join in on the fun.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Aaron did. He did one better. He came in for free. So go ahead and check out the Facebook page. But for now, let's get back into the draft. Again, it's Omega's choice this time, being the away team. Goes ahead and sticks to the blue side, the winning side in recent weeks, and starts off by banning the Diggy.
Yeah, the winning side, absolutely. I think that kind of rose up as well last series, right? So, yeah, that's going to go up. But one stat that I think for sure is broken is no more 2-0 streak for Bren Esports, if ever.
Well, the 2-0 streak is over already.
Was it?
Yeah. It was a 3-game war that they had
right.
up against Echo when they
So
won
there
that.
it is. So
It's
the only question that we have to answer is, can they break the win streak? And Omega is definitely one step closer to that.
Yep.
And banning a Diggy outright, that kind of sends a little bit of a signal to me that, yeah, we want to go for the big sets.
Yes, the Atlas might be in contention. The Kufra, the Cho, the Lolita. These are all solid pickups for Miko.
Yeah.
And if there's anything that Game 1 showed us is even from a defensive or, dare I say, losing position, as long as Miko can help Stone get in those clutch, I'd say, initiations or clutch executions with said heroes, then who's to say? The Bren Esports sweep loss, it's almost inevitable.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather see if ever the Fredrin and Valentina are both open for Omega Blue side, I'd want to see them prioritize the Valentina instead. because of all the roamer heroes that we mentioned there. They can pick up the Valentina as one of their first picks so that they can still pick those big set-up roamers because they won't have to worry about the Valentina taking their ultimate away. History has shown that it is most likely going to be still Fredrin prioritized, but if they prioritize the Valentina over Fredrin, if they are both open, that is a fantastic call by Omega.
I'd actually be quite happy to see if Omega picks up the show either on the second picks, pick 2 to 3, because even in the games that Omega lost, I feel like Miko's Cho really did the job for them. I mean, obviously they didn't get the W's, but I want them to get the Cho later on.
Okay, so Omega prioritized the Fredrin. This opens up the Valentina for Bren Esports. And now with a Farsa banned away by Bren, actually, should make life a little bit easier for them, their back line. Coach Pacbet deep in thought in terms of what they're going to be picking up. Are they going to show an early marksman pick? They don't.
Look at that glue.
Take the glue in the Valentina. Lapu
in
Lapu
purple.
open up here.
Yeah, that's it.
Omega.
That's the only other good answer because the natural predator is out. Omega banned the Fatamis.
Yeah.
All right, this should be something.
You know, Arlot probably is still going to
Arlot.
end up becoming the pick
go.
here for Omega.
You know-
That would have been now 5 straight games for Renjo as an Arlot.
What is the relationship between Arlot and Glue? I haven't really seen that.
There's no straight up relationship, right?
Yeah.
But what we've seen in the previous game is those.
Fanny and an Eve, but the Eve
That's
pickup for
spicy.
me is questionable.
What a Swizzerve.
Yeah.
Swizzer.
Yeah, no, that's an XP lane Fredrin. So
It's a big. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
no
my
Arlot
gosh.
here.
No Arlot here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Huh.
Interesting.
All right, that makes...
Why do you not like the Eve though?
Oh, because they're up against a Valentina. You're also giving a real-world manipulation to the other side. So that means that prison that you're going to be working around is like so many things to avoid, considering that you're also up against a glue. And at the same time, I'd want to see them also have another source of magic damage if possible. So, okay. It might actually be a Harith later on for Kelra if, yeah, it might be. That's why they pick up the Beatrix. If ever they're not going to ban it, Omega are going to pick up a Harith for themselves.
That's
If
true.
not that, maybe a Moskov.
Harif does play very well around the real world manipulation.
Yeah.
As well, if you combo it perfectly, they are going to have a fantastic team fight.
They're basically a kill box.
Yeah.
If they make it through, if the Harith is not banned, and if it is pulled through, like if somehow Coach Ducky, Coach Bren don't ban it out, will Keller survive the early to mid?
Yeah, that's the thing. So it's going to be up to Ryzen actually to keep it somewhat level. If he cannot be the one to make it an early advantage for Omega because he's going around, flying around, getting kills, he's going to at least have to temper it a bit and trade it out. They banned the Melissa instead. Omega might actually have their eyes set on banning out either the Cho, the Kufra. Oh, it has to be Roamers. Cho, Kufra,
Roamers.
Franco,
Both.
Faramis,
Grok.
Kai, I'm
So
obviously
many
not.
opens.
But
But
yeah,
so many open.
Knowing Ogwin, if I was Coach Pacbet, I'd say just take out the Grok and the Kufra.
yeah, there it is.
The Cho is a necessary evil.
Somehow you gotta let that through, but at the same time, they do have tools to kind of deal with it. You really don't want to play a Cho into a glue, right? So that's already a given. There's the Akai.
All right.
Already expecting Master Blaster Ogwin.
Yes, sir. Are we gonna get a Kufra, Lolita, maybe even? But then that means our only sure stun would be, only sure catch would be just that enhanced basic attack after
Again,
that first skill dash from the Lolita.
Here's the thing that you always have to remember when facing a team that has picked up a Fanny. Pick up those Kufras, pick up those Akais, right? Something that can kind of stop the onslaught of a rampaging Fanny. It's Cho, right?
Ruby. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I think at this point, it's like
So
Omega
many.
just knows that there's way too many problems out there. They would rather not address either.
Yeah, let's just play it.
Yeah.
let's just swing it. That's such a Omega way of attacking.
We'll just
things.
play better.
Play better ML.
And
a good
that's
point.
that's what happened in game number 1. I mean, honestly, going into that, they were the disadvantage for the draft, but they just played better ML in the key moments. So
very
there's a Kufra
elementary.
ban. So what is it gonna be? Bren
gonna be?
Esports, Ogwin.
How
Is
you
it
gonna
the
deal with this
Cho?
Fanny, boy?
So
Is it the
Atlas, Ruby.
Franco, Kaja, Atlas, Ruby. Everyone's still up on the board.
Personally,
there.
Franco is great. flying Fanny, catch it with a bloody hunt, you're golden. So it's already there. But
maybe they'll pick up the Lancelot and then Franco last pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have to rush that.
The
Yeah.
Franco into the Eve is a little awkward.
Yeah, that's awkward. If ever they're gonna pick up the Franco, they need to pair it up with the Lancelot. But because of the presence of the Eve, it is awkward. It might actually be a Tanks-a-Lot here for Kaltizi.
It's gonna be fun.
Or a Haya. Okay, they pick up
None
the
of
Ruby
the above.
first.
It's
Yeah.
the Ruby answer. All right, that's the answer they go for.
Jungler last.
Yeah. Jungler last.
All right, what's a good jungler pick here?
Okay, so
Yeah,
they pick up
Haya.
the
Come on.
and they pick up the Ruby because they know there's a chance there's going to be a Harith on the side of Omega, so at least you'll have that stopper
Yep.
that don't run Wolf King just to annoy the flow of Kelra's team fight.
Reel him in.
Yeah, if it's not going to be the Harith, it's going to be a Moskov or a Nathan. One of those two.
You don't want to funnel in too hard on the Fanny, right? You're going to lose
Yeah.
sight of the other members.
Yeah, and that's a good thing already about what Omega has shown. They already have their second option, so it's not going to be overly
Look at that.
dependent.
It's already hovered.
It's already hovered on the Harith. You draft like that in the first phase, it's most likely going to be the Harith. But if not, then of course they also have other options. And it's a Grog, and of course.
Of course. Here it is. As for our jungle option, this is the big question. Is it going to be the Haya?
It's a higher Lancelot for me here. Because they already took away the Grok. So it's like they're trying to tell Kaltizi, pick Assassin.
These are the picks that you can pick.
Either the Haya or the Lance. We're okay with it. Unless they're going to show something different here. But honestly, there's not a lot of room. The presence of the Eve early on. I mean, for a lineup, or for a season where Eve has become more of a gambit than a sure thing in terms of drafting her early, Omega drafted well around the idea that they will have an Eve.
All right, so that's
So
a
it's a
Haya.
Haya.
There it
Yep.
is.
That's
So
expected.
That's expected.
Haya speaks English now.
Oh yeah.
You heard that? Yeah.
I heard that. Cool.
Okay. So this is very Kyle Teasy.
Yep.
But the problem that Smart Omega is presenting demands a very specific solution. So I wonder if this is it.
I feel like Omega has a very good lineup to finish this off. Basically forcing Bren Esports to almost react to almost every single pick.
Exactly.
That's not a position where you want to be, and normally that's signal that your team is in for a good time.
I hope here, though, for Omega is that they don't lean in too much into the idea of, in terms of team fighting, we're fantastic, so let's just throw bodies 4, 5, and team fight. What they did against Bren earlier, I'd like to see them replicate. I'd like to see them trying to go for the objective splits. 3 or 4 in one area, then you're going to have Keller or maybe even Ryzen split pushing the map. Create space all throughout. Don't hammer in so much on the idea that you're fantastic at team fighting.
And that's what Smart Omega's walking into game 2 with. They have amazing zoning, amazing box type engagements. But again, Bren is coming in ready. Like again, the fact that Ogun is so ready. Look, Ogun is so G to just try and ruin this.
So confident. Look at this guy.
Hello.
Yeah, they do get good info, and he knows that a Fanny doesn't really pose that much of a threat. So far for Ogwin, at level 1 rather, so I didn't complete that thought. So at level 1, so Bren Esports can get some information around this early game. And again, all eyes are on the gold standard, whether or not Super Marco has what it takes to actually face him off on the bot side. Now that we're seeing a Kelra that seems to be, more confident.
Yeah. Oh, they're sending more men down there. Can they punish?
That's a free man, Ogwin. You're level 2. You're Ruby. Oh, you gotta use your flicker to get on out there, but Ryzen will keep chasing you.
Oh, good sidestep there by Ogwin to minimize the damage being dished out. He does have to recall to go home. You know the thing about these two lineups? They actually both have the potential to suddenly spike up at around minute 8 or 9, then end it by 12 to 15. That is given in the perfect world scenario, but it's just funny to think that both of them have that potential.
Yeah, that's a lot of action, and not everyone knows. We all love that action, so expect a lot of that here.
About 6 or 7 minutes away from now. First up, I think they'll have to consider Turtle here. 5 seconds away. Both junglers seem to be hell-bent on getting purple first. This is going to be an interesting first turtle.
Yep, that purple obviously 100% more important for the Fanny compared to the Hayabusa, but of course that's going to be the prio. So Renzio is going to be the de facto substitute to pull in that turtle because they don't want to let it go. And obviously both teams want to contest this.
Yeah, and that's a great call there here by Renjo.
Our side.
They have an assassin in the jungle, so they're going to be dragging back. And look, Omega, they're still sticking to the idea, even though they're showing themselves up in the turtle. They're still getting the buffs up.
Look,
That's a reset.
Both junglers just accept the reset. Yeah, they're both saying, all right, you know what, let's just get orange first.
Yeah, and I think there's both of them acknowledging the idea that because of the nature of everyone's abilities, this could go incredibly bad for either of them. So they're being so cautious about it.
Quite smart. They go for the 50-50.
Yeah.
And the turtle is going on a road trip for the meantime.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Furthest I've seen a turtle go in a
Yeah.
while.
Whoa, that turtle walks slow. Makes sense.
That's a fight under Flap TZ. Obviously, still has a lot of survivability, the built-in advantage of having a glue. Of course, Renjo is ready to go and face that right away. But this time around, I think Kyle TZ feels like he's ready to go for the objective.
He goes ahead, pulls it on through. Ogwin threatening a hook, and he gets reset again.
Oh, man.
Wow.
So it looks like this is going to be one of the longest-lived turtles in MPL, I think.
I mean, turtles do have a naturally long lifespan,
Yep.
so I think that turtle's just like living up to its nature.
And in the Land of Dawn, they die almost like every 2 minutes.
Yeah, there needs to be like an organization to protect turtles.
Yes.
In the Land of Dawn.
So far, that's what Miko's doing.
Yeah.
He's reset the turtle and then sent it like as far away from this nest.
Maybe he's starting the organization. He's doing that for the buffs as well.
Yeah. Bottom lane though.
Yep,
Storm
Miko
is helping
really
out.
cares about these creatures,
no.
as you can see, but he also cares about getting the last hit.
Whoa!
And he does!
Miko!
With the power of nature. Oh, man, that was beautiful.
All right, in the extended turtle dance that we've seen, it all comes down to one huge power of nature.
And
My goodness.
In the time that it took to kill that one turtle, 2 turtles could have spawned.
That's right.
Just saying.
Wow.
That took a while.
And just at the right time, Bren Esports actually had to make a play there. That's why both teams decided to force it, is because Stone was in the bottom lane helping out Kelra and actually brought Super Marco down to half, sending Super Marco back home. Hence why now Kelra has a okay advantage here, considering that he was able to take out 55% of the shields. That's a good amount of gold.
Oh, there it is. Beautiful box there. The kill zone that we activated for Omega turned out to be quite the opposite. They were the ones who got caught down there.
Oh, 2 for 1. Close call. If only they had a catch for Kyle TZ. I guess that's where we're seeing it now. One of the few ways that I think that they can actually get Kyle TZ is via Stone, Renzio's taunt, or Miko. But if you're going to get wild charge, you're most likely want to hit Super Marco.
I gotta say, it did look really good there, right? For a moment.
A pick-off is a pick-off.
Yeah.
They got something out of it. But of course, Bren Esports countered that really well. And so with that, we got an idea as to why this could just all suddenly explode and turn around in one moment, and it's done by less than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Both teams felt it there, and with both teams playing relatively cautiously, the damage spikes are going to be felt even more so. Already a BOD on the hands of Super Marco, but he is delayed at around 7.5, maybe 8.5 minutes. We might end up seeing a big team fight wherein a lot of bodies are going to go down, a lot of damage is going to be dished out.
Yeah. Turtle up in about a couple seconds. We'll see if this takes, again, another 2 minutes before actually being taken down. Tempo down bottom, though, very, very different.
Kelra being friend here a little bit.
All right.
Oh.
So don't be fooled by the sluggish nature of this matchup. I mean, things could happen in a snap here.
Yep.
Especially with Miko.
Uh-oh. Concealed
wild
by Ogwin.
charge ready.
Right on Miko's face, too. You see that?
Yeah.
What was that?
All right. So
trying to bait him into doing something.
What's
forcing
Ogwin
out
trying to do
ability.
here? Yeah, he's trying to get something done, but obviously that's a Grok, a very, very tanky hero.
All right, so 4 men from both teams on the bot lane. I wonder if they know that Kyle TZ is here. Look at this Hayabusa. Watch him.
Oh.
Kelra.
Same in the mid. They
Kelra.
know.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
They are not playing around the objectives. They know the conditions of both teams. The potential risk of a sudden spike.
The question here is who gets ahead with all the delaying that's happening here, right?
I don't know what's going on, but Renjo and Flapteasy are getting to know each other real well. They're the ones dancing for the turtle.
Finally, it's the go button here being activated by Omega.
Oh.
Stone with the cleanup there. Under the turret.
That's all ults spent by Omega.
Oh, yeah. Save for Renzio, which, of course, he's on the turtle side, so...
They're still both just pulling the turtle around. Oh, one of the most interesting games I've seen this season. The discipline that these two are showing, the acknowledgement of each other's win conditions. Still, they are both putting a lot of focus onto their gold laners. Right now, Flapteasy's presence is annoying. Ryzen forced to use the Retribution. This might be a go signal for Bren to just commit to this turtle, and it is.
At 8 minutes. This is the most vegan matchup I've ever seen so far.
Yeah, no. Throwback to, September, November of 2021? In the heyday of ONIC Philippines and Blacks International. Games went like this.
Yeah.
Sluggish as it can get.
And no wonder why I'm starting to feel like, why does this feel familiar?
Yeah, it does feel familiar, doesn't it?
Uh-oh.
Here's the kill box activated once more. Ogwen getting caught there, but Miko will miss on the wild charge. That is pretty massive.
Okay. Man, the discipline that these two are showing. 8 minutes and 35 now. Both teams not wanting to give a massive opportunity or lead to the other.
Especially
right now.
Bren, right? I mean, they're playing as passive can get.
Oh. Yeah, but again, in this whole passive run, you kind of forget certain lanes are actually pressure points, and that's what Super Marco did with the lack of attention that both teams have put into the gold lane. Went and pushed tier 1.
Guess that push down.
Brent Suke ahead.
Oh, there's a split up top.
Oh, it's a nice pull and a counter wild charge against the Grok itself.
Oh, up top though, they're gonna turn it into a turret. So I guess that's a fair trade.
Yeah, pretty fair trade.
Uh-oh, Ryzen won't be able to get his purple.
And there it goes. We're seeing Hayabusa right on straight into a Fanny, which is one of the ways that you can actually eliminate a Fanny. Obviously a very mobile hero, but if you can use Shadow Kill in the right moments, usually there are times that you can take it out instantly.
Yeah. No worries that Ryzen won't be able to get his purple buff. Kalteezy forced to use the Retribution there. As he tried to use it so that he could maybe even get a pick off into Ryzen, but Ryzen already committed that cable to fly away. Bottom side, top side rather, being opened up by Bren Esports, but Super Marco doesn't commit on the push. Risky. Oh my goodness, both these two teams. Feels like it's been quite a while since I've seen a game like this.
2 to 3 kills at 10 minutes.
Yep. And again, it's not like they don't have the damage. It's just they both know very well how to play around what the other is doing. Now Ogun attempting a pull here.
Oh, what a flicker away by
Wild
Few.
charge and flicker away by Capitan himself. Beautifully done and executed. Now Bren has a side advantage. They have control of the Lord. No more Gorgeous Bear as well to reset this. This time around, it's Flapteasy on the attack. Few with the offensive as well as Kalteezy taking out Kelra.
What a pick-off by Kalteezy, able to get Kelra. What a call by Bren. And they get the first Lord of the game.
And it's that same power spike. Again, you were looking at what, Renmar? 8 and 30? It got delayed maybe 2 minutes, given how slow-paced the game is. Now it's at 10:45. Super Marco, he wants to go for that attack speed build, so picks up the Hunter's Strike here and now makes more leeway in mid. Oh, the map is slowly shrinking.
Yeah, Kelra has struggled this game. He's zoned out incredibly well by the members of Bren. Only around 9,000 damage dealt to players. Actually, the top damage dealer for Omega right now is Stone with around 20,000.
Now Lord will push up on top side, and we are still wondering what is up here with Ryzen. We haven't seen him in action for quite a while now.
Yeah, I guess this is the other side of the coin when you're talking about fannies, right? It's either you own the map and you're doing everything, pulling double duty, but there's also this wherein it looks like the opponent knows exactly what you're trying to do, and you can't even swing around as much, and that's the miserable side of the fanny, right?
Yeah.
Like your one major thing, your mobility, is neutralized.
You're basically a cross-map minion clear machine, so I don't know. That's what's happening right now with Ryzen.
It's like a walking Ling.
Yeah.
It's a walking Fanny.
Ugh. And now, how much of the map can Ryzen on this Fanny? And, well, of course, the rest of Omega open up because Bren Esports are taking control of the mid really well, that it's getting even harder for Omega to find the opportunities to split. Look at the damage already dished out onto Miko. Oh my goodness, Bren Esports full control here.
Ryzen
Oh,
seems to be
that's
ready.
big, that's big.
Stone with the initiation. Very proactive as the energy
Look at Flap and
forced there.
Oh!
Kaltizi is very happy to take these fights. And it's a double kill for the Hayabusa. It's a 3v4, 3v5 for the meantime here.
Oh, it's so hard to be Kelra. He was holding onto that Purify for so long. When is the right target? Who is the right target? Should I focus down on once I click this? It's not there. He's not there yet.
Yeah, and that was a great flank by Few and Flap TZ. Reason why Omega was thrown off in that team fight. They were watching out for the glue and the Valentina coming in from behind them. And Bren Esports turned that team fight comfortably, even though Omega set it up and it looked dire for the members that were caught in the real-world manipulation. Bren Esports had the advantage all the time.
I guess that's one of the ways that you can kind of deal with a very, very proficient player. If there's a singular player on the opposing side, just overload him with what he needs to do. Will I purify now? Will I use my ult now? Like, just attack him in all fronts.
And it's just exacerbated by the fact that you're outgunned. Bren Esports was sitting at a 6K gold lead before that engagement?
Yeah.
So that means you're threatened by both Super Marco and Kaltizi. Speaking of, right, high and dry, that's exactly how that emblem works.
And I feel like that, in sports terms, that is the dagger. Quite literally, because he throws daggers to the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
That is a dagger to Omega's hopes of ending this in a sweep. Bren Esports will be able to ride this comfortably. It'll be, again, a mountain to climb in terms of defense here for Omega. If they pull it off, it'll be one of the greatest turnarounds that we've seen this season. This season has had a fair share of turnarounds. Hell, we had fantastic ones in the series before this one. But right now, Bren Esports, they're on their way to forcing a game number 3 here.
9,000 gold, road to 10K gold lead advantage for the Hive here.
I don't think it's an understatement to say that this is a near perfect game for the Beatrix and the Hayabusa. Yeah. So those are both core heroes for Bren Esports. How do you clap back? Under 15 minutes after that, there's a Lord marching in on your base. That's a Luminous Lord.
And that's just a Bren way, right? They take care so much of their cores. And Super Marco is probably just having a field day right now.
They found each other again.
Ryzen able to get out at least for now. But again, their base is starting to get into shambles here. How long can Omega hold on here?
All right, they lost inhibitor down bottom already. So that's permanent damage up top. Oh!
Kelra again once more is all alone. No one to share that shadow kill damage if ever it was there. So that's actually stopping him from pushing in further. Although, of course, shadow kill was already used.
One of the problems right now for Omega is they don't even have an answer for the glue. Every time Flap TZ shows up, you see them just scrambled, and they barely scratch Flap TZ when he enters in.
Oh no, there's a glue. What are we gonna do? Something like that.
Yeah.
So, right now even Miko on the Grok just doesn't have any space to breathe here. He does get eliminated by his mirror ultimate.
Okay, so good news is you all saw that there was a little bit of hope there, right? He hit the wild charge on 3 members. There just was no follow-up.
Yeah. So we're seeing exactly how Omega is planning to deal with this right now. Though Bren with the concealed play, Renzio could be in trouble, but nope. It's the objectives that are on the eyes of Bren Esports.
Oh, Shadow Kill!
Shadow Kill is going everywhere right now. All inhibs are down, but at least that might be Bren being stopped, at least for now.
Staying alive. Smart Omega able to stop Bren Esports from sieging here with 30 seconds left on the Lord respawning. I do believe if Bren Esports take this immediately, it's still not going to be an evolved Lord.
That's right. So, again, some room to breathe here for Omega, but their slack is cutting. The slack on the rope is being used up over here.
Yeah, it's a full built Harith already for Omega, but again, we barely feel the damage. There's just so much damage being dished out by Bren. So much room provided by Flap. Omega might have been caught with their pants down here. Will Bren commit? They don't. They know that there's a Lord up there, so they'll decide to play around that. Still cool, calm and collected here for Bren Esports. Full stack there, and this siege here might be the end of it for Omega.
Yeah, if Bren gets this without a contest, the push is going to be ridiculously easy.
Yeah.
Stone being basically the only wave clear option here, aside from Power of Nature. This Lord is going to be a really tough nut to crack.
Oh! It's 50% in one sniper shot, Kaltizi.
Render hit.
Filipino Savage being given a dose of his own medicine.
This is difficult. It's not impossible to defend, but it's very difficult. Smart is gonna have to pull one out, much like how ONIC did win game 2 and 3 from the previous series tonight.
Probably the god of all comebacks, basically.
Oh, good news is they have the Grok.
Oh yeah,
they can employ.
That turns the tides.
They can employ the same strategy.
Yeah, well, they have the damage. It'll all boil down to like one big setup if possible, but Bren Esports have been watching their positioning.
If there's an epic comeback, they're going to have to pull off a mythic comeback here.
Yeah. A mythical and glorious comeback.
Mythical, glorious comeback. But
wow.
All the time. Ryzen! Kyle TC just doing what Kyle TC does at this point.
Now that's the dagger.
Something tells me that may have been part of the plan. The fact that Ryzen had to call out Kyle TZ means that they can defend both.
Yep, that's everyone flying here on the side of Omega. But so far, it looks like Bren just not phased here at all. We are definitely going to a game 3.
Wow.
That was too much. It was an expensive defense, and they were holding on for a dream there. But yeah, Smart Omega caught out of their breath. Bren Esports equalizes.
A technical masterclass by two teams, with Bren Esports finding the clinching moments to talked about it at one point. Everything will just finally snap, but it wasn't one moment. It was a small moment into a medium moment into a bigger moment into a sudden snowball power spike where Omega barely had any room because just the glue alone they had no answers to.
Tell me I'm not crazy, because I think Ryzen actually was hedging on the fact that it was going to take him a little while longer before he died. Because there's no reason for a player like Ryzen, as good as he is, to recall right in the open like that. Right? He was obviously...
That's rare.
He was obviously saying, all right, look, Kyle, you got to kill me up. And then... I don't know. I think he just miscalculated the bigger picture. The fact that, yes, Kyle can kill you, and then he can make it into the base fast enough to take the base as well. Like,
that would have been like super duper frustrating as well for Ryzen, that whole game. I get it though.
But I don't know. We'll see in the highlights, and of course, we will have it in the numbers, and of course, what both teams' efforts looked like on paper once we get into the analysis, brought to you by Renmar Santa Cruz. Reptar, go ahead, break it down for us.
Okay, so we talked about the potential of both teams suddenly just snowballing out of nowhere. We had to talk about the lineups. With both teams having assassins, super mobile ones are that, who are good with chase punishments, meaning that once members of a certain team are running away, they're going to be catching up to them, chasing them down, trying to take them down. Both teams were understandably very careful. So they doubled down on the idea of let's play around the gold laners. Because both of us fight really well for the objectives. They have an XP lane Fredrim. They have an XP lane Glue. They have a real world manipulation. They have a Valentina with a great amount of utility to decide which ultimate they're going to be taking. And both ultimates that he can take, either the real world manipulation of the Eve or the wild charge of the Grok, both are great at counter punishments. So with both teams understanding that, okay, we can both be counter punished, let's avoid the big objective team fights. Let's play for pickoffs. Let's help our gold laners. So we actually got to see a lot of rotations eventually to the bottom side. The long turtle dance between Renjo and Flapteezy was just because both teams needed an insurance policy around that turtle depending on what would happen in the gold lane. But both teams didn't crack. Eventually, though, with Omega realizing that they already have the lead on the Harith, okay, they started roaming more together as 4 as 5 with Keller leaving the gold lane, leaving Super Marco there in the bottom. But Bren Esports didn't give any opportunities for Omega to get pickoffs there at around mid to be able to, for Omega to find a way to get a considerable lead so that they can go for the turtle. Because of that, because of the play of Kyle Teasy on this Hayabusa, we got to see it in the moments where things did happen in game, just how punishing a Hayabusa can be. We didn't see it on Ryzen's Fanny. It was a difficult game for that Fanny. So many things he needed to do, whereas Kyle Teasy's job here was simple. Go to the jungle, get your farm, show up where there's more of us. If you can, maybe split push, but you're also the side lane manager, but most of the time you're here looking for kills and securing those objectives. Now, yeah, in this game, of course, Omega were able to win some key objectives, but Kyle Teasy showing up at just the right time to counter punish made sure that Bren Esports wouldn't receive a massive loss. Even though Omega were getting wins, Bren were getting wins elsewhere. Similar to what Omega were doing in game number 1, where they were split pushing the map. Bren Esports, they weren't necessarily split pushing the map. They were just very selective of when they will fight, when they will enter, and most of the time when they did decide to enter, it was the perfect moment, such as moments like these, counter-punishing Omega's attempt to get a lead with an engagement in the mid lane. At that time, Few and Flap were already ready to be able to just sandwich them. And of course, Kyle Teasy's management and acknowledgement of what Ryzen wanted to do in the map. 2 times, Ryzen, well, not twice, around 3 to 4 times, Ryzen was caught trying to split the map, and Kyle Teasy was there to answer. A very technical game, boys. Slow burn at that, but they needed to do it. The game needed to run like that for both teams, honestly.
It was very technical, but the output was actually relatively tame. Like, you understand what happened.
Yeah.
And the challenges and the trials of One Smart Omega were very clear. It was just like, oh, they just couldn't. Because there were moments where we're like, oh, look, they finally got the kill box.
Maybe, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they could pull it off, but they had the right idea. It's just that Bren just knew it was coming. Even that Fanny could just not do anything. Even with kill boxes being activated by Stone with wild charges on in position. I don't know.
Yeah. And because of the draft of Omega, they needed to have a picture perfect kill box.
Yes, it was too honest, honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly,
and
really real.
Yeah, really real.
4-1. It was so 4-1, right?
Yeah.
They would go, all right, somebody. Actually, they were actually more initiating more with Stone.
Yeah.
The real world manipulation first, and then wild charge whoever's at the end of it after a Guardian's Barrier, and then they were expecting Ryzen to clean up. So I think that's what Bren Esports saw immediately. Like, all right, let's just work to solve that.
Yeah, and they didn't give it. That's why they played the way it did. That's why the game turned out the way it did, because Omega, they just didn't get the moments where they would be fighting around the objectives, the kill box opportunity. And at the same time, because they don't have that source of really strong basic attack, like a marksman, like what a Matrix would bring to the table, with a Hayabusa going around, Omega didn't have a ninja killer.
Yeah, I wish I had a ninja killer, right?
That's TNC's gold
That's
laner, by
TNC
the way.
though.
Yeah.
So-
Previously known as Yasuo. All right, so for those who don't know.
So overall, I would love to see Kyle Teasy this time around rock that fan. Just show Stone how. Just show Ryzen how it's done. Maybe.
Something tells me the Fanny.
it's a no show anymore.
The Fanny,
right?
yeah. Doesn't have to be in the first phase. I think the best Fannies might actually be the ones you never see coming, the ones that come up like second phase. Yeah, because look, consider this, folks. The Fanny for Smart Omega here came up phase 1, second pick, 2 and 3, right? So that's why one of the solutions were the Ruby, and that's just one of them. A lot actually came up, like they had to actually answer the Akai and the Kufra. I'm talking about Smart Omega in the draft here. Now, that being said, it's Bren's call, it's Bren's call this time around. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Bren's going to say blue.
So just like in real life ninja, right? Even a small blade can be very deadly as long as they don't see it coming.
Yeah. And
That's
it's interesting
amazing.
that in this series, it's actually both red side that has been winning. So
Yes.
Is it a turn of the tides?
But
Maybe.
Omega off of a comeback game 1 though.
Yeah, it
off
was a
a
huge
comeback
comeback
game.
as well. Yeah. So overall, I feel like, yeah, we're in a good position where this time around it looks quite even Stevens, right? Both teams have proven that they can kind of eke out wins on either side. So let's have a showdown here, and I think I think this is going to be a blue side possible victory just because we know what's coming.
Yes.
We kind of know what's coming already.
The reason why blue side wins, folks, is because of how the draft order comes through. And the fact that you're able to close up and, I guess, confirm your lineup first and more, how do I say, what word am I looking for? More tailored to what you need to do. I don't think the strength of that last pick is as important anymore, right?
Yeah.
You boys agree? Because so far that last pick for the past few games have rarely been full-on counters. I think the teams have just smartened up to it. They're all just more clever now.
Yeah, some of the best last picks we see are actually the last picks of the blue side.
Yeah.
Those are the last 2 picks on the blue side are so powerful now, and that's why the meta has shifted in the way it has. Although, like, revisiting the stats of MPL Philippines Season 10, actually, even blue side has an advantage there. But that was already because of the numbers in the playoffs, where in the playoffs, blue side won more often than it did. It was a lot more even, more Reds favored in the regular season of Season 10. This time around, though, clearly it is blue side. And it also boils down because of the priorities of teams, certain picks that you can't give away. That's why it's even more important now, where teams are willing to give up really strong picks, but also be ready to answer to it.
Going back to our unsung heroes, though, despite the loss for Omega, I would say Stone seems to be in a better position. Like, they lost, right?
Yeah.
But it still looked pretty good from the guy, and he does seem a little unfazed that he's facing off against his own team.
Yep. The
Previous
Eve, if you all missed the highlights, let me just tell you all, the Eve actually wasn't too shabby. The Eve was doing all right, set up amazing boxes with the real manipulation, caught out maybe 2 at least, right? And then you would have them stunned on the way out. And here's what sucks if you're Smart Omega. It's usually Ogwin. And Ogwin is chunky. Ogwin has an immortality half of the game. He bought it very early on. So, that being said, it makes the counter initiation from Bren Esports, the punish, all the more just punishing. And that's what kind of made that whole gap between Smart Omega and Bren Esports just larger and made the comeback from Omega almost impossible, which actually was impossible because Bren won.
Yeah, that was very apparent. Like, I think almost everyone at home would agree. Like, at some point in that game, it looked impossible. The comeback looked almost impossible, especially with Ryzen performing that way on the Fanny in the later parts of that game.
If Omega want to exceed expectations here, most likely with them going onto the red side, there has to be a willingness to give up certain picks. We've seen that. The shift happened.
What would be a good pick to kind of just,
it's not a specific pick, but most of just like being willing to give up the priorities onto heroes such as like Fredrin, Gaja, things like that. Like, be willing to give those up, but already be ready to answer it. Again, the great shift in terms of drafting happened because RSG swept Echo. Because of how that draft went on, teams realized, wait, we can ban out more unorthodox bans, be willing to give up more favored heroes, but still be ready to answer it. So if Omega are going to be winning from the red side here, and statistically they are at a disadvantage, they have to do that. They have to pull that gambit. They have to pull the trigger on that call.
All right, this time around, they're going back. Bren's going back on blue side, and they're going back to their basically Stome-centric banning.
Yep.
It's all bans on Stome
Choke out Stome. They learned from game 1. Just don't give it to him.
And game 2 also. I mean, Stome did pretty well there as well. And I would be surprised. I would not be surprised, rather, if Bren went on like a first-pick mid laner here.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm Omega, don't ban out the Fredrin. Open up either, then just take one of the other.
Ban out the Fanny if that's the case.
Yes, ban out the Fanny if that's the case, if you don't want to go up against it. Yeah, it has to be unorthodox here. It has to be unpredictable.
Throw
in terms
them
of
off.
Throw them off. And that's how you're going to see the change in the plans. Although, you cannot blame Omega for going for try. Oh, they go for the Fanny ban!
Yep.
So they open up either the Valentina or Fredrin.
And Bren has to go for either just one of them.
Valentina here is
No!
not going to be the
and
pick.
that's a good call there by Bren. So going back to basics, open up the glue, but this opens up both the Valentina and Fredrin now for Omega, meaning if they go Valentina Fredrin here, it's going to be a third pick marksman for Omega or a fourth pick marksman. Because they need a good amount of basic attack here.
Yeah, I don't think Smart Omega wants both Val and Fred. They're neither. It's one or the other.
That's right.
Yeah, one or the other plus a carry maybe or a Melissa at this point. Because you already need something as an answer to the glue. And if Omega don't pick it here, Bren Esports might actually pick up the answer to the glue in the second and third picks.
Which is one of the answers are already banned out, right? By Bren Esports.
Okay, they go Lancelot and Valentina.
So basically with all these free bans from Bren, they should know that Valentina is going to be the pick.
Yeah.
So I wonder why that is the case, though. What's a great way to play against a Val here?
Well, I mean, usually the response is to just not give it big ultimates that can turn things around for Omega.
Just give him one max.
Yeah, just give him one max. So the mid laner pick might come up later. Because, again, Bren Esports has the Julian and Cushion for them. For on the hands of you to shake things up in the draft here. I really see them picking up their marksman at this point.
Go for it, right? Carry would be great, although again...
Carry or the Mels. One of those two.
Mel
Maybe even
looks
the
good.
Beatrix.
Mel looks good.
Yeah, but...
Oh, no.
So it is the Beatrix.
The Beatrix.
And the Arlot.
You want to go fast.
Yeah.
Hold up. Glue XP Arlot jungle?
It might actually... whoa, yeah.
Oh, no.
Or
here.
It's here.
There
You called it.
If
You
they
called
wanna,
it.
If they want to go fast, it also might be a possibility of a mid lane glue. Fast clear,
So,
level 2,
We've
invade
seen-
purple buff.
We've seen Sanji do this.
Yeah, we've seen Sanji do it.
It's the concept of the lane bully.
Yeah, it could also be the very unique idea of putting glue as the roam. We haven't seen it this season, and I don't think we've seen it in pro play. So Omega decide to pick up the Cho.
Or at least they have a straight up answer for the Matrix if it goes crazy, or the R-Lot as well.
Yo, only Coach Ducky and Coach Bren knows what's up.
Yeah.
Like, even Smart Omega is like, oh, all right, where's this Arlot going? Where's this glue going?
What are these two quote-unquote XP laners doing here?
Because you have to think about this on two fronts, right? Like, so if it's a glue in the XP, do we get the Lapu? If it's Arlot in the XP, does Renzio suddenly have to play the Trizla?
Yeah. So, wow. So if ever, that might mean that, and we were talking about it, the point of impact of before it used to be the red side last pick was so powerful. This might end up becoming a game where the red side last pick is just an XP lane answer.
Look at that. They're attacking the Julian.
Yeah, and they have to do this.
They know.
They
They
know.
know. They know.
This is two-step deduction. It's like, all right, we're going to choke out the mid lane. Y'all make a decision now.
Oh, man. What a beautiful battle of the brains here.
And of course, as expected, Brent takes out the carry. So it might end up becoming a Moskov for Kelra because a glue honestly will be difficult. Sorry, not a glue. A Claude will be difficult here.
With the glue. Oh. Wait. Claude into the glue is okay.
Yeah, but it leans a bit too much into late game for me.
It makes it makes you too fragile.
Yeah.
You're kind of too worried up until you're not.
Yeah. Well, they take out the Hayabusa of respect.
Huh. I'm still a little...
It's gone on full cerebral, Carl.
Yeah.
Like, even I am wondering, like, what's Bren Esports thinking?
What is up here?
The streak is on the line.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
It really could be a mid lane glue. Mid lane glue, XP lane Arlot in the jungle. Fredrin's still open. Akai still open.
Rome Blue still possible.
Yeah. I'll take away the idea of the Rome glue for now. I'll look at it as a mid lane glue, XP lane Arlot.
Yeah, I'm more on mid glue.
Yeah.
Mid glue kind of works.
Wasn't this the same team that fielded a mid lane Akai last season?
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't go well for them, but yeah, they did show that.
So, yeah, it just shows anything's possible here. I'm sure they're familiar with a mid lane tank, so.
Oh, man.
Pause 4 tank.
You know what would be nuts?
What?
A Goshen jungle.
For Bren?
Yeah. Because if ever they already have a lot, they've already front-loaded their front line. Once they pick up a roamer pick, because they need magic damage. If ever this will be mid lane glue, they'll pick up a roamer, they'll put the Arlot in the XP, they need crazy amounts of burst magic damage, and they put the cushion in the jungle.
All right, so that's, again, two-step process.
I'm overthinking everything
You
at this point.
have to assume one thing and then you can make the other possible.
There's
All right,
the Claude.
So the aforementioned Claude, that is great in the late game against the glue because, again, it automatically triggers the Art of Thievery. But in the early to mid, you're in trouble. Early to mid is difficult.
Do it, Bren. Do it. Execute. Execute. Or the Gushin. It'll be crazy, though. It will be crazy.
That'd be
if they pull
fun
it
to
off.
watch for sure. It would be so fun because you would. Omega would not know how to play against that. I don't think so. It's gonna be their flow is gonna be different.
Yeah.
Their rotation's not gonna be different.
Not completely 100% not sure how to play against it. I'm sure it's popped up in scrims, but it'll be difficult.
Yeah. They're not gonna be used to it.
Exactly. Won't be as many reps. Is that
it's fighters being hovered, though.
What is this?
No, that's Kagura and Ling.
Okay. Ah, so it's a roam glue. Okay. Interesting.
Or a roam Arlot.
It's still not out of the question.
Oh, yeah, could be.
It's still not out of the question.
It is annoying to go up against. Although, for the time being, it is quite difficult. But once you hit level 4, it is. Because the final slash cooldown is so fast.
Yes.
Your access to a setup tool is so quick here. So Omega now, man, are they just going to end up being forced to pick up a Lapu-Lapu? Oh, yeah, there.
Again, it's the whole XP lane answer put there, so at least you don't lose completely. Yeah. All right, if the draft display down below is accurate, then yes, we don't have to overthink it. It is a roam glue.
Yeah.
Kagura. It has been a while.
Kagura Arcangel.
It's great because that means that Bren Esports are basically playing over for a big setup with a Kagura pick and Arlot pick, and they just want Super Marco to they just want to give him free reign in this matchup.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting matchup here. Again,
in Omega, basically, they're just, all right, kick someone, we'll kill him.
Yeah.
That's their game. That's their play.
Oh, the strong counter punish possibility, though, on the Kagura mid lane here. Twice we've seen Kagura this season. Both played by NXPE. Goyong. Bren has lost to it. Bren has faced up against a Kagura in the mid and won. And the last time it won was an absolute war between NXP and TNC the first day of the season. So it's only going to be the third game now for this Kagura.
All right, we haven't really addressed the fact that this is a switch up. The Arlot is actually still in the XP lane, and look at what they're doing in the showstopper.
Wow.
What?
All right. This means that we're going to have to really have some freedom, and we're going to have to force a bit of a jungle expansion invasion.
That's true.
Kind of deal here.
Look at where Miko is. I wonder if this is more proactive or just protecting the rotation of his jungler. Oh, see where he is.
Okay, so here's Miko. Finally, it took 3 games, and he's finally on his show. Which, again, I have to advocate for this. It's a great idea. To get those pickoffs, it always works out well for the kill. Not always for the win, but yeah, he looks good at it.
Ryzen here. No ult yet.
This tanks a lot. Very much a good pick to go and just mess up whatever plan Bren is up to.
Carl, I missed this matchup. I missed Ling versus Lancelot.
It's a sword fight.
Who'd have think we would close off Sunday with this?
Yeah, it made us overthink. You know, these guys had this in the first half. We're not going to lie. But we are here in a very, very good matchup. It's a skill matchup, obviously for both of these players.
That's right. But Ryzen, Lancelot, that is, has been working on his diet. He no longer outputs as much damage. It's a different kind of damage.
Oh, yeah.
Since the last time we saw this rivalry.
The chunky boy. Yeah. Because usually it used to be just who can burst better.
Correct.
Like who's gonna get the better timing.
It was all just mechanics, just in the moment mechanics. But wait, here's a pull.
Yeah, that's a great pull in for Ryzen and Renzio as well. Oh my God, Ogwen is forced to figure out he doesn't have Zul yet.
All right.
That's gonna be a turtle going over to Omega.
Good start for the Barangay. They have a 300, 400 gold lead. they're taking care of Kelra okay in what would seem like a disadvantaged matchup because again, that is the Beatrix versus the Claude.
I have to say, it's been a while since we've seen the Ling. I missed this. Ling definitely has fallen in favor for every team right now in the MPL. Morenzio, look at this. He's playing straight into the R-Lock. Stoma has the final slash. The Terrify came in time, but look at this. Kyle Teasy making sure that they are going to have to work for the kill. Although right now it is going to be Bren on the disadvantage.
Almost landing the snipe there. So good control right now that Omega are pulling off, especially with the I want to say hyperactiveness, but the eagerness of Renzo to be felt more in this game. Already 2 kills onto the table and a turtle to boot.
All right, to begin, it was Bren who gave Renzo a piece of their mind, right? Like they sent Ogwen and Flap TZ up top. They cut the lane early. So to me, this is just Renzo obliging. He's just, sending over the favor back.
The tip of the hat, as you will. And now Ryzen, as well as Omega, feeling a lot more confident. With Miko definitely looking more comfortable. He's not hesitating to kick even a glue back to his teammates.
Yeah, a few here. Hogan helping out a little bit more. Omega are answering that Kagura well, trying to minimize its ability to be felt in this game. So now Omega with the next turtle up in 20. Look at that, Renjo already cutting the lane against Flap.
Boy.
They want to build this advantage, already using the bravest fighter.
Definitely a brave play here for Renzio.
Yeah.
Do that against an R-Lot. Look at that, the mid lane. We got Stone being put very, very low here.
Yeah.
Second time that Storm actually dodged sure death underneath the Tempest of Blades.
Yeah, and because of the Tempest of Blades use, it's going to be very difficult here for Bren Esports to contest, but they will try. But can Omega take it down just in time?
Yep, Ryzen's really rushing this, but yes, this is the disadvantage of a tank Lancelot. It took so long for him to take out that turtle.
Yeah, he got stunned on the way back.
Kyle TZ made that look easy.
All right, so it's going to be Bren on the back foot here with Kyle TZ just securing his buff, so that means that Omega will feel more confident, maybe take a turret, or maybe an outer turret energy shield.
All right, 5 minutes in, Omega up by about 2 kills.
Look at the bot.
Oh!
Kyle TZ 1v free on the bot side.
Kyle's okay.
He's fine.
I was going to say, on paper, theoretically speaking, I really like this roam glue. Like, it's good for vision, those the nuke, you throw it out, and then when you're in too deep, especially after a flicker, you just pop the split. So there's something to this.
I like the roam glue. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try this more.
Yeah, I have tried it. It is actually quite annoying to go up against. Like, I felt really great playing a roam glue. However, at some point, there is a higher chance that you get punished, especially when the opposing team has already reached the mark where they deal a lot of damage, because of the relatively slower movement,
less
and the lack
chunky
of movement for glue
than an XP glue.
Yeah, even though he's just as chunky.
Really?
But then once the items are there, it's like hard for you to escape. It's hard for you to run away, and you want to get into the key areas for the vision. And it's like more often you're forced to use the split just to survive.
Well, if you bait out ults, then I guess it's worth it. So that's what we're waiting for Bren to do, actually.
And again, Bren, if you're facing off against a Cho, you know what? Split is a great way to not instantly get deleted.
Yeah, take me, Miko.
Yeah.
Go ahead, make my day.
And Renzo just on the lead here in the XP lane. Next turtle will be up the top side.
Oh, that was good.
Uh-oh.
Ogwen was not even able to split after that.
As mentioned, he couldn't get away. Did he? No, he didn't even use it.
Yep, he didn't.
No,
there it is. Stone with the flicker in. What?
That's
That's Few absorbing a lot of damage even from the Blazing Duet.
Oh.
The gold standard really showing up strong here.
Super Marco's not in any shape to respond yet. And the fact that he's alone here. Oh no, but here comes
Here comes the backup. Kyle TZ up with the Finch poise. He knows that the ultimates are down for Omega.
Oh, Renzo's here. Oh, it's a free throw for Ryzen. Top side is going to be dangerous for Bren Esports. But Omega they step back a little bit, understanding that, okay, we don't need to get greedy. Already got the turtle. Let's reset for both junglers. See what else we can get in the second rotations. There might be a push at the top side for Omega or mid for them. Most likely, though, Renzo will be able to, again, flow bot and be more active in mid. So mid and top is probably the next target for Omega.
Ryzen.
Okay, Ogwen again. You're right, Redmar. It is. You're going to have to just split to to just try to not die, but even still, you do get taken out.
I don't know if in your anecdotes you were about to say, oh yeah, especially if there's a Lancelot, he just dashes through all your glulings.
Yep. Oh, and I didn't even take that into consideration.
Oh, yeah.
It's activations for it. It's like, oh, let me dash.
Only resets for the Lancelot.
I'm pretty sure there's like there has to be like a bit of a limit to it. It shouldn't be
I don't
only.
think so, yeah.
Well,
I'm sure that was thought about.
The amount of glulings you have.
Uh-oh.
Each counts as a singular target.
Oh, that's nasty. It feeds right into the Lancelot and the Claude.
Oh boy. That glue might have been Bren shooting themselves in the foot.
Not just, actually, not just. Think about the AoE that Storm is putting on the board here. Think about that with Spell Vamp. Might as well, especially if he sees all the glulings.
That's a full HP Valentino. Yeah.
One.
Oh my goodness.
Hard focus on the tower.
Calteezy with a 2v1 can't really defend
mid
that
lane
turret.
again. The glue falls. Caught him in the wrong spot.
We barely caught it too.
Yeah. We just saw the glue photo go into 3 photos of the members of Omega, then suddenly the kill notification. 6-0 for the Barangay to start this off.
All right, so I don't know. In hindsight, Akai would have been better, I guess, on the roam or something else, just not the glue. And right now, because of this, Super Marco again untouched on the top side.
True. Kyle TZ too, but again, Kyle TZ is not making much leeway here in the mid game now, 9 minutes in.
Yep.
And Bren does have a quite expensive lineup if you think about it.
Yep. Oh, conceal.
Miko with conceal. He's looking for his target.
Oh!
And who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Flap TZ under the Lord Pit. He can't really walk on out. He doesn't have any resets, and he's gonna take out Ogwen. That's gonna be Omega with a huge advantage around the Lord.
Oh, smart Omega here. Gonna commit. Miko getting pushed back. Here comes Renzio from the flank.
Renzio, he's trying to make something happen. Flap is actually not as scary as you think he is. But Calteezy will steal that Lord out of Omega's nose.
And they won't even be able to go. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Kyle goes down.
Yeah, there it is with Renzio cleaning it up with the bravest fighter. That's going to be Omega with a huge kill, which means they're going to be able to stop Bren's push either way.
They punish the steal with a vengeance. Could have sworn Calteezy was going to get away, but the gold standard keeping things under control and converting through the roof. Look, they're going to take mid-tier 1. Tier 2 up top going to be taken care of by Ryzen. Might even take tier 2 in mid.
Yeah.
Oh, but Bren able to defend and hold on to the mid tier 2. Good thing they were able to do that. It would have been incredibly punishing if that happened, but already the purple side area of Bren is open for Omega to take.
Oh.
They're going to be contesting the purple buff of Calteezy even more.
Flap TZ saw Miko. He thought maybe it's a good idea to go straight into the Cho. He's not going to be wrong, but not going to be enough to trigger any deaths. Flap TZ though, knocked up straight in the face of the gold standard. Ryzen taken out. That Arlop, Super Marco has some good firepower on the Beatrix. He gets a double.
Kelra!
Oh, look at that. Mega kill still for Kelra. It's a 4-4.
Marco!
Super Marco, he's still alive! He's still alive!
Run, Marco!
Kelra spots him out. You got the snipes. Camera up, please.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Kelra had the instinct to check into that counter initiative bush. Like, if it's basically an outplay. Like, I know you're here, but you're not. But close.
Oh man, but Super Marco, what the heck are you on? That was a highlight reel. And of course, Calteezy earlier getting the Lord focus on him. Omega need to be careful. Yes, it's hard for a glue at points, but once you're trapped and caught by the glue, that's a whole different question. And that's what Omega felt.
All right, so now 2 minutes after the last time we checked, Omega have lost the gold lead. They were sitting about, what, 2,000, 3,000 ahead? Now it's just barely 500. And Super Marco this whole time was just biding. His time he was waiting, and now even Calteezy's a threat.
And all that started with a beautiful Lord steal here. Obviously by Calteezy, the chain of events that led to them now being tied in net gold.
I think it's not Calteezy, it's like Kyle Easy. He made that Lord steal look so easy. with three members of Omega rather. Who's gonna check this shrub first? The biggest question. Oh no, it's Dexter.
Yep, that's good. That's good.
Left easy, really quick on the trigger finger there.
It was close for either team. Like, so one of them was gonna pull the trigger.
Oh, they kick out the
oh!
There it is again. Ogwin just no chance of surviving once Miko sank his teeth in him.
Yeah, and look at the synchronized entry there by Omega. That was a kick onto Ogwin from Miko, but then at the same time, Renjo coming in from that mid shrub, using the bravest fighter to stop the members of Bren Esports to respond. Great synchronized play by Omega. This is a good positioning right now by Miko, though. They know they don't have the full advantage on this lord. They have to watch out for the Ling. Yep. So Miko is in prime position, but he shows himself.
Renjo's a BF.
There's Miko. He knows someone's there. The flap easy. Miko with no fear whatsoever. Lord is low. Kyle is sinking in. And I think Ryzen taking that Lord.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, not gonna happen. Omega secures it, and no, can they get more?
Ryzen's low.
Oh
my goodness.
Snipe!
He disappeared.
Grab.
Here comes
Here's a follow-up.
Kaltizi.
Here's a follow-up. Kaltizi, he goes in.
Oh, he avoided the damage.
Doesn't have the Tempest of Blades, though.
Whoa.
But throughout all the mayhem, Bren Esports owning the map. I guess that's what you buy when you have a Ling, when you have a hero that's mobile like this. Look, they cleared bottom, mid is at equilibrium, and even if Omega has the Lord, they pushed in that wave, so they're going to have time to defend.
And at the same time, the positioning of Super Marco is perfect so far. Yes, he already has a death on him, but in the past few sequences, Omega could barely get close to him. And he's always ready to answer and counter-punish alongside the Ling, alongside Kaltizi. Omega need to start finding this Beatrix. Once they find this Beatrix, though, it's going to be a different story
Gotta pop
for
the
Bren.
piñata.
Gotta pop the piñata. Gotta get that candy.
This primo Beatrix gameplay here being shown by Super Marco. His position.
Oh, conceal.
Just forcing Omega to make really, really weird choices.
A
Now
duel
the
between
Lord
jugglers
will
at the
push
bottom.
in.
1v1 up top.
1v1. I want to see what's happening. There's the cam.
Oh!
Play!
Kyle Teasy! Oh my goodness!
Anime sword fight. Right there.
Oh man! Tempest of Blades, Thorned Rose, Finch Boys up onto the wall, go back down, take down Ryzen. What a duel between those two.
Straight to the blades.
Oh, dude. Oh my wa.
Moshinderu.
Akso. Dude, that was... I'd love to have seen the inhibitor push up top, but that 1v1.
We'll take what we can get. In this game, it's just delivering so much.
Mentally as Ryzen, how do you bounce back from that? You got 1v1 killed by a Ling that you were bullying the whole game.
That's going to affect your gameplay for sure. Knowing that at any moment, you can't really take him 1v1. And now Miko
Miko
is
gets
all
caught.
alone. Get
Bad
caught
news.
by the final smash. And Super Marco, as usual, with the flourish of the snipe.
Fam, he didn't have any mortality yet.
Oh no, what a catch there though. Bren Esports have turned this game around. The orange buff is secured by Ryzen. Minimizing their losses is Omega, but now Bren Esports are in control. And with the threat of the Ling looming around, constantly pushing the opposite lane, Bren Esports will take full control of the map and might even get the Lord without a problem.
And it's that long lane that they need to take care of.
Yeah.
It's the long lane from the Lord, the upcoming Lord.
10
which
seconds.
Is not evolved yet, but whoever takes it is more likely to win. Right now, I'd say 70-80%. Like, your win rate goes up that high.
And Bren's actually on a lead here.
Oh, they're starting.
Okay,
Starting it. Oh, a few slow doses. They gotta be careful.
More blazing duet.
Eyes on the prize here. Captain is gonna have to watch this bush, but
no.
Omega's not even gonna contest.
Massive rush. The moment that Bren Esports saw that the blazing duet was already used by Kelra, Bren Esports just decided to rush that Lord already. That was a good call and the right call for them.
I am speed. All right, there's no room for second guesses in a moment like this. 16 minutes, 45 seconds in. Lord spawns down bottom. So yeah, all that work that Kyle TZ has invested into that bottom lane for the past, 5 or 6 minutes, despite being on the losing side, is just paying off.
Yeah, Lightning Mikhail.
Lightning Mikhail.
All right.
I'll give that a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
All right.
Very supportive.
So Bren right now looks... Whoa! Kyle, bro! Whoa, we
damn it! They need to recall back! They need to recall back.
They gotta.
They do.
They gotta.
Kelra's here.
Oh,
Renzo
boy.
as well. They're sending Miko and Ryzen as well.
He's getting backed up.
All right. No. Storm's here.
All right, Stone's there. All right.
They have the penetration, though, so I think Bren is happy to walk away with this.
Yeah, so that was Omega's acknowledgement that constantly it's Kyle pushing the opposite lane where the members of Bren are. So that was a gambit successfully played
And a
by
trap.
Omega. And a trap. It could have been a much more devastating, like both side inhibitors could have been gone at this point, but Omega played that well.
As well as you can get with the performance that Bren Esports are showing right now.
Man, Bren Esports understand that even if Omega have been struggling throughout Season 11, moments like this can happen. Because again, this is still anybody's game. Like a single, 3-for-1, 4-for-1 could be it.
What a week it has been. The most 3-game series we've seen so far in MPL Philippines Season 11. And we started this day off with a reverse sweep. Can Bren Esports continue that trend, or will Omega end the streak? Items up on the board right now at this point. Everyone almost fully locked in. I'm waiting for Immortalities on the hands of Miko as Ogwen already has his. The Immortality for the Roamer of Omega will be a crucial pickup to watch out for.
Yeah, Ogwen has the avarice, so I guess that's where he gets the extra money.
Yeah, early on.
Yeah, and his weakness of, having less money than usual XP laner glues, that's going to start to disappear the moment we hit these late game timers.
Oh no, all the more that we're approaching the 20-minute mark, it's going to be difficult. Lord here up in 30.
Right,
Starting to get into a tricky situation here in March.
Yeah, Omega are flowing top. Bren Esports has to respond to that. So Omega can keep actually pressuring that top middle area of the map, but they have to watch out for the bottom lane pressure from Kaltizi as their bottom is open. So constantly they have to clear the minion waves in the bottom lane.
Oh, he split up.
Yeah, split already used by Ogwen, so he shouldn't have it for the next few seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Maybe around 30 to 40, so it's
He'll
going to take a
have
while.
it in time when it's the climax of this Lord dance.
Yeah, like right there near the end.
Should be
Because Omega
fine.
can't rush it. You still have to...
Unless...
Unless?
They're trying. They said, you know what? No old glue.
Yeah, but they don't have info as to where Kaltizi is. They have to watch out for this link.
Watch the flank. He's hiding here.
Here it is.
To the
There's
west.
The seal play.
Stone didn't see him. He's in the shop. Kaltizi.
Ogwen with the conceal.
Sent back.
Man, Omega really played that very safely.
Yeah, Omega need to reset though. They've been split up with the rotations, and top side is getting threatened because of the flow.
Kaltizi showed himself.
Yeah, Kaltizi has shown himself.
Yeah, that means we can go and take
they're
this
rushing
as
it.
Ryzen. But no, Bren Esports, they're diving in.
Oh!
Ryzen will take that Lord. But who will take the fight?
Oh!
Ogwen. He's
Pop
really
him.
trying to slow him down. But nope.
Ryzen!
has failed here. Ryzen's quite low.
Immortality! He got it just in time!
There's the Immortality
the
and
punish!
Super Marco once more with the
Alright.
punish.
Traded for few. 1-for-1. That's an evolved Lord marching up top.
Yeah, Renjo won't let them go home though. If I'm Renjo, I'm going to continue the chase here.
Keep going.
Keep going.
They're going to keep going.
Keep going. And that's what they're doing right now. Miko gonna be stopped here with the final slash.
They have to leave.
Did kick up Super Marco, but Super Marco seems to be very, very healthy here. Unfazed.
Storm!
What are you gonna do, Stone? What are you gonna do? He's going for
Super
Marco.
Marco!
Super Marco's HP is going back.
Goodness!
Wait.
Oh
That's
no!
3 men down.
Is that enough?
3 men
Is that
down for
enough?
Omega.
Can Kelra do it?
It's just Keller and Renjo. Oh no, Keller has to go back. Oh, this is dire straits.
He's sending the Lord.
For the members of Omega, they're sending the Lord, but in the middle lane, Super Marco's
I
threatening them.
think it's defendable.
Okay,
But
Ryzen
right
in 10.
now,
Ryzen in 10.
Renzio, he's diving in. His eyes are on Super Marco, but he will get taken out instead.
It's just Keller and Ryzen. It's just Kelra and Ryzen.
Who's it gonna be?
Lord's down. Kyle TZ has single-handedly defended.
Yeah. Oh boy, and now it's Bren on the offensive right after that Lord attack.
Storm with 15.
They overcommitted to the
low.
chase. Wave clear, do they have it?
Ryzen, what are you gonna do? Calgary with the blazing duet. It's canceled.
It's canceled!
Close, but not quite. Bren Esports continues their streak.
It is now 8. Poison injected into the hive, but the bees answer, buzzing. Reverse sweep complete. An epic showcase to end what was an epic week 5 of MPL Philippines. Bren Esports are at the top of the mountain and they just keep on climbing. I thought the mountaintop has already been reached, not just yet. Bren Esports continue to climb and they remain undefeated in 8 games in a row.
That keeps him at number 1.
That is still going to be Bren. Wow.
What a showcase by these two. Bren Esports. But Omega, I feel like this is the warning shot fired by Omega to the rest of the league. Guys, we're heating up. This is top 1 Bren we're talking about.
Yeah.
And we delivered like we're a top 4 team. They take their bow, but they should do so with a lot of pride. The Barangay have their eyes set on getting more points. But congrats to Bren Esports.
I'm a believer. Say what you will about the way they bullied Stone and what Game 2 may have looked like. But this Smart Omega, again, the second half, the fact that the coaching staff of Smart Omega have given the nod to Stone as an upgraded Etomax, I'm with it.
That's proven
I
right
am
there
satisfied,
with that
like,
series.
Whatever that was. They just need to iron out a few crumbles, a little folds here and there, but I think they got it. This is against Bren Esports nonetheless.
Yeah, it's against, it's so much that Stone had to prove in that game. They didn't win the series, but everyone who watched had undoubtedly that could have been a coin toss.
And it was, in the end there, it was just Omega a little bit too over-eager to solidify their lead, try to get a kill on Super Marco, but they lacked the damage. At that point, it's way too much damage for a Beatrix. Not enough damage being outputted by a roaming Cho and a Lapu Lapu. Wind of Nature was also up. Stone also showed up, but at that point, Bren Esports formed around Super Marco well enough. They put a protective shell on their King B, and they were able to secure that victory. What a turnaround. What a game number 3, and what an amazing series by both of these teams.
Such a technical game.
Yeah, very technical.
The whole series,
The
right?
whole series.
And it's less the fact that Smart Omega committed mistakes. It's more of Bren Esports just presented gambits. Bren Esports presented problems for Smart Omega to deal with. And number 1 here, paramount, is the fact that if you can't get the Super Marco, don't even think about it, right? And I think Smart Omega, towards the twilight of Game 3, they were like, okay, so we can force the Lord take here. We can fight him. We can stop him from going home. But where do we go from there? I think that at some point they just gave up on the fact that we can't kill Super Marco. Like, that's just it. Like, we're not equipped to do that.
It was basically Bren just with a lot of shining moments where you didn't even expect them to fight back. There were moments that you thought, you know what, Omega's probably got this. They're probably going to go for the objective. They're going to push.
Yep.
But then, out of nowhere, CalTZ does something insane. Super Marco just goes for a triple kill. 11 kill, 11-0, or 11-1 on the scoreboard.
That's nuts.
Do you expect that? Of course not.
Yeah, it's the turnaround punishment of Bren Esports. Their moxie, their belief that we're down 11 kills, so what? Our marksman's farmed up. We have an assassin Ling who can dish out damage. He might fall, but at least Super Marco will be able to deal damage. That's a fantastic understanding of your conditions and your strengths and utilizing it to its full potential.
On a understanding of the metagame on that level, right? I think the Ling is more lethal than the Fanny. Because again, if the Fanny gets stopped like early to mid, the late game is very weird. Like the late game puts you in a position where you can only really clear waves. The Ling though, the Ling has the Tempest of Blades, and then the Ling has that, I don't know, that level of mobility wherein, I think there were a few moments wherein CalTZ would show himself in the top and then still come back into the Lord Pit to be able to contest and to threaten kills. So it's that same mechanical, I don't know, understanding of the hero that CalTZ has that maybe makes me a believer of this off-meta jungler. So with that being said, I think the fact that Bren is able to do this with certain heroes like Ling makes the meta all the more interesting, despite the fact that there are some rules like, blue side wins, you don't pick certain heroes early or you have to cover up your bases. I'm excited to hear about what Bren Esports is thinking right now because, again, folks, it's 8 series straight, all right? Let's let go of the fact that it's not even sweeps anymore, but they're 3 away from breaking Blacklist International's record in modern MLBB, all right, from Season 8. That's 11. For them, it's 8. Let's throw over to the main stage here with Mara Aquino. She's talking to Bren Esports.
Once again, Bren, keeping it strong. Bren lang, malakas. Congratulations. Super Marco, I'm always praising you. Yung positioning mo, grabe. I mean, your dodges and dashes, pero napapatay mo pa rin sila, especially that last play. How do you do that?
Ano lang po, siguro sa instinct ko. Tsaka di ko alam eh. Di ko alam paano nagagawa yun. Pinipindot ko lang yung joystick eh.
Instinct. Okay, one last time. Other than masaya, how happy are you with your performance? Walang masaya, hindi pwedeng masaya.
Sobrang happy.
Okay, sobrang happy. Okay, I'll take it. Isa rin sa natuwa ako, happy din ako, na nakita ko. Grabe, Kyle TZ, habang sila nasa inhibitor turret, may sagupaan na ganap doon. May sariling eksena kayo ni Ryzen, Ling versus Tanksalot. Paano mo siya na-outplay?
Parang tinake advantage ko po yung pagiging tank niya po kasi yung Ling po kasi damage build po tapos yung Lance po ngayon puro tank po ngayon. So parang calculated ko po yung damage ng Lance po nun kaya na-outplay ko po siya nun.
So ibig sabihin natutuwa ka pag may nakikita kang Tanksalot?
Opo, parang gusto ko po gayahin pero wag mo na po ngayon.
So anong iniisip mo pag nakakita ng Tanksalot? Naiisip mo ba food?
Parang nakakamiss po mag-lance. Ganun.
Okay. At, namimiss nyo din ba? I mean, nasa bootcamp na kayo. Dati, actually, tanungin kita, Flap. Dati kasi, iba yung tulugan nyo, tas parang office, gigising kayo, magta-travel kayo, pupunta kayo parang work, di ba? Then magka-practice kayo. Now, may bootcamp kayo, different from the previous season, and it seems to be working kasi you guys are outstanding this season. So, ano yung impact na nasa bootcamp at paano kayo nagbago?
Yung impact po sa bootcamp namin na bago is sobrang laki. Kasi lahat kami naging komportable dun sa setup na yun. Mas lalo kami nakakapag-grind ng maayos. Tapos yun po, yung nagbago rin sa amin, parang natututunan namin kung paano maging mas disiplinado. Tapos kami yung yung sa gawaing bahay, salitan, ganun. Parang isang buong pamilya na kami, kaya nag-i-improve po yung chemistry namin. Yun po.
So you feel more like family sa bootcamp, sabay-sabay kayong gumigising,
Opo.
and everything. May nabasa ako, ang tagaluto nyo daw si Coach Ducky. Totoo ba?
Opo, po yan? Master chef po namin yan.
Okay, Coach Ducky, nanalo sila ngayon, nanalo kayo ngayon. Anong lulutuin mo for tonight?
Hindi ko pa naisip. Beef Wellington.
Beef Wellington. Napawaw sila lahat. So you're a chef pala.
Dati akong chef sa 2-star Michelin restaurant. Joke lang. Mahilig lang ako magluto. Yun. So, from time to time, I try to experiment. Sila yung, lab rat. Sila yung taga-tikim.
At may hinahalo ka ata sa food nila kasi parang ang gagaling yung this season eh.
Oo,
Puro panalo. Anong secret ingredient ng Bren ngayon?
Ano mo dinadagdag ko? Maraming paminta.
Maraming paminta. Whoops! Okay, now we're looking forward to what you're gonna post tonight, kung ano nga ba ang kakainin ng Bren. For now, we are going to give you a round of applause. Congratulations for such a great performance. One more time, Bren lang. Coach Ducky ay isang chef. Oh yes, our student leaders, MPL battle trips. And they'll do that later on. Congratulations. Thank you, Coach. Ganun naman pala, lumakas ang Bren. May special paminta hinahalo si Coach Ducky sa kanyang mga manlalaro at kitang-kita. Busog na busog sila dahil they are keeping it strong this season. Balikan natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Remind me to put up on my grocery list, buy peppers. It seems like that is Coach Ducky's secret ingredient, now being the head chef of the boot camp. And
Chef Ducky.
I'm not sure if that's a joke, but I might just pepper up my dishes at home if I want to play as well as they did, given that Ling was reintroduced by Kyle Teasy. That moment in that little camera, like picture-in-picture, in-game is still playing back.
I guess we should all try that. Maybe we'll reach 3,000 points here,
Yeah.
you know, Mythical Glory. You never know.
That was a titanic duel, anime-like duel between the Lancelot and the Ling. It's been so long since we've seen that. It's good to see it again. And honestly, here's my tip: just get like that pepper shaker and just like pepper shake it all over yourself, like before you play.
Not like that.
Not like that. Like the actual like. Just deliver it straight.
Do you mean on yourself? No,
Yeah.
on your dishes.
Oh,
Ah,
I
there-
misunderstood it.
Renmar, talk to us about what happened here, Game
Okay.
3. Break it down.
All right. Okay, I'm not sure how much we can believe Coach Ducky in saying Pepper or he's the head chef. I'll believe it for now, but what Bren Esports cooked up here in this game was terrific. In terms of the draft, it was quite even. However, it was the execution where it all boiled down to. Of course, we saw there with Omega taking the lead. Renjo, an absolute lane bully. A monster performance by the Renjo in this game. Of course, the entirety of Omega played this incredibly well. However, it did get to the point where Bren Esports knew most likely they'll be losing Ogwen, Few, and Flap. And so that left Kyle TZ and Super Marco alive. If it wasn't Ogwen going down, maybe it would be Few, and then Flap, and then the Super Marco and Kyle will have Ogwen around to help them out. And so, Bren Esports showed here a masterclass in counter-punishing this time around. That's the thing that we are reintroduced to now with the Ling showing up in this game. It was a 25% team fight participation in him, but the constant presence of a Ling, split pushing, and of course, late team fight entries to help counter punish alongside Super Marco's Beatrix was what got Omega over and over again. Now, it wasn't always just Kyle TZ and Super Marco. We did mention, of course, the other members of Bren Esports who would stay alive and fight to make sure that Super Marco had space. Marco Mania is alive and real. Gentlemen, if you aren't following it, brother, you're gonna have to be a believer of it now. Super Marco Mania, 8-1 and 2 KDA on this Beatrix in the game where arguably before Super Marco was popping off, Keller was playing the much better game. But Super Marco, Coach Ducky said it before in interviews, the best thing about Super Marco is he is never unnecessarily flashy. He is what you could really get in the most foundational, principled gold laner that you're looking for. Someone who knows when to pop off at the right moments. Someone who knows how to take their fights. A la Benny Cutie's late game entries. Super Marco has been doing it since MPL Philippines Season 10 showing up. That's why he was part of the team of the season in MPL Philippines Season 10 as the gold laner. We got a fantastic showcase of Super Marco in this game, staying alive. But we have to, of course, revisit Omega's performance here. How well they play to their conditions with Miko setting the tempo, the aggression of Stone. They were able to shut down Few in this game. This is a game where Few was shut down, Flap was shut down. It was pretty much just Ogwen, Kyle, and Super Marco trying to make the most out of it because it was a difficult game for them because that's how well Omega were playing. Majority of the time, it was just them controlling the tempo. It was them controlling the game. Renjo on that Lapu Lapu. Stone and Miko being on point with when they're going to be aggressive. But of course, we also have to mention Keller, man, the gold standard, being able to pop off at the right moments as well, such as this one right here. It was also just a miracle that Super Marco, though, was not taken down by Omega, and I felt like that was a turnaround there. Although Omega would be able to secure the Lord in this scenario, yeah, Bren Esports, they decided to back off, and of course this titanic duel between Kyle TZ and Ryzen. Thornrose, Finch Boys, back down, crit, lifesteal, Ling wins. But of course, Omega made the right calls in the defense, but it was this player right here in the end, Omega a little bit too eager to chase down the members of Bren Esports. At that point, they didn't have the damage. Super Marco had it. Super Marco was protected. Super Marco and Bren Esports turned the game around. A masterclass of discipline, of technical understanding and mastery by these two teams. Bren Esports and Omega is a game, a series I would recommend you tell your friends to watch. What's Filipino MLBB all about? what's MPL Philippines all about? Show them this game as one of the many examples we have of brilliance in this season. Gentlemen, what a series and what a fantastic way to end week number 5.
I'd like to think game 1, 2, and 3 had the perfect timing build-up, right? Game 1 was very swift. Game 2, relatively long. Game 3, you kind of expected that.
And it was a back and forth. That game 3, you watch that highlight reel, you see Omega really popping off. 10 kills straight, and then suddenly it's like a movie, right?
Yeah.
Then suddenly the story just blooms into shape.
Yeah, one of the best gold lane performances we've seen this season, Super Marco. That play of him staying alive with just, what was that, 200, 300 health on him? Barely anything, but able to stay alive. That was a big moment for Bren Esports and, of course, Super Marco.
Congratulations to Bren Esports again, staying on top of the leaderboards and continuing their win streak. As for the Barangay, back to the drawing board. Definitely signs of life, and of course, this is very barangay of them to build up into the later half and eventually making a run for the playoffs. As for now, we would like to thank you all for making time joining us in this weekend's broadcast of MPL Philippines Season 11, Week 5. On behalf of Reptar and Rockhard, at your service, my name is Leo. Thank you all so much. Throw it over to Marakino to close up the show.
What a fitting way to end week number 5 with 2 intense matches. ONIC Philippines finally managed to end their losing skid thanks to Super Prince's intense defense and the Sensui instincts. Those were vital keys to their success as they defeated the reigning MSC champs. And finally, Bren Esports, my goodness, that was such a close match. Muntik na sila malason ng Smart Omega. But Bren, they were smart, they outplayed their opponent, and they're enjoying their win streak. Dito po nagtatapos ang ating week number 5. And of course, we expect you there next week for another 3-day action only here in MPL Philippines. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino, laging nagpapaalala, sa harap ng pagsubok or tagumpay, laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas. Thank you, John Joseph Laida, MPL fan and designer for this beautiful outfit. And we'll be expecting you next week. Keep it good vibes, everybody.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.